Sportsnet.
Oh, it's a beautiful day at the friendly confines. Today we kick off another full season of Cubs baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet in sparkling high definition. It's the Cubs and Brewers from Wrigley Field. Hello and welcome to Cubs Pregame Live. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. To my left, former Cubs reliever and harness racing legend Dan Plesac. Next year's here. Is this the year? That's the big question, Dano.
Is this the year? I really think so. This is a very well-constructed team. You know, a lot is made of opening day, and as much as players look forward to opening day, there's a lot of anticipation, whether you've had a good spring training or a bad spring training, and I don't think it's any indication. There's a lot of good pitchers, a lot of good players that haven't had particularly good days on opening day, but this is a very well-made team.
Well, it's nice to have a fresh start. For more on today's matchup, let's go live out to Wrigley Field and bring in Gail Fisher. Hi, Gail.
Hi, Luke. And yeah, I hate to tell you because you're the one who was here on Monday. It's beautiful out here, sunny, a little colder temps, but we'll certainly take that trade-off than that rain that they had on Monday. And it was a disappointing outcome of that game. The Cubs really did play very well. Carlos Zambrano pitched well, but they just got beat by the Brewers. There was a lot of excitement, though, and really everyone is still buzzing about Kosuke Fukudome and coming through in the clutch in the ninth inning. He went 3 for 3 with that 3-run home run to tie it in the bottom of the ninth. We asked Lou Piniella about his memorable opening day. He says as a rookie starting center fielder for Kansas City, he went 4 for 5 with 1 RBI, but it is nothing compared to coming up big in the bottom of the ninth like Fukudome did. Look for him to be probably a fan favorite, and he could be a star here at Wrigley. As for Carlos Zambrano and his cramps, he did have to leave the game again with the cramp issue. Lou Piniella said he is just fine and should be able to make his next start. They did find his potassium level to be a bit low, so maybe perhaps it wasn't dehydration or a water issue, anything like that, but Lou will prescribe certainly more bananas for Carlos Zambrano to eat, hopefully to get that potassium level up there. Right now, the Cubs just really need to get a W, looking for their first win of the season. I talked to Aramis Ramirez a little bit inside the locker room not too long ago about coming out here and trying to get the job done today.
Everybody try to do their job. I mean, Soriano tried to get on, Terrio had to get on, and that happened the first day. But it's only one game. I mean, we got a long way to go.
You guys are going to obviously see the Brewers a lot, a team you're going to battle for that Central Division title. Just talk about this series and trying to get one today.
We got to come up with a win. I mean, you can let them get too far ahead like they did last year, and we have to battle all the way back. You want to get off on a good start and just, you know, play good ball the whole year.
And for you, it's a little cold, but at least the sun's shining today.
It's cold still, but I mean, you got to deal with it.
Yeah, it's still cold to Aramis Ramirez. Should be a good pitching matchup. Ted Lilly on the mound for the Cubs, Jeff Suppan for the Brewers. Lou Piniella says the key for Lilly today in having success is he's going to have to use all 4 pitches against this potent Brewers lineup. He really was working on maybe just one pitch in spring training, the changeup a little bit, and focused on that. But Lou says he's going to have to bring all of them out today to try to knock down this Brewers lineup. And I have one stat, because Dan Plesac is a numbers kind of guy, and I want to give this to him. The Cubs are 4-1 in their last 5 contests and following an opening day loss. So when they lose on opening day, Dan, the Cubs go 4-1 in that second game. So I think they can rebound and get their first W of the season.
Well, you're right, Gail, and I do like to crunch the numbers, but I just could you, from a pitcher's perspective, is the wind blowing in or blowing out this afternoon?
That's always a good question. It is actually a right to left wind, sort of blowing in from right field, so you can see a lot of balls maybe being pulled to left field perhaps, but it's more of a crosswind blowing right to left. So I know that'll be a key for the pitchers out there.
For someone like me, when I was pitching, it was blowing out at all. I could never pitch. I would get the sore throat before the game.
And Dan, I know something. We talked to Ryan Dempster also before the game because he's going to make the start tomorrow. He actually says he loves the cold. A lot of pitchers really do like this cold weather. Carlos Zambrano maybe not, but a guy like Ryan Dempster says he likes the cold.
All right, Gail, thanks for filling in for Tom Skilling. We'll see you again in just a little bit.
All right, Luke.
All right, and of course, Zambrano had the start on Monday. Today, it's Ted Lilly. And the left-hander is definitely looking forward to get back to this season. 15-8 last year in his first campaign with the Northsiders. Anxious to get on the mound for his first start in 2008.
This is what you work for in spring training in the off season, is to get off to a good start in this in the regular season, and then be prepared to answer the bell throughout the season. So it is this is definitely something that that I've been looking forward to for a while, and getting an opportunity to get back out there and pitch her again.
And here is the Feldco pitching matchup. Ted Lilly against Jeff Suppan. Both guys threw over 200 innings last season. Lilly won 15 games, Suppan 12. The last two stats really show Ted Lilly's secret to success last year. 55 walks against 174 strikeouts. Dan, it's amazing what a difference just throwing strikes can make for this guy.
It does. And there's a fine line between, you have to have good stuff along with throwing strikes. It's about having quality stuff in the strike zone, because sooner or later you have to throw that ball across the plate. There was a lot of eyes that were raised last year with the length of the contract and the amount of money, but you could go back into last winter and really say that Ted Lilly may have been one of the best free agent signings for the year of 2007. He was probably the Cubs' most dependable and consistent starter from the beginning of season in April until the postseason.
And what you can appreciate about him as a fan is he came from the American League, where walks were his biggest concern. Led the American League in walks with the Blue Jays. He came over. Lou Piniella said throw strikes. 55 walks last year is really good.
Well, hopefully this was one of those breakout type of years. Ted Lilly's always had a lot of ability. When he came up as a young pitcher with the New York Yankees, he was pretty much very much a prized pitching prospect in that organization. And I think what you're seeing now is a guy getting advanced into his career, being confident. And one of the toughest things is adjustments from year to year as you pitch. You find out what you need to work on, what your strengths are, and he really put it together last season. And the Cubs are really pinning a lot of hopes on the top part of that rotation with Ted Lilly and Carlos Zambrano, who was terrific on opening day.
Yeah, on paper it looks like the Cubs have a stronger rotation than they did last year. Zambrano didn't get the win on opening day, but he struggled on opening day in the past, and not so on Monday. He was good until the cramp came up.
He was terrific, and it was really good to see, because the last couple of seasons, he's had really good spring trainings. I thought in spring training last year in 2007, he was throwing as well as any pitcher in the Cactus League, and I really thought that was going to translate into a really good start of the season. It didn't happen, but on opening day, and one of the best signs that I was from watching that game on Monday, well, you saw a lot of reactions on breaking balls. You saw a lot of right-handed hitters swinging and missing, a lot of check swings that lead you to believe that the rotation on his breaking ball, he has a really tight, hard slider that he's throwing. And when you see a lot of check swings, a lot of right-handers committing, may not be going all the way around and swinging, but that's a telltale sign that, one, he has good velocity. You have to be geared to hit the fastball, but the rotation is tight on his breaking ball when you get a lot of check swings.
Plenty of competition in spring. Dempster and Marquis won the 3 and 5 spots, but you look at Rich Hill, and something I found interesting at the end of spring training, you've talked about for a couple years. Rich Hill has shortened his delivery, and something they worked on about the very last week. You like that move to shorten things up and tighten things up a little bit.
And not to sound like we're talking in circles, but as you progress in your career as a pitcher, you're going to do a lot of tweaking and refining your mechanics. And one of the things you want to do is to try to keep your mechanics as quiet as you can. Not a lot of leg swinging from left to right, or hands going up above your head. The quieter you can keep your delivery, the easier it is to continue to repeat that delivery. And you often hear hitters talk about that. Guys with quiet feet and quiet hands, they can stay back, see the ball a little bit longer, but it's a work in process. Luke, and your entire career, I was fortunate to pitch for 18 years. And you think you have it mastered, but you never do. You're always trying to look for ways to get better, to tighten your mechanics, to be more consistent, and making adjustments on the fly. And that's what really determines really good, successful Major League pitchers are able to adapt from start to start, inning to inning, stop the bleeding before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, Rich Hill used to really rock back, and he doesn't do that anymore. Let's go back out to Wrigley Field. Cubs manager Lou Piniella met with the media just a little while ago, talked about the importance of winning games early in the season.
They all count. Yeah, sure they do. I made it perfectly clear when I had my meeting with the team how important the early schedule was to us. But, you know, look, the other teams are just as important to the other teams too. And we just started the season. Let these guys get some at-bats and let these pitchers get some innings and let our bullpen work and everything will be fine. Let's not get too concerned about what happens here over the first few games of a season.
Can't win the pennant early in the season, but you can lose it. Isn't that what they say?
Well, you can, but this is a much better built Cub ball club right now. I think in the end, you're going to see that this team has a very potent lineup. The Milwaukee Brewers have a good young team and two terrific young players in Braun and Prince Fielder. So the Brewers are not going to go down lightly. The Cubs are going to need to play good baseball this year to win this division.
Well, the Cubs put a lot of pressure on themselves last year, and then when that pressure starts to build up, you have the stuff that happened early in the season to the Cubs. If they can avoid that, it makes the season a lot easier. If you can just play 500 ball early on.
And I think what separates this Cub team, when you look at the talent base on this team, you have a good young team like the Milwaukee Brewers, but they're really hinging a lot of their hopes. And Ben Sheets is one of the best right-handed starting pitchers, not only in the National League, but in all of baseball. And when he's healthy and throwing well, they're a dominant force. And you saw last year when he went down after the All-Star break, there are some teams that have a hard time replacing a guy like Ben Sheets. You certainly like to have him run out there every 5 days, but I think the Cubs are a little bit better equipped right now. Injuries are part of baseball. There's going to be somebody, you hope that it doesn't happen, that goes down in the middle part of that lineup. There's going to be a starting pitcher, whether it's a hamstring injury, a tweaking of a shoulder or an elbow, but the Cubs have a lot of reinforcements. They have some depth in the starting rotation and a really good and a very deep bullpen.
And we'll get to that in just a bit. Lots more to come on Cubs Pregame Live. Coming up next, you'll hear from Monday's hero, Kosuke Fukudome, on making the adjustment to American baseball. Mr. Cub Ernie Banks has been forever immortalized at Wrigley Field. We'll take you behind the scenes at the making of the statue.
Way too hard to text and drive this beast. I'm on my way to the field right now.
And Scott Air found a new way to get around spring training. Stick around.
Tonight, the youth continue to dominate at the United Center as Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves face off against the Red Wings in high definition. Coverage starts at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks Pregame Live. Blackhawks Red Wings in HD, tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Of course Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can insure. Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
Here's to waking up Thursday and thinking it's Friday.
Brighten up your morning with 2 Egg McMuffin sandwiches, 2 Sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches, or 1 of each for just $3. It's Wednesday, dude.
Our eyes meet across the floor. We don't have to say much more. Let's take a chance on it. Say you'll be mine till spring.
Add beauty to your home with Western Red Cedar Siding from Menards. It's naturally decay resistant with the warmth of real wood. 8-inch beveled is just 99 cents a linear foot. Finish that new look with aluminum soffit and fascia, now 10% off. It helps ventilate your home, is low maintenance, available in 13 colors, and never needs painting. Menards carries thousands of other products to improve the look and quality of your home. Just stop by the building materials desk to get started.
Save big money at Menards.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Kosuke signed a 4-year, $48 million contract in the offseason. Hits it deep to center. Quinn's going back. It is over his head. Right at the base of the wall. And Kosuke on his first pitch doubles. Welcome to Chicago.
Yeah, the Foo Fighters are going to love him in right field. You'd have to go back to Tuffy Rhodes' 3-home run game in 1994 to find an opening day as exciting as Kosuke Fukudome's was on Monday. The newest Cub was 3 for 3, just a triple shy of the cycle, including a game-tying 3-run homer in the 9th inning. Towards the end of spring training, our Chris Bowden sat down with the Cubs right fielder, and through an interpreter, they talked about Kosuke's adjustment to American baseball.
3-1. There's a swing and a drive, deep right center. That ball carrying. Tie game! Tie game! Kosuke has done it!
If some questioned how Kosuke would adjust to a new country, a new league, a new team, and a new ballpark, Monday's bottom of the 9th inning should silence the critics. The transition from Japan to America has been surprisingly easy for Fukudome. As spring training was winding down, we got a chance to sit down with him and his interpreter, Ryuji Araki, and reflect on his first few weeks in the majors.
Actually, he hasn't found any challenges on the field, so he's been keeping his routine, and he's been keeping his approach, what he did in Japan so far in the United States. Strike zone might be a little bit different, and he has seen that it's been different from game to game, not just as a general. And he was told, and he heard that a lot of pitchers throw moving fastballs such as two seams or cut balls, but he hasn't. Those moving fastballs are not moving as much as he thought it would be. So he hasn't found one big challenge or adjustment that he needs to make yet.
How do you feel about your spring training so far, individually, and how you've been welcomed by your teammates too?
His spring training's been going real good, and he's at where he wants to be. And in terms of the warm welcome he got from the teammates, he's been very appreciative, and all the players try to learn Japanese, try to understand his Japanese, and they created the atmosphere that he can get into. He can open up himself a little more to other teammates because of that.
How has the line of communication been with you and Lou Piniella, and did moving in and out of the different spots in the batting order affect your comfort level and your adjustment period?
He talked to Lou every day, he'd say, hello, how you doing, stuff like that. He hasn't really had a deep conversation about baseball in general. And in terms of his hitting orders, I think he thinks it's still at the point that everybody's trying to get ready for the season, and it's not the point that what order would create an effect that what other orders can create. So he doesn't think it's not that point yet. So his approach is the same, no matter which position he hits.
Your teammates say they pick things up from you through observation. What kind of things have you picked up from them?
It's very interesting to see what a lot of other players do prepare for the game and how they hit and stuff like that. And he also has seen a lot of players lift weights in the weight room, which he did not see very much in Japan. So those are something he might look into to incorporate in the future.
What was family life like growing up for you? Did you always want to be a baseball player?
He thinks he was raised in a very normal family, and where he's from is a lot more rural than Phoenix area. And in terms of playing baseball, he actually played fast pitch softball in elementary school, and he started playing baseball in middle school, which is in Japan equivalent of 7th grade.
Those passionate fans in Wrigley's right field bleachers never hesitate to let their feelings show. Consider Monday a huge step in what could be the start of a long, beautiful relationship.
He's heard that the fans in the right field stand is very enthusiastic, and which shouldn't affect how he play the game. But he's very anxious to see in his own eyes how they react.
We heard Kosuke mention how he grew up playing fast-pitch softball in Japan, and when I brought up the long-time Chicago tradition of 16-inch softball, he had never heard of it. seemed a little bewildered but intrigued. Intrigued to the point where if he happened to come across it and had the time, he'd stop, check it out, and perhaps try it out. But I warned him, it's bare hands, no gloves. After all, he's here to help end a century of Cubby occurrences, not add to them. Guys, back to you.
We don't need any jammed thumbs or fingers from playing the big softball game. Fukudome, obviously one of the big changes to the Cubs outfield. Jock Jones gone. He's in Detroit. Defensively, a huge upgrade, but what I noticed in spring training from this guy is he will look at a lot of pitches. Just from 7 games, I probably saw him walk 8 or 9 times.
Boy, you think when you've seen it all, or as much as I've been around the game of baseball, and I was really interested, I was able to go out to spring training a couple of different occasions, saw 5 games, and I'll be honest with you, I just didn't see the pop in his bat, what you had heard, and he has been a very accomplished player in Japan. And so you're talking about a guy that has a good track record, and I was as surprised as anybody to see, the pop in his bat on opening day. Hits one off the base of the wall in straightaway center field, then comes up late in the game-tying 3-run home run. A completely different player, and I fell for the oldest trick in the book. When you have somebody that has a track record, you can go to spring training and you're not necessarily going to see what a player can do in Arizona, and he's proof of that. And once again, I was fooled because he looks like he's got a lot of pop in his bat. He runs very well. He's a very good outfielder, and he just seems like he has fit right in with his new teammates, and I think the Cub fans in the city of Chicago are really going to enjoy watching him play.
Defensively, the change with him, P.A., Soriano, the Cubs really have an athletic outfield, and you have some pretty good arms out there now, too.
There's no question about that.
And what about this kid they signed, Reed Johnson from Toronto? Here's somebody who's thrilled to be on the team, cut by the Blue Jays, and he gives them some flexibility in case maybe PA has some off time or needs to adjust a little bit, again, to his second major league season.
I think he's a tremendous insurance policy, and the jury is still out on whether Felix PA is going to hit major league pitching consistently, but one thing it does do for Lou Piniella, it gives you an experienced right-handed bat in Reed Johnson, who has hit lefties very well throughout his career, and you're going to run into some occasions in this schedule where you're going to run into some tough left-handed starting pitching, and it's a great option to have on the bench. You have a tremendous pinch hitter in Darrell Ward from the left side, and you have a guy like Reed Johnson that puts the ball in play. He's a high on-base percentage guy, and I think it's a really good move that if Felix PA struggles a little bit offensively, you can put Reed Johnson in there against some left-handed pitching.
The big thing, Johnson can play all 3 outfield positions. Back to the north side we go, where Gail Fisher had a chance to go one-on-one with Cubs catcher Giovanni Soto.
Giovanni, great opening day for you. The result wasn't what this team really wanted, but just talk about the feeling and the excitement surrounding opening day.
It was good. I mean, sometimes, you don't want to know where you're at. I mean, I was here in opening day in Wrigley Field, and, #1 catcher for the Chicago Cubs is where I want to be, and since I was 5 years old. But I didn't realize, it didn't set in until I got home, and I was like, wow, I started first game, 08. But, hopefully all that's, gone, and now we're going to get on the business.
Obviously, you guys had some rain to deal with. The crowd was still here with you, though. The excitement of Kosuke hitting that home run to tie things up. Just overall, obviously getting the season started, it seems like you guys are ready to go.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, it's sit down. It's great for him to make a good impression. I mean, he's a great player. We all know what he can do. It's just a matter of time when he gets a few at-bats and he'll get going.
Ted Lilly throwing for the Cubs today in this game. Just talk about him and going out there and doing what you guys need to do to get him a good start.
Yeah, Ted, he had a really good spring training, and hopefully we can get it done today. He feels very good and very confident today. We got a beautiful day out here in Chicago, and see if we can get it done today.
Are you comfortable at the plate now in terms of your offense?
Yeah. I mean, I've always, feel comfortable. Spring training, I was struggling a little bit. Now I'm getting right where I want to be, and it's just a matter of, getting at bats and settle in and just get it done. And you are starting to get yourself a little more familiar with this Brewers lineup as well. You guys are going to play them a lot. Yeah. I mean, last year went in there a little bit, and now, and I've been playing with those guys in the minor coming up, and it's never the same. They adjust as well as so we do, but we're getting familiar, and we'll see each other a lot this year. Feel like you're going to be a veteran by the first week? Maybe. All right, Giovanni, good luck.
All right, thanks, Gil. There's a kid that really just grabbed this job and wouldn't give it up. And at the end of the last season, there he is in the playoffs, doing well. hitting well, and you're like, well, he's your guy, and the Cubs have just given him the job now.
You know, there's a lot of great stories, and you could put Giovanni Soto into that mix. You started the season last year, Michael Barrett, you acquired Jason Kendall during the season last year, and Jason Kendall was doing the brunt of the catching in August and early September. Soto stepped up offensively. He's been well known to be a good offensive player, but I was really impressed with the way he handled that pitching staff the month of September. Started a couple of games in the postseason. He's well on his way, if he can stay healthy, to having a nice career for the Cubs.
Okay, first pitch between the Cubs and Brewers comes your way at 1:20 today, right here on Comcast Sportsnet in high definition. Up next, which Cub would have a chance to win American Idol? We get the answer from some of the players. Plus, we'll look at the lineup for today's game. Can Ted Lilly find a way to shut down Prince Fielder? And if 19 spectacular seasons on the north side was not enough to secure his legacy in Chicago, Ernie Banks now has a statue to greet the fans at Clark and Addison.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O. Simplicity.
Close enough.
Call 866-4FEL-DCO.
Replacing your old windows, siding, and doors is simple. Just call Feldco for top quality at a low factory direct price. Installed by polite, hard-working professionals.
Simplicity.
Feldco.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4FELDCO.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Is that something new?
Brand spanking.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed.
So next time this one.
That's why we call it Secure Stop.
Trust the Midas touch.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers, or 3 beef and cheddars, or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
In the morning, it's all about get in, get out, and get going. Men's Rogaine Foam won't change that plan. It's the first and only foam that regrows hair. It goes on easily, dries quickly. Men's Rogaine Foam. Use it or lose it.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
The sun is out, and the Cubs are looking for their first win of the season. It's the Cubs and Brewers coming up at 1:20 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Luke Stuckmeyer and Dan Plezak with you on Cubs pregame live. Let's take a look at your Cubs lineup for this afternoon. Lou Piniella going with the same lineup he had on opening day. Kosuke Fukudome had 3 hits. The rest of the team had just 2 on Monday. Let's see if Soriano, Lee, and Ramirez can get things turned around. Soto behind the plate, Felix Pie down at the bottom of the lineup, and Ted Lilly is your starting pitcher today. Here's a look at Ned Yost's lineup for Milwaukee. The Brewers' big question this season is going to be pitching. You look at this lineup, Dan, and they have plenty of hitting. That's not a problem. Ricky Weeks starts things off, gets on base, likes to run around, and then they have all the big boppers right after that.
Well, you particularly look at the 3 and 4 spot, Prince Fielder and Ryan Braun. Ryan Braun may be one of the best young right-handed hitters in all of baseball, and you combat that with the guy with Prince Fielder, and you look down that Brewer lineup, they get a lot of productivity. They look like they're an offense similar to last year that's going to be well on pace to hit over 200 runs. They're going to score some runs. There's no question about it. And the scary thing is you're talking about 2 young players in Fielder and Braun that are still in the learning phase. And when these guys really get a big-time handle on what they're doing, what opposing pitchers are trying to do to them, they've got a chance to be a tremendous 1-2 potent punch.
Interesting, Ned Yost going with Suppan hitting 8, Kendall 9 tonight, or this afternoon. It's something managers do every once in a while. Why do they like to try it out?
Well, I don't know. That's a really good question. Sometimes you go by the theory of you're trying to shake the lineup up, you're trying to turn the lineup over at the bottom part of the order. Who knows, maybe Jeff Suppan had a tremendous spring training swing in the bat. That's the only thing I could take out of it.
Or Jason Kendall had a really bad one. We're about to find out. Let's head back out to the ballpark, bring in Gail Fisher. Gail, you had a chance to sit down with some of the Cubs and get some interesting answers to some of those hard-hitting questions.
That's right, Luke. You know, it's the start of a new season. We like to analyze all the baseball and everything that goes on the field and try to give fans a good look and perspective as to what kind of season it's going to be. But we also know that fans love to know as much about their favorite Cub players as possible, and that includes some off-the-field things. So I did indeed sit down with a few players and came up with a list of 5 favorite questions. What is your favorite sport outside of baseball?
Golf.
Wow, that was quick.
Basketball.
You played, right?
I used to play.
College football. Football.
Professional football. I enjoy watching it.
But what is the coolest profession that you would want to do if you weren't in the Major League Baseball?
Being a CEO of a Fortune 500 company.
Think you could do it?
I don't see why not.
Probably a bowler.
Bowler?
Yeah.
Can you bowl?
I think I can, but probably not.
Have you ever had a 300?
No. My brother has, though.
Probably an actor. Mine is the paparazzi, but just the acting part, the making people laugh. I think that's awesome.
A rock
or
star.
Cry.
Rock star.
Yeah, you know what? A rock star is a pretty good life, too. It's like, kind of like the whole thing. Every rock star wants to be an athlete, and every athlete wants to be a rock star. I guess that's why everybody plays Guitar Hero.
Who on the team can carry a tune?
Who can carry a tune?
Man. On our team? Gosh, I know it's not me, put it that way.
Kerry Wood.
Terrier. Ryan Terrier.
Anyone think they
do
can
a little
sing?
bit of everything, you know.
I know, it's good.
He's our piper and everything else.
I've heard Kerry Wood play Guitar Hero, and he's pretty solid. So,
He'd be one of the rock stars?
He might be, but Kerry's kind of Kerry kind of lays low and goes easy, and I think that if you could combine Kerry Wood's guitar skills and you know, with Dempster's personality, it might be perfect.
So who thinks they can carry a tune?
Mark DeRosa.
Mark DeRosa.
He thinks he's John Bon Jovi.
He tries to sing Bruce Springsteen. He does okay at it.
If you were going to sing karaoke, what song would you pick?
There wouldn't be a song because I'm not singing karaoke.
If I sang karaoke, well,
You Shook Me All Night Long by AC/DC.
It would be fun to sing, sing like an AC/DC. I like country music and I like classic rock, but I think it would be fun to sing, an AC/DC, Back in Black or something like that. It might, probably with an adult beverage involved.
You would probably need it.
it wouldn't be Cubs Go Cubs Go, because I wouldn't do justice to it. Take me out to the ball game.
I don't know about a song, but it'd be probably something by like Brian McKnight.
What is your favorite city on the road?
My favorite city on the road? Well, you always like New York City.
New York.
New York.
New York.
Yeah, shopping, food, stadium, Yankee Stadium. Just a great atmosphere.
I just love how you can go get a pastrami sandwich at 3:30 in the morning, and it's like the best one you've ever had.
What is your favorite city on the road?
Favorite city on the road? Probably, I'm just trying to think, probably San Diego.
San Diego. First guy to say that. Everyone says New York.
I'm tired of New York.
Yeah. Oh, okay. If we can get karaoke, or if we could get Kerry Wood, by the way, to do karaoke and play Guitar Hero, that would certainly be a first. Maybe I'll work on that later in the season. I could probably convince Mark DeRosa to sing for us to see if he really can carry a tune. And interesting, everyone says New York is their favorite city. They don't spend a whole lot of time there, though. In fact, Milwaukee is a place they need to get used to. They're going to play the Brewers 16 times this season. 6 of their last 9 meetings will be in Milwaukee, so they may have to fall in love with some beer and bratwurst and put that on their top list of favorite road cities. That's going to do it from Wrigley Field. I'm Gail Fisher. Luke, let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Gail. Appreciated it. By the way, if she can get Carrie Wood to sing karaoke, she deserves a long vacation. I don't think it's happening. You, by the way, what was your favorite on the road trip? You like the sausage, the Polish sausage, no matter where you go.
Well, I tell you what, I'm kind of in agreement with the guys. There's just something special about going to New York, playing in Yankee Stadium, and that's no knock on Fenway Park or Wrigley Field. I'm talking about going on the road as a player. If you don't, as a player, walk in to Yankee Stadium and you walk through that tunnel and the runway into the locker room and you think about everything that went on in that ballpark, the history from Babe Ruth, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, the list goes on and on. It's a very special place, and I'm really sad to see it go, and I'm going to try, if I can, to try to get to a game there before it closes at the end of the year. Very special place.
Just had their last opening day. Who has the best Polish sausage in all of baseball?
U.S. Cellular.
Wow,
the Belton Bill Melton.
Yeah, I thought so. He'll love to hear that. Let's talk about the Cubs infield for just a bit. There were some questions, plenty of trade rumors in the offseason. But I kind of like what the Cubs have. It helps that you have Lee and Ramirez locking it down on the two corners.
Well, I think the big thing for this team is going to be Fukadomi is filling a huge void in right field. Now, he may not be able to duplicate what he did on opening day. You know, it's a long season. You're going to go through some ups and some downs. But I think the thing I really like the most about this ball club right now, it's a very deep pitching staff. When you go into spring training, and the Cubs really, you could probably count on one hand how many teams going towards the back end of spring training had an excess of pitching, and primarily starting pitching. This was boiling down to the last week. Was John Lieber or Jason Marquis going to fill out the 5 spot in that rotation? That tells you how deep and how tight this team is in the pitching. And I really think the depth in the bullpen really stands out. You have a young guy in Carlos Marmol, who may have been the most valuable player or pitcher, however one you look at it, the second half of the season. Jason Marquis had a tremendous spring training, but I really like the depth in this bullpen.
Boy, if you felt sorry for anybody this spring, it had to be Mark DeRosa. Great season for the Cubs last year. He's coming back. First he has the flu for a little while, then he had the heart condition where he had a little procedure done, and then he came down with sinusitis, and he had to deal with trade rumors. Everybody asking him about Brian Roberts all spring. You hope he can come back and do what he did last year.
And I think he will. He's a very good player, and what makes him so valuable, he's had time where he wasn't an everyday player. He's used to sitting a couple of days, if that's the case. And he's not only a good player, but he's a really good guy in the clubhouse. He gets along very well with his teammates. He enjoys them. They enjoy him. And he can play a multitudes of positions, a little bit of outfield, probably best suited for playing second base, but he could spell Aramis Ramirez at third base if he had to. He's a very valuable player to have on a good team, which this team is.
And he deserves to play every day after the way he played last season.
He played very well. You could go back, and I think that's what made last year such a fun year. You know, this team had to play almost sudden death baseball from the middle of August on, and you could make a case Ryan Theriot emerged as a very important piece. Ted Lilly had a terrific season, Carlos Marmol, Mark DeRosa. The list goes on and on, but I think what you're going to see this year is the screws have been tightened up a little bit. This is a team that is built to win. The talent is certainly there. You just cross your fingers, hope they stay away from any major injuries to their main guys in that starting rotation. And particularly, I think the key to this team is Aramis Ramirez, because he's the one guy that drives in runs late in the game. They need to keep him healthy and on the field, and if so, I think he's going to set up the rest of that lineup.
Okay, on Monday, the Cubs unveiled their tribute to Mr. Cub, a statue to Ernie Banks, which now greets the fans at Clark and Addison. During the sculpting process, we had a chance to catch up with the sculptor, Lou Sella, who talked about the process behind making this statue.
Anybody could walk in and say, hey, that looks like Ernie Banks. You want to feel it. You really want to, you want the personality, you want the essence. Somebody was in here a couple days ago, he looked at it and said, you know, you got the twinkle in his eye. That's you know, and I hear that, and I know what they're saying. I know what they want, and that's what you're going for. When I first discovered the work of Julie and Omri Amrani, it was just a week or two after the statue of Michael Jordan had been unveiled. And I had already been sculpting on my own on a much smaller scale, but I was always very attentive to detail. And I went and saw the statue of Michael Jordan and saw the mesh in his jersey, the stitching in the lettering and the numbers, the texture on the skin, and I was just, I really respected what I saw. I just thought it was magnificent.
My husband and I have been in this business for quite a while. And in the beginning, you know, we did most of the stuff ourselves, and Omri welds himself, and we built the armatures ourselves, and, you know, did a lot of the main work. But, you know, as we build as a business, we have been acquiring more and more people, and you can accommodate more figures per year, you know, with training artists and, you know, building the crew.
These, of course, are all of the Ernie head, not all of them. I've got a bunch more. I mean, hundreds of Ernie pictures. But what I don't have is pictures of Ernie in every single angle of the pose. So I got an old uniform, put it on, and, you know, I had the guys just walk completely around me, taking pictures from every single angle, because I got to know what the folds are doing from all these angles. Naturally, in the pose, Ernie's smiling, and he's supposed to be at the bat in a game, and you wouldn't be smiling. It would have been real easy to be completely literal and have him not smiling. I can't think of a time where I've seen him talk where he's not smiling, where he's not happy, where he's not all about being thrilled to be at the game. So we're idealizing that, and I am convinced that it's the right thing to do. You know, when they come out and look at the statue of Ernie, you know, you feel like Ernie will be around forever. It seems like he is, you know. He won't be, but those stories always will be, and you know, you just hope the sculpture adds one little element to that history.
Seeing this statue makes me think of my dad, who only made it to the 3rd grade, and my mother, who only made it to the 6th grade. But they might not have been educated, but they were wise. They taught me one of the greatest lessons of my life, and that is to be satisfied.
It's just the absolute biggest thrill I ever had.
Outstanding job. Love that they added a little blue to the color of the bronze statue. And of course, and what everybody's talking about today is Let's Play 2. They forgot the apostrophe, so Lou's going back and putting the apostrophe in there on the statue. So it's not quite done, but it is pretty cool. I love that they have the color to it. What do you remember, Dan, about watching Ernie Banks?
Well, you know what is great when you have somebody like Ernie Banks that has been such a good ambassador, not only for the game of baseball, but he was really the face of the Cub franchise for such a long time. There's been this boom in the media with the Cubs games. You know, before Wrigley Field was the place to go to watch baseball games. And I can remember as a kid running home when school was over to try to catch the last couple innings of the game on TV. And just to watch Ernie Banks, and you go back, and it just brings back a lot of good memories. And this is one of those deals where a lot of times you hear about nice guys finish last. Well, this just throws that theory right out the window. He was not only great for the game of baseball, he was great for the Chicago Cubs. And to have something like this with a historic franchise, to be recognized not only as a great player, but as a great person. The Cubs have always been close to him, and the Cubs are a big part of Ernie Banks' life. This has been a terrific way for the Cubs to say thank you to probably the best player that's ever put on a Cub uniform.
Yeah, Sammy was loved by the fans for a while there, but the fans were all over the place. This guy won over the fans, and there weren't that many of them in the stands at that time. Still to come on the show, we'll take a ride with lefty Scott Ayers. He shows off his RV for us. Plus, we'll show you some of the changes that happened to the friendly confines over the winter, including cushions on the bench.
We
We believe Ford is the better choice, so we're out to prove why Ford Escape is the way to go. At only $199 a month, Escape is the only small SUV that offers the safety of advanced track with roll stability control. Escape offers intelligent four-wheel drive and delivers better fuel economy than most small SUVs and crossovers. Escape is more fun than ever. Perception is reality. Lease a new Escape for just $199 a month or choose $2,000 cash back. Have you driven a Ford lately?
They touched our lives and tugged our hearts. A little girl with big dreams, a boy with courage, families who turn loss into life, the thousands waiting for the ultimate gift before time runs out. I'm Jared Payton. Even if you're already a donor, you must sign up again. The law has changed. Please go to lifegoeson.com today. Take 2 minutes and give the gift of life.
Intelligent storytelling, emotional impact, sports stories with ties to Iowans. Brooks on Sports takes you beyond the box scores and statistics with compelling stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Iowa Wrestling with Tom Brands, a look at high school athletics in the state of Iowa with Rick Wilco, and tips from the top on grilling from the chefs at Riverside.
Watch Brooks on Sports on your local Mediacom Connections channel.
You can stop searching for that perfect family activity. Ted's Boatorama has your solution. A new runabout boat from Tahoe. A new Tahoe boat is something your entire family can enjoy, and Ted's Boatorama has the perfect one for you. Great for fishing, cruising, or just catching some sun, the Tahoe offers your family the ultimate boating experience. Go ahead, gather your family and enjoy a summer of skiing, sunning, and relaxing in a new Tahoe.
Ted's Boatorama, boat Boatorama, Ted's Boatorama, boat Boatorama.
The best damn sports show, period. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
Ted Lilly takes the ball today for the Cubs. He won 15 games last season. This afternoon against the Brewers, he looks for win number 1 of 2008. Right now, Cubs reliever Scott Ayers on the 15-day disabled list with a sore elbow, but he hopes to be back real soon. Ayer, like Dan, one of the good guys, but he also lives up to that quirky lefty label. How else do you explain his new home on wheels? Ayer spent spring training living in his new RV, and he gave me a tour in Arizona.
Come on in. You guys want to check it out? This is my baby. I mean, it's a lot more room than you think it is inside. Those are all the pamphlets on how to use everything in here.
He goes in the back and pulls out about 55 manuals. And I'm like, no one even reads manuals. I know he sat there night after night with nothing to do in a trailer park, learning every nook and cranny of that thing.
And this is a bed. This couch jackknifes into a bed, and then the table drops right onto there and makes another like a little sleeping area. It's a 55-plus community. Everyone in here is 55. The minimum is 40. Well, I'm not quite there yet, but I talked to the lady and asked her and said, listen, I just want a place to stay. You know, I'm not going to be loud. I won't. If someone complains, I'll gladly pack up and leave, go somewhere else. I can watch the encore of the game now. I didn't watch any of it. I was in the clubhouse all day. A little hidden meeting behind the sign. My kids don't get it yet, but they will. I mean, it's got cool stuff. You know, it's got this pops out. So you can have, like, you know, serving. You put all your condiments up here and your food and have people come by and get their food. Nice. So, I mean, like, it's not my grandma's.
This is like cribs now.
Yeah, well, no, but it's like my grandma had a trailer on the back of a truck when I was a kid, and it had a fridge, and the fridge was like maybe not even this size here, and it fed, you know, 5 kids for a weekend trip to wherever we went. It just, everything comes in together, and like you can lay back here and sleep while you're driving. That's a full closet back there with the mirrors. Howery would have trouble showering in it because he's taller.
Yeah.
But it has the bubble up top, so you can get up top. But it's a full shot.
Get up there and look in on you too.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to look in on me. There's 2 pools. There's a therapeutic pool, a big hot tub, and bingo on Wednesdays. It has a backup camera, so that's behind us. So then when I signal left, it shoots down the left-hand side, and it actually pulls in and then kind of pops up, and then back it locks in place.
Now that there, Scott, is an RV.
That there's an RV, Clark.
For me personally, you know, it would be good for a road trip here and there. Rent one, go on a big road trip with all your boys. But besides that, I think he's taking it to another level.
See you guys later. It literally is a house on wheels. The biggest thing they told me is just take your time. There's no reason to go fast. Hank's hitting. See, I can watch TV and drive, which is probably against the law. Hello. Oh my gosh. Now, who keeps calling me? Hello. Michael Wirtz. Way too hard to text and drive this beast. I'm on my way to the field right now. Yeah, I got the Comcast crew in here filming, so I'm a little nervous. Got to do things right, you know? God, why is everybody calling? Oh, my wife. Sweet. Hi, sweetie. What was that? Worst part about it, stuff could fall back there. I can't just pull over and pick it up. And he came and picked us up. Oh, wow, what was that? Oh, the shower door, I think. I'm going to stay at the ballpark tonight in it.
Oh, that's an RV.
All done.
I can't wait for him to get back. Would you ever live in an RV? Because I think he's going to invite all left-handed relievers.
There's no chance that I would have spent more than, if I had to, maybe a long weekend, as Mark DeRosa says, you go with the guys, go on a little bit of a road trip, but for 5.5, 6 weeks, not a chance.
I'm going to tell you, it was pretty nice.
Plenty of nice hotels in the Phoenix area, believe me.
It fits his personality for sure. I'm going to tell you, it was pretty nice inside. They could have used him in the bullpen on Monday. The Cubs struggled a little bit once it went from Zambrano to the pen. Kerry Wood came in. He's adjusting to that new role as closer. How difficult will that be for him this season? He gave up the 3 runs, but it's just one game.
I don't think it's going to be difficult at all. I really like the way this bullpen is made up. Kerry Wood is not the first pitcher on opening day to have a rough inning. Everything started hitting weeks. You know, you're in a tie game, 0-0 in the 9th inning. Not a bad pitch here to Braun, just a strong guy who was able to fist the ball. And then the ball that was hit down the corner in right field, not a bad pitch, a good fastball. You know, sometimes you have to give hitters credit, and that's just, it's unfortunate. It's opening day, it gets magnified, but listen, Kerry Wood has been through enough in his career. Good times, bad times. He's got, his arm is in good shape, and it's just a matter of time that you'll see him put the wheels back on. He is the least of my concerns right now for this team. He has good stuff. He's mentally strong. He will pitch good for this team. He threw the ball too well in spring training. And really, this closer's job, the last couple of weeks of spring training, this job was not given to Kerry Wood. He outpitched everybody else in spring training, and he will eventually show that.
All right, I know you love Carlos Marmol. He looked good again on opening day. What about this kid's stuff makes you think he's going to be around for a long time in the big leagues?
Well, he has the kind of stuff that makes hitters swing and miss. You see a lot of right-handed hitters like this swing right here. Now, these are big league hitters. And talking to some opponents last year, talking about Marmol, and to the guy that I talked to, a couple of players on the Philadelphia Phillies, is they thought he had as good a stuff as anybody in the league. And I think this is a really, really good move, what Lou Piniella and Larry Rothschild are doing. The easy thing to do would be to just hand him the ball in the 9th inning. But this is a guy that was worked hard. As we touched on earlier, the Cubs were playing do-or-die baseball from the middle of August on, and he was in just about every game in August and September, and you could see him start to wear down a little bit the last 10 days of the season. Wasn't as effective, wasn't as crisp with his pitches. And I think this is a great move to let him get back into the role that he's comfortable in. He's very valuable setting up and to get his confidence. I think long-term, he's probably the answer. But right now, just biding his time.
And one thing that Lou Piniella said about the decision with Wood, Marmol, Howery, durability sometimes is more important in the middle role because the guys are up and down all the time. You don't want to have Kerry Wood, who's had some arm troubles, warming up, then sitting him down, warming him up, then sitting down. If he's the closer, he's coming in.
It's a lot easier to manage your closer, your 9th inning pitcher, because for the most part, unless you haven't pitched in a few days, you're not going to get in when you're behind in games. You get up once, usually you get in the game.
Well, workers have been busy working on Wrigley Field all winter long, trying to make some updates to the oldest ballpark in the National League. Our Mark Shanowski tells us about some of the changes to the friendly confines this year.
Wrigley Field in all its splendor during the chilly days of a brand new baseball season. To look at the field today, it's easy to forget it looked like this only last fall. A major operation to create a brand new playing surface. The renovation performed by big machinery and a man they call the Sod Father.
At the bottom, you've got the regular native soil. Above that, inside the native soil on 15-foot centers is going to be 8, 12, and 24-inch drain tile. Above that drain tile is a 4-inch lift of pea gravel. Above that is pure sand. Above that will be the sod coming from Colorado.
While players will certainly appreciate the new field, there's also some added comfort in the dugouts with fresh new padding for those riding the bench. And speaking of seats, a talent for bidding and a checkbook were the only items needed to win these seats. A total of 71 up for auction in a partnership between the Cubs and the Chicago Board Options Exchange.
They are spectacular. They are, essentially in the field of play, which is going to be pretty neat for everybody.
It was 1988 when Wrigley Field went through what is perhaps the most radical change with the addition of the light towers. Their 20th anniversary will be celebrated this summer. Of course, there's the addition of the new Ernie Banks statue, and with it a chance to add your name to bricks that make up the new plaza at Clark and Addison. Brand new changes to a grand old stadium that's trying to remain forever young. Mark Shanowski, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thanks, Mark. We are getting closer to the first pitch between the Cubs and Brewers right here on Comcast Sportsnet this afternoon. After a final timeout, Dan will give us his keys to the game.
Quiet on the set, pick 73. Hello out there in TV land.
Save your thoughtful laughter.
Very popular. Whoa, get your foot off the fogger. Okay, here we go with another ho-ho.
There's only one, Bob Rohrman.
Golfers, play more and get more with the Chicago District Golf Association. The CDGA is for everyone who plays the game. For more than 90 years, the CDGA has promoted amateur golf for beginners, juniors, men, women, families, seniors, and everyday champions. We service the game and over 90,000 members. Located in Midwest Golf House, the CDGA is at the center of amateur golf in the Midwest. If you're passionate about golf, the CDGA has what you want. Upgrade your basic membership to a CDGA Platinum membership to receive special green fees and more.
2008. It's not just another year, it's a Danley's year. That's because Danley's Garage World is celebrating 50 years in business, during which Danley's has built over 150,000 custom garages across Chicagoland.
We're really pleased, and I don't have to endure any more winters and cleaning off the car.
Danley's is taking $1,050 off all new garages and including a storage solution starter kit, a $600 value. Danley's Garage World. It's not just a garage, it's a Danley's.
Number 1, second to none. Danley's Garage World.
Depend on Danley.
I have hair here, but not here. Is Old Spice hair and body wash right for me?
Yes, Old Spice hair and body wash is right for you.
I have hair here, here.
Yeah.
I've got hair here, but not here.
Yeah, that's cool.
Is Old Spice hair and body wash right for me?
Yes, cop.
Is it right for me?
Sure, criminal. Old Spice hair and body wash is right for everyone.
What?
It's right for everyone, idiot.
I have hair extensions that technically are made of someone else's hair.
All right.
Is it right for him?
Yeah, it is. Old Spice hair and body wash for hair and or body or both.
Well, the Ivy's not ready, but we are. We're ready for another great season of Cubs baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the Cubs and Brewers coming up at 1:20. Time now for Dan Plezak's Lexus keys to the game. Cubs Brewers, what do you say?
Well, I think a big thing for this Cub team, they struggled in the early part of the season last year scoring some runs. It'd be nice to be able to get a couple of runs early, get the middle part of that order going in particular, get some runs, enable Ted Lilly to settle down a little bit, and hopefully they can catch Jeff Soup on the right day. Get some runs, get the middle part of that order going.
What's Ted Lilly have to do against that dynamite lineup?
Well, one of the things he has to do is limit the base on balls, keep the ball in the ballpark, and really concentrate on that dynamic duo of Braun and Fielder. Two very, very good. One from the left side, one from the right side. This is a very good offensive team. Pay attention, throw strikes early, get a chance to use that big overhand curveball.
It's our first regular season game here on Comcast Sportsnet. How about a prediction for the season? What do you say? 99 years of tears,
I will say this. I think it'll be very disappointing if this team isn't in the postseason. I think they're the best team in division on paper. You don't win games on paper. I think the Brewers are going to be in this all the way to the end. But I just think when push comes to shove, the Cubs have a lot of depth in the starting rotation. They have a very deep bullpen. And the addition of Fukudome, this is the best lineup in this league right now. They should win this division.
And they've definitely done things to improve what they had last year, and they're division champs last year. But Cubs haven't had back-to-back postseason appearances since 1908. So that's sitting over their head,
That's going to change this year. This is a good team. 1 year with Lou Piniella under their belt. He knows the players better. They know him a little bit better. This is a really, really good baseball team, and they're going to prove that this year.
We're looking forward to a fun season right here on Comcast Sportsnet. That's going to do it for us right here in the studios. Be sure to stick around after the final out today for a complete breakdown on Cubs Postgame Live. Dan and I will be here right after the game. Right now, let's send it out to Wrigley Field with Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
Luke and Dan, thanks so much. Always great to hear you guys before a Cubs game. And the weather should be tremendous today. Wind right now blowing from right to left, maybe blowing in a little bit from the lake. But a sunny day should be a great day for baseball.
Well, this is the kind of weather you'll always take early in the baseball season. Sun shining, very comfortable down at field level. Maybe a little chilly in the shade for the fans.
Well, the Cubs go into this one 0-1. Had an off day yesterday. Let's check out the highlights from opening day. What a great start. The morning, there was a little rain, but not enough to stop one of the best ceremonies we've had here in a long, long time. Ernie Banks, Mr. Cub, having his statue unveiled. A lot of fans there after the ballgame taking pictures, and again today, and a lot of rain. We started 41 minutes late. Then in the second inning, Kosuke Fukudome making his Cubs and Major League debut. First pitch he saw from Ben Sheets, a double over Tony Gwynn Jr. Unfortunately, he was unable to score. Carlos Zambrano was excellent. 6 2/3 shutout innings. But this would be the last throw of the day. He had to leave because of a forearm cramp after picking off Bill Hall. So the Cubs had to dip into their bullpen. Carlos Marmol was very good. Into the ninth, however, Kerry Wood in his season debut struggled after it was already 1-0 Milwaukee. Corey Hart with a 2-run double. Then Kosuke came up with 2 on, nobody out, and a 3-1 pitch off Eric Gagne. He absolutely crushed it.
No doubt about it. The little bit of wind swirling around on opening day, we weren't sure whether it was going to give an assist to that ball or not, but it didn't need very much help. He absolutely crushed that ball.
And his first of what may be many curtain calls, 3-3 tie into the 10th with Bob Howery pitching. Tony Gwynn Jr., who was overshadowed a bit by Kosuke. He had a terrific game for Milwaukee, a sacrifice fly, scoring Craig Counsell, and that would end up being the game-winning run. Gagne ends up getting the win, believe it or not. Howery the loss. David Risky got the save. It was all about Kosuke offensively for the Cubs.
Kosuke, we didn't know what to expect. Certainly some butterflies on opening day, and he went out and whacked the first pitch he saw and looked very, very comfortable, which is a key over the course of the long season. Settle in quickly.
So today, more on the pitching matchup a little later, but Ted Lilly, the left-hander, will start for the Cubs, coming off a 15-win campaign, and right-hander Jeff Suppan for Milwaukee. It's great to have with us Gail Fisher down on the field and chatting with Cubs general manager Jim Hendry.
All right, Len, thank you very much. Jim Hendry, what a beautiful day. The sun is shining at least. Are you still on that high from the opening day excitement?
Well, I would have been a little higher if we'd have won the game, but no, we're ready to settle and start playing regular, everyday games. Obviously, we'd like to get a hold of one today and get back on track. Milwaukee's got a great club. We know that, and it was a wonderful game, really, except for the final result. But we did a lot of good things and had a lot of good things come out of that. So hopefully we'll be 1-1 after today.
And the fans were into it. Obviously, Kosuke Fukudome hits the big home run in the 9th inning. It looks like this guy could be a star here.
Well, let's hope so. It's a shame that wasn't a walk-off to win it instead of to tie it. But we let the 9th inning in the top half get away from us. But yeah, Kosuke's a good player. I don't know if we can expect that every day, but I think he certainly turned a lot of heads the other day after, a lot of people were kind of thinking he had a mediocre spring. But we were never worried about him. He was just getting himself ready to play.
You guys will have 16 meetings with the Brewers. This is turning into a nice little rivalry. Obviously, the main team, you guys are going to be battling for an NL Central title. Just talk about Milwaukee, this rivalry, and the fact that you guys, I think, will be spending the majority of the second half of the season up north in Milwaukee.
Yeah, well, they've got a really good team, Gail, and you're right. They're going to be in this thing from start to finish. Doug Melvin's done a really nice job as a general manager. He's a very consistent, quality GM and a very good guy. Ned Yost, he's got a great young club. If their pitching performs and Ben Sheets stays healthy and can do what he did the other day all year, they're going to be tough to beat. They really have probably as good a core group of young position players as there is in the National League. So it's going to be a battle. Everybody that thinks any club's going to run away with this thing is wrong.
Carlos Zambrano had a nice outing on Monday. Ted Lilly goes today. His first game since throwing the glove, I guess, in Game 2 of the NLDS. He has since said he sort of regretted that outburst, but it's nice to see the competitive fire in him.
Absolutely. He's a very competitive guy, and I hate to have people remember that because he did so many good things last year. He could have won 17 or 18 games. He pitched very well early last year when Z didn't, and had a lot of no decisions and a couple of tough losses when we were in our first 6 weeks funk there, but he could have had 3 or 4 wins easily. And he's a competitive guy. Like I said, he's a gamer, and I certainly expect him to go out there and give us a good outing today.
And when you look at how this team shaped up, Lou's going with the same lineup again today. You've got the rotation shaped up with Ryan Dempster going tomorrow. You have to be encouraged by what you see.
Yeah, our pitching is pretty deep, and our bullpen's going to be a strength. Obviously, we had a bad day the other day, but I'm not worried at all about Howery and Woody. They're going to get on track, and our pen will end up being one of our strengths, and I think our pitching depth in the rotation will be a strength for us, too.
Do you think, in terms of Kerry Wood and maybe Bob Howery, it's just one of those early season stuff going on?
Bobby doesn't come out of the gate hardly ever with his best stuff. We always worry about him in spring training. His velocity's not up. This year he tried to start throwing a little earlier to try to compete for the closer's job, but look at his track record. By middle of May or late May every year from the rest of the season on, he's a lights out guy, and he was probably one of the top 8th inning guys in the league last year, after say May 15th. So it'll come back. And Woody had a great spring. The first pitch got away from him and it cost him, but I'm not worried about Woody. He certainly got the velocity, the stuff, and the intestinal fortitude to do that job.
And I know you were still looking at a few different things towards the end of spring training. Are you disappointed that some of those deals and some of those moves that you were thinking about making didn't come to fruition?
Well, you always try to get better, and when things don't work out, you're certainly not, not disappointed. But at the same time, the 1 or 2 people that we chase the hardest are still where they're at. And like I've been telling the press all week, we don't have any right to cast judgment on a club that wants to keep their best players. It wasn't like the player got traded to another club in our division and we could have had him, but we didn't do this or we didn't do that. The players that we chased were really like icing on the cake for us. If we'd have gotten them, we'd have loved to have them. But at the same time, they didn't get traded, and that's the club's right to keep their own guys.
All right, Jim Henry, good to talk to you. Let's hopefully, as you said, go 1-1 and get that first W of the season. Len, let's send it back to you.
Gail, thank you very much. A lot of sunshine today as the Cubs look for their first victory in 2008 pitching matchup when we return here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings.
Add beauty to your home with Western Red Cedar Siding from Menards. It's naturally decay resistant with the warmth of real wood. 8-inch beveled is just 99 cents a linear foot. Finish that new look with aluminum soffit and fascia, now 10% off. It helps ventilate your home, is low maintenance, available in 13 colors, and never needs painting. Menards carries thousands of other products to improve the look and quality of your home. Just stop by the building materials desk to get started.
Save big money at Menards.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with McDonald's Sports Rise, only on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. McDonald's Sports Rise, every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey, Mike! How's it going?
What's that?
My new toys! And the sweet protection plan I bought for them.
It's all clear. There's an easier way to protect your stuff. Call Geico. They can help insure all your vehicles.
Geico Power Sports. Insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
Call Geico.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
A lot of fans already hanging in the bleachers. We're here at Wrigley Field, the Cubs hosting the Milwaukee Brewers. Well, a left-hander today for the Cubs. It'll be Ted Lilly, Jeff Suppan, a right-hander, and in fact, Bob, as far as the rest of the homestand, the Cubs will face nothing but righties.
They're going to see a lot of righties early in the season. Jeff Suppan had a miserable spring down in Arizona. He's traditionally a slow starter, although the month of April was very good for him last year. Ted Lilly's going to incorporate all 4 pitches today. Worked mostly on fastball and changeup in spring. We're going to see everything today.
All right, here we go. It is our regular season debut for 2008 on Comcast Sportsnet. Game 2 of the regular season. Cubs entertaining Milwaukee. Next.
It's gonna work. Why don't they go up? Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men.
Hey, Chicagoland, looking for a career change? International Profit Associates is the nation's leader in management consulting for small and medium-sized companies. IPA had another winning year and is now hiring appointment setters and inside sales representatives. IPA employees are building careers. The 600 employees at the Northwest Suburban office love working at IPA because of unlimited income potential. Create your own promotion. Call IPA at 800-531-2542, weekdays between 7 and 5. Tell them you're looking for a change.
Since 1939, members of the Concrete Contractors Association of Greater Chicago have put quality craftsmanship and expertise into every job. The CCA employs skilled union tradesmen to ensure that every project meets exacting standards. Call 630-9904-CCA to locate a qualified CCA union contractor.
Do you rinse at night? A quick rinse with Listerine puts plaque and gingivitis germs to bed, giving you 12 hours of protection. So rinse under the stars and say goodnight to germs. Listerine.
50 years of innovation, performance, and building dependable cars and trucks have led to this. Nissan's 50th anniversary sales event. See your Nissan dealer now for special 50th anniversary deals, like 1,000 cash back and 3.9% financing on the versatile Sentra or on the dependable Altima. Nissan's Big 5-0. This event ends soon. Don't miss it.
The Reebok Hex Ride running shoe. Extreme comfort and cushioning. Perfect for the off-season.
There is no off-season. I'm with you, Matt. Running keeps me strong.
Got that, Tori. It builds my speed.
Like you need more speed, Chad.
It will to break my records.
Hey, guys. We all have our reasons.
For sure, Stace.
To be a better dancer.
Like me. It's your move, Matt.
Matt, you might want to stick to passing. The Reebok Hex Ride. Available at Dick's Sporting Goods.
There's a swing and a drive, deep right center. That ball carrying. Tie game! Tie game! Kosuke has done it! Oh, baby! Unbelievable!
You're unbelievable.
It is a cool, sunny, and breezy early April afternoon on the north side of Chicago, and we are live from the friendly confines of Wrigley Field for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. After an off day yesterday, the Cubs and the Brewers continue their season-opening three-game series. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. It was quite a day on Monday. Unfortunately, the Cubs came up short, but Kosuke Fukudome did everything he could in his Major League debut.
Well, you know, Len, we talked a lot in spring training and in the early part of the ball game yesterday what an adjustment it's going to be for Kosuke to acclimate himself to the American style of play. The rest of the league needs to figure out Kosuke Fukudome. This guy had an outstanding day yesterday. Hopefully that will propel him to a huge season.
And the first at bat, he hit a double in his first pitch. His last at bat, he worked a 3-1 count against Eric Gagne before tying the ball game with a home run. Prince Fielder, a guy you always have to worry about in the Milwaukee lineup.
Well, Ted Lilly and the rest of the National League pitchers are going to have to worry about the middle of this Brewers lineup, and it all starts with Prince Fielder. You see his numbers against Ted Lilly. He actually handles left-handed pitching pretty well for a left-handed hitter, but this is the one way you can try to attack him, with a lefty with a breaking ball.
Veteran right-hander Jeff Suppan, beginning his second year with Milwaukee, will get the start for Ned Yost. Now down to the field. It's time for our national anthem, and the honors today, it'll be Jackie Dustin, the lead singer of the Chicago band The August. Jackie Dustin with our national anthem. And coming up, left-hander Ted Lilly, coming off a 15-win campaign, will kick off his 2008 season. Cubs hosting the Brewers.
Need a lift?
Yeah.
Hop in.
Chevy Silverado offers 315 horsepower and best-in-class 4x4 highway fuel economy. Better than Toyota, better than Ford.
You too. Get in.
Get a 2008 Chevy Silverado half-ton extended cab LT 4x4 starting at $32,085. Chevy Silverado. This is our truck. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out.
Better phone service.
That's what I need.
Unlimited. Local and long distance.
One low monthly rate.
To anywhere in the U.S. and Canada.
Plus caller ID and voicemail at no extra charge.
That's what I'm talking about. Then start talking with Mediacom Phone. Make your move today to enjoy unlimited calling anywhere in the U.S. or Canada. Caller ID, voicemail, and 10 other features. Just $29.95 a month for 12 months. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV today.
Our eyes meet across the floor.
much more. Let's take a chance on it. Say you'll be mine till spring.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more, trust the Midas Touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac. Life, liberty, and the pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
Opening week 2008. And you know what? I don't see many clouds in the area. That's good news. After a couple of rain delays on Monday, it is gorgeous. Wind again blowing right to left, but a lot of sunshine.
Oh, it was beautiful for batting practice down on the field. The players were all commenting that, you know, with temperatures like this and the sun shining, you don't mind starting the season in the Midwest. Of course, Monday was a little different, a little cooler. The humidity got ratcheted up as the game went on, but that steady drizzling mist that fell all day kind of put a damper on the opening day ceremonies, not to mention the loss to the Brewers.
It's like another huge crowd. The bleachers are already packed. And a great day to be out in the sun. Also great to see our Comcast Sportsnet home crew, led by our producer Bob Albrecht, our director Dave Turner, our associate producer Tamara Anderson, our executive producer out here at the ballpark today, Jim Corno Jr., and the man of the day on Monday, well, there were two, Ernie Banks and Kosuke Fukudome. What a debut. One of the best in Cubs history.
Well, you know, Len, you just try to sit back and put yourself in his shoes. The pressure that he has to be feeling. Strange country, strange city, strange teammates, strange fans. It's all a learning process for him, but what a way to make a debut. I mean, he looked as comfortable as anybody who's been playing with the Cubs for any amount of time.
So as left-hander Ted Lilly takes his warm-up tosses. Now the Brewers Southwest Airlines starting lineup. Ricky Weeks was hit by 2 pitches in the opener. Gabe Kapler came into the ballgame late. He starts in center. Fielder, Braun, Hall, Hart, J.J. Hardy, the shortstop. The pitcher hitting 8th this year for Ned Yost with Jason Kendall in the lineup. Kendall batting 9th.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Same lineup as opening day with the exception of Ted Lilly. That would be Soriano in left, PA in center, Fukudome over in right field, Ramirez and Terrio on the left side, DeRosa and Derek Lee on the right side. Rookie Giovanni Soto doing the catching today for left-hander Ted Lilly. Get a look at his numbers last season. Ted Lilly was one of the steadiest starters that the Cubs had last season. Really made himself at home here at Wrigley Field. We talked about it briefly earlier. In spring training, he really didn't incorporate a lot of his breaking pitches into his arsenal. Used mostly a fastball, a changeup, an occasional slider, but in talking with Lou Piniella and Larry Rothschild before the ball game today, we fully expect to see everything Ted Lilly has in his bag of tricks out there today.
And he'll need it against a very good Brewers lineup. Field and Culbreth, an 11-year veteran, will work the plate. Reynolds, Timmons, and the crew chief Cedarstrom on the bases.
Well, you know, Len, you look at this Brewers lineup and you talk a lot about the guys in the middle, rather, Fielder and Braun and Corey Hart and Bill Hall, but obviously you got to keep those guys at the top of the order off base to minimize the damage. You know, Prince Fielder and Ryan Braun are going to get their hits, they're going to get their home runs. Just try to minimize the effect of those hits by keeping the guys at the top of the order off base.
Dale Swaim coaches at third for Milwaukee. Ed Cedar at first. And Ricky Weeks is ready against Ted Lilly. And there's a drive, and it'll be a leadoff home run for Ricky Weeks. I was going to say, after the first pitch, just happy it didn't hit him. So a little revenge for Weeks against the Cubs pitching staff. And just like that, it's 1-0.
Apparently Ricky Weeks got that target off the back of his jersey today. Got plunked a couple times on opening day. Looks on the first pitch he sees.
First home run for the Brewers this year. They led the majors last year. Gabe Kapler takes a healthy hack and fouls it back. They hit 231 out of the ballpark in 2007. That was a club record. Seventh career leadoff home run for Weeks. Kapler with by far the most at bats in this lineup against Ted Lilly, 4 for 22. And a couple of doubles in his career, and he skies to right, not deep. Kosuke coming in, when pushing it back toward the infield, and that's out number 1.
There's the first pitch of the ball game. Ricky Weeks not even allowing Ted Lilly to settle in. That was a fastball right down Main Street, mid-thigh. Quick bat by Ricky Weeks. And we talked about the wind blowing from right to left. It should help balls like the one that Ricky Weeks hit. I mean, he hit it well, but that ball ended up way out on Waveland Avenue.
Prince Fielder pops up. The first pitch he sees, and it'll be caught by Terrio, who had the back pedal. The temperature at game time 41, and we heard the wind out of the southeast at 5, but the flag's out in center, Bob, on top of the scoreboard. It looks to me like it might be a little heftier than 5 miles an hour.
It's picked up since we got the reading of 5 miles per hour, no doubt about that. That pop-up started on the right side of the infield, ended up on the shortstop side of second base. As always here at Wrigley Field, everybody play everything until somebody gets a bead on it.
Ryan Braun cranks this ball, but again, that wind is going to push it way foul. Boy, they are very aggressive.
Ted Lilly doesn't have great command right now. Every fastball is in the middle of the plate and up a little bit. Ideally, as he continues to get loose out there on the mound and settle in a little more, he'll be able to hit his spots a little better. This is too good of an offensive ball club to try to challenge him with fastballs in the middle of the plate. Good change up that time from Ted Lilly.
Two strikes on Braun.
Boy, the scary thing about this Brewers club, the 4 leading home run hitters on their team, Prince Fielder, Ryan Braun, J.J. Hardy, Corey Hart, all under 27 years of age.
Swing and a miss by Braun. So Lilly gets out of the inning, but the leadoff home run by Ricky Weeks on the opening pitch. And Jeff Suppan will work with a 1-0 advantage to the bottom of the first.
The weather was so much better yesterday.
A bad day in Florida beats a good day almost anywhere else. With over 50 daily flights from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Go to southwest.com for our $84 internet specials.
You are now free to move about the country.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
The Kawasaki Go Green sales event. Get the lowest payments of the year now.
The
Brewers got the leadoff home run from Ricky Weeks. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Lou's going to stick with his lineup from opening day 1 through 8. Terrio, Soriano, and Derek Lee. You see a combined 1 for 15 in the opener. Ramirez, Fukudome, DeRosa in the middle. Soto, PA, and Lilly at the bottom.
And for Ned Yost and the Brewers, one change in center field. Gabe Kapler taking over for Tony Gwynn Jr. Ryan Braun in left field. Corey Hart in right field. Bill Hall, J.J. Hardy on the left side of the infield. Ricky Weeks, Prince Fielder on the right side. Former Cub Jason Kendall doing the catching today for the veteran right-hander Jeff Suppan.
He is ready to work against Ryan Terrio. Fastball, strike one.
Not a lot of tricks with Jeff Suppan, a 4-pitch pitcher. The key to his effectiveness is his ability to keep the ball down in the strike zone, something apparently he had a lot of trouble with in spring training. In Cactus League play, he had 6 starts, 22 2/3 innings pitched, gave up 33 base hits and 22 runs. You see his numbers from last season. Had a real good month of April last year. Went 4-2 in his 6 starts with an ERA of just over 2.5.
Ryan will be followed by Soriano and then Lee. The 0-2 pitch on the way. A ground ball sending Ricky Weeks a little bit to his left. And now Soriano. Lou peppered with questions today. Are you going to change your lineup? He kind of laughed. He said, when I change it, I'm tinkering too much. When I leave it the same for 2 straight games, everybody wants to know if I'm going to change it. Just take a deep breath. In on the hands and fouled back. We want to let everybody know the apostrophe has arrived. Let's play 2. Engraved in the statue of Ernie Banks. It was a kind of a funny story for about 24 hours, but the apostrophe is there.
Yeah, we definitely want to be grammatically correct. The unveiling of the Ernie Banks statue yesterday morning, the apostrophe did not make the trip. But it was a very quick 10-minute process to put it in there, and now all the English teachers in Chicago are happy.
Suppan vacates, fielder makes a catch. If you recall, Derek Lee had a brief collision with Carlos Zambrano the other day, but fortunately everybody's all right.
See, nothing a little white out won't fix.
Now Ernie said let's play 2, but I suppose they could have added a U, let us play 2, but there wasn't enough room. That's why you use the apostrophe. Carlos Zambrano, he says he's fine. The forearm cramping knocked him out of the game after he picked off Bill Hall. His potassium levels weren't quite where they were supposed to be, but the bottom line, the bigger picture, it comes back to his hydration. And the Cubs have done a lot of research. They have talked to numerous specialists. This is not the first time he has suffered cramping. The organization, Bob, has been completely thorough and very aggressive in attacking this problem over the years. And the biggest key from here on out is that Carlos follows the program. And I'm not a medical expert, and I'm sure these things can happen without an explanation, but it sounds like if he is properly hydrated, if he does everything that he is supposed to do, there's a good chance that he will avoid this problem down the road.
Well, we certainly hope so.
A line drive, slicing and dropping fair. Hart had to get by him briefly off the carom, and Lee will end up at second. That should be a double for Derek Lee.
Derek Lee cueing this ball down the right field line. Had a lot of sideways English on that ball. It hits in fair territory, shoots over off the sidewall right through the wickets of Corey Hart. I think Derek was probably going to make an attempt to get to second base anyway with 2 outs in the inning to put himself into scoring position, but once the ball got by Corey Hart, it made it an easy trip to second base.
One thing to keep in mind early on in the season is the playing surface. The new playing surface is playing very fast, and balls are kind of skidding when they hit the grass in the outfield. The grass is pretty short right now.
Now this is a very strange experience for visiting players coming to Wrigley Field who are very used to the hayfield that we used to have in the infield where bunts would disappear from sight. This is about as opposite a situation as you can possibly imagine. This field plays a lot like old Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego. They used to keep the grass cut very short out there, and right now this ballpark is playing very similar to AstroTurf as far as the speed of the balls getting through the infield.
I felt a lot taller standing near the Cubs dugout today because the field is lower.
I thought it looked further away from up here.
Yeah, it is. It's what, a foot and a half? Runner in scoring position and a hitter's count for Aramis. Looking for his first hit of the season. The pitch. Kind of swing you generally want on a 2-0. He might have thought a fastball was coming and he didn't get it.
And with the base open and Aramis Ramirez at the plate, I don't think there's any question at this point. You know, Fukudome's opening day notwithstanding, Aramis Ramirez is the guy in this Cubs lineup you do not want to let beat you, especially with runners in scoring position. So with the base open, the Brewers, Jeff Suppan, and the rest of the league are probably not going to give in to Aramis in this situation.
Weeks shaded toward the middle. Prince Fielder way off the bag at first. And a pop fly down the right field line will get out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cubs are tied for third, but the Brewers and Pirates magic number, I believe, is 161. There's still a long way to go.
Well, I think all the players were glad to come back to the ballpark today for game 2 of a long season. And we talked about it a little bit on opening day, the rhythm and the routine that players get into over the course of the season. And opening day is not a time to fall into your rhythm. There's so many distractions, so much hoopla going on. I'm sure a lot of the players were glad to get back here today and get back into their regular routine.
Again, if Aramis gets on, Fukudome will bat with 2 on.
Yeah,
Ramirez hits a home run.
Be interesting to see what he gets first pitch. Yesterday jumped on the first fastball he saw for a double.
One bouncer handled by Hall, the spin and the perfect throw. And that saved a run as Hall was able to make the play. After 1 from Wrigley Field, 1-0 Milwaukee.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Kelly, it's Daddy. Boop. Hey, Pumpkin, it's Dad's phone. He can't answer right now because he doesn't have AT&T, which means he gets 0 bars up here on this ridge. So, that text message about you spending the night at Steffi's, Johnny Knocker here won't get that. And come Monday, you're gonna be the girl with the crazy father who no one wants to date. Kelly! Sorry, Pumpkin.
For the best coverage, switch to AT&T. More bars in more places.
Kelly Moore!
Friday, overseas sensation Kosuke Fukudome tears up the field against the Houston Astros in HD. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Catch all the action from Wrigley Friday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Ticket sales are at a record pace, but plenty of tickets are still available for the 2008 season. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Just take a guess who's coming up. The guy who made the defensive play to end the first, Bill Hall. Not playing a new position because he had played third base before, but last year he was a center fielder. So he's back in the infield. His home run totals went way down. One ball, one strike. Corey Hart on deck, and then J.J. Hardy. Pitchers received permission to blow on their hands on the mound, but the umpire has to tell you that you can do that.
Such a fine line between blowing into your cupped hand and actually putting some moisture on your fingertips, and of course the veterans know how to get away with it.
Pop up behind home plate, and Soto makes a catch. A wind-blown foul, drop untouched on Monday. Well, Bob, we encourage our viewers from our center field camera to check out the catcher's signs. With runners on base, generally you're going to see a bunch of signs, but here you see Giovanni Soto called for a fastball in against Ryan Braun, but that's not what Ted Lilly threw.
No, Ted Lilly actually threw a changeup to get the swinging strike three, and that's not unusual. A catcher, especially with nobody on base, they don't mind if a pitcher throws a changeup off of the fastball sign. That's a pitch that's very easy to react to behind home plate. There's not an inordinate amount of movement, and with nobody on base, most catchers don't mind that at all. I'm not sure why Ted Lilly just didn't shake to a changeup right there, but probably wanted to stay in the rhythm he was on out there in the mound. He saw the fastball sign. He said, well, I'll just change up on my own, and threw a good pitch. Now with runners on base, the catcher needs to know exactly what pitch is coming in the event the runners may be moving. Pitch might end up in the dirt.
Like that one, and Soto tags out hard after the strikeout. Number 2 for Ted.
Starting to get better location on his pitches now. Off-speed pitch down in the dirt. Nice job by Gio to keep that ball in front after the swinging strike by Corey Hart.
Now J.J. Hardy, who went 0 for 4 Monday, 2 for 9 in his career against Lilly. Ball 1.
Big out right here with the pitcher on deck. Of course, Ned Yost flipping the 8 and 9 spots in his lineup, has the pitcher hitting 8th with Jason Kendall, the catcher, hitting 9th. So consequently, this is the guy you'd like to get to end the inning, have the pitcher leading off the next half.
J.J. Hardy was an all-star last season. Hit 26 home runs. His career high in the minor leagues was 12. That was a Double-A in 2003. In fact, he hit 25 home runs in his 4 minor league seasons. Well, he topped that in 2007 in the big leagues alone. And that's the one thing, if you look at the history of this game, power numbers can fluctuate, and guys who don't hit for power early in their career can hit for more power later. Usually patience and on-base percentage, that stays more constant.
Well, the more time you have in the major leagues, the more pitches you see, the more at-bats you have. You start to learn pitchers' habits out there on the mound. You get yourself into counts where you can be more aggressive and try to drive the ball with authority.
Full count on Hardy. Soto setting up shop toward the outside part of the plate. And it's fouled away, still 3-2. Other action today, Kansas City leading Detroit 2-0 at Comerica Park. They're in the top of the 7th. The Royals won in extras on opening day. Ted Lilly getting into a groove here, 6 in a row after that first pitch home run to Ricky Weeks.
'85, '86.
Want a hit?
87.
Major League Baseball 2K8. Rated everyone. I said 2K. K.
Touch here. Can't feel the immediate response as you paddle shift your way through the 6 speeds? That's because there's only one place to experience the race-inspired IS. Your Lexus dealer. Where the sooner you test drive the IS, the sooner you'll know why nothing else feels quite like a Lexus. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
And everywhere I go, there's always something to remind me of another place and time.
Do you like that song? Yes.
Want to rock? Major League Baseball 2K8. Rated everyone. I said 2K. K.
Cubs Baseball is brought to you in part by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico Dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Hey, meet the team, have a ball. Presented by Bank of America's on Tuesday, May 13th at 2:30. Collect autographs on an authentic Major League Baseball from the 2008 Cubs players and coaches in attendance. Limited tickets are available for $300 each. Proceeds benefits Cubs designated charities. To purchase tickets, visit www.cubs.com/tickets.
Big hand for Kosuke Fukudome. Batting 1,000. He leads off the last of the 2nd and takes a pitch outside, ball 1.
Well, he did get a first pitch fastball, but it had some movement away and just tailed out of the strike zone.
2-0. Ned Yost said the scouting report Milwaukee had on Fukudome didn't work. Said he had a totally different approach than the one they saw from him in spring training. I think his teammates kind of felt the same way. He told reporters after the game that it's 3-0 on him. Said no, the approach was the same, although he did admit that maybe the opening day adrenaline kicked in a little bit and helped him mentally. Ball 4. Base percentage still perfect.
Still perfect. I'll tell you what, Len, a smart ball player can use those advanced scouting reports to his advantage. We all know from what we've seen in spring training from Kosuke, very patient at the plate as he just showed. Doesn't chase pitches out of the strike zone. Consequently, the Brewers thought they could get ahead by throwing strike 1, and Kosuke did not allow them to do that yesterday.
You bring up an excellent point. Even the most patient hitters occasionally have to jump all over that first pitch just to keep teams honest. We occasionally see Derek Lee tear into one on the first pitch. Normally extremely patient, as is Mark DeRosa. Fielder holds on Fukudome. And the pitch by Suppan catches the outside corner, so that's his first strike of the inning.
And certainly many times the situation will dictate how aggressive or how passive you are as a hitter with runners in scoring position. You know, most guys tend to swing at that first pitch they see in the strike zone, so it varies from at bat to at bat over the course of a season.
Long pause by Suppan. Too low, 2-1.
You know, and I touched on it in the open of the show. You know, we talk so much about the adjustment period for Kosuke, learning a new city, new fans, new teammates, a new ballpark. But the league is going to have an adjustment period trying to figure him out as well. He's already confounded Ned Yost and the Brewers in one game so far this season. Every team's going to have to develop a book on the Cubs right fielder.
Well, the most patient part of the Cubs lineup as it's currently constructed is actually in the middle. Derek Lee, number 3, Fukudome 5, DeRosa 6. Fouled off. And what that means, Bob, is that Ryan Theriot and Alfonso Soriano, they're going to have to get their hits. I mean, generally, those guys, when they get on base, it's going to be because of hits. So if they hit for a high average, this lineup will really work.
And if they don't hit for a high average, don't be surprised to see Lou play some musical chairs with this lineup until he settles on something that he feels will be productive on a daily basis.
Now, some may say that's obvious, Len. If you hit for a high average, you're productive. Well, my point is there are some leadoff hitters who could hit 260, but if they get on base at a 370 clip, they're doing their job.
Perfect example is Ichiro in Seattle. Ichiro rarely takes a walk, but he gets his 220, 230, 240 hits a year.
Yeah, he hit 330 every year. I want to check out his on-base percentage. 2-2 on DeRosa, nobody out, and the pitch. Shattered bat. Let's see if the Brewers can turn 2. They do. 5-4-3. DeRosa might have had a little bit of a late start as that bat exploded on him.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of recoil when you get jammed as badly as Mark DeRosa just did. He has trouble getting unwound and out of that batter's box. Quick start by Bill Hall at third base. Plenty of time for Ricky Weeks to complete that relay throw on to first.
Well, the base is empty for the catcher Giovanni Soto. Yeah, Ichiro's a perfect example of what you're talking about. A career .334 hitter. His on-base percentage .379. Now the split of 45 points is not that great for a leadoff hitter, but he hits for such a high average. And by the way, he is off to a 3-for-8 start after a slow start in spring training. Wild game in Seattle last night as Josh Hamilton of the Rangers hit a game-winning 2-run homer in the 9th off J.J. Putz, who blew the save last year. Putz did not blow a save until July 25th. In fact, Seattle went 75-0 leading into the 9th inning. They were unable to beat the Rangers last night. Well, he's not the only closer who's given it up. Kerry Wood, Eric Gagne struggled here on Monday. Soto drives it to left. Ryan Braun backing up right on the warning track. He makes a catch. Leadoff walk to Fukudome. The Cubs did make Suppan work, but that double play ball bailed him out.
The 48 mile per gallon rated Toyota Prius. The 31 mile per gallon rated Toyota Camry. The 36 mile per gallon rated Toyota Yaris. And the 2009 Toyota Corolla, rated at 35 miles per gallon. Long live the road trip. It's a great way to keep moving forward.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago.
When the subject is trucks,
you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Creative Machining Technologies, machine components built for high performance. We recently celebrated being awarded the prestigious ISO 9001-2000 certification, which is only given to companies that provide the highest quality work for their customers. Our skilled machinists use the latest technology and precision equipment to create machine components for the agricultural, petrochemical, wind, trucking, energy, earth-moving, and automotive industries. Creative Machining Technologies, manufacturing products for the world.
Tonight, catch the latest edition of Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan, Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live tonight at 5:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. 0-1 on Jeff Suppan, batting 8th for Milwaukee. 1 career home run and a 183 batting average. Ted Lilly won 15 in 07. 9 of those wins came at home. He was 9-1 in 17 starts following a Cubs defeat. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Had the highest winning percentage in the majors last year, according to the Elias Sports Bureau, following a team loss. Got him, called strike 3. He has fanned 4 of the last 5 hitters.
Now, we talked about the first inning and his lack of command. A lot of fastballs down the middle of the plate. Couldn't get his changeup down. He has really come around quickly here, starting to hit his spots with consistency, keeping the ball down and out of the middle of the plate.
Former Cub Jason Kendall signed by Milwaukee in the offseason to replace Johnny Estrada. Damian Miller no longer a Brewer. Mike Rivera is Kendall's backup.
How about this, Len? I always ask the visiting managers who their emergency catcher is. Now, it rarely happens, but just in case, I always want to know who is the third or the fourth guy on the depth chart to go back there behind the plate. Kendall hooks one foul into the bleachers. And Ned Yost mentioned Craig Counsell. He mentioned Gabe Kapler and Dave Bush, right-handed pitcher who apparently did some catching in high school. And I said, well, certainly you wouldn't throw him back there, would you? And he said, well, I wouldn't want to, but if I had to, we would.
My answer was going to be Ted Simmons.
Well, why not?
The bench coach. He was the starter in '82. When the Brewers last made the playoffs, they went to the World Series that year, and his backup was Ned Yost.
A lot of backup catchers find their way into that hot seat. I talked about it the other day. When you're the backup catcher, you spend a lot of time on the bench.
Fair ball, bobbled, and Kendall's on. First error of the year for the Cubs.
A fairly routine play. Kendall still runs fairly well for a catcher. Aramis just loses the handle right there. Had plenty of time to go across for the out. Yeah, you don't see that very often.
Well, the last 3 plate appearances for Ricky Weeks: hit by pitch, first pitch home run. And we noted how close he is to the plate. You see that front elbow is right over the inside corner.
Is that protective elbow guard on the front elbow, his left elbow. Yeah, but you're right. He gets right up close to the plate. Bends over slightly with the upper body, putting that left elbow very near the upper right quadrant of the strike zone.
That almost hit him. The one thing Ricky Weeks has to watch is going too fast. He has the bat waggle. That was intended to slow down his swing. Started doing that in 2004, and he tends to want to do everything quickly and is extremely intense, and the Brewers have stressed staying relaxed in all areas.
So you can see a lot of movement with the hands and the upper body, that bat waggle you talked about. I always felt as a catcher, if you could make that guy stand in the box for a long time doing that and try to time your sign to the pitcher so that he delivers the pitch just about the time those forearms are starting to tighten up, you might have a pretty good chance of getting a weak swing or an easy out.
Another one in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There was a time you had to be concerned with Jason Kendall on over there at first base. At tremendous speed for a catcher. Stole a lot of bases early in his career. Not as likely to attempt a stolen base, more likely to be part of a hit and run, which you certainly wouldn't anticipate with 2 strikes on the hitter.
Yeah, he set a National League record in 1998 when he was with the Pirates with 26 stolen bases. That's a record for catchers. I know you almost broke that record many times in your career. What was your career high? Do you remember?
I hit double figures 3 times. 10, 10, and 10.
That's actually excellent.
Well, I had the element of surprise working for me.
10 times?
Yeah, a lot of times the first baseman would play behind me over there at first base, and I'd look into the dugout, and Roger Craig would kind of shrug his shoulders. Yeah, if you think you can get it, go ahead and go.
Lilly has a sign he wants from Giovanni Soto. Long look at Kendall, who's inching off first. 2-2 pitch, a high drive, bringing Felix PA in. 2 down.
I think I've told the story in the past, but one of the greatest thrills of my major league career was the first time that a team actually pitched out when I was on first base. I mean, that is an honor for a catcher to have the opposing team pitch out.
Did you run on that pitch?
No. Okay. We don't run on pitch outs.
You were so good as a base runner, you smelled it.
Yeah.
You knew they were going to pitch out. Here's former manager Gabe Kapler. That's true. He had retired and spent last year managing in the Boston minor league system at Single-A Greenville. Well, they have Kendall picked off. The throw by Lee. The tag applied by DeRosa. What are they saying? Home plate umpire. Field and Culbreth. Is he calling a balk?
I believe he's calling a balk on Ted Lilly, saying that he broke that 45-degree angle, stepped too far toward home plate before throwing on to Derek Lee at first base. He's going to offer a quick explanation to Lou Piniella here. You're not really allowed to argue a balk call, but certainly you are entitled to an explanation of why it's a balk. You can see the front leg crosses just slightly over the plane of the rubber. I don't think it was the angle in which he stepped to first base. I think it was the fact the right foot came behind the rubber. And when he does that, when a left-handed pitcher does that, he is required to throw the ball to home plate.
And you see right there, Field and Culbreth immediately made the call.
And I think he got it right. Just judging by Ted Lilly's body language out there on the mound, he saw Kendall going and decided to abort his pitch to home plate and go ahead and pick to first and hope nobody noticed.
So an error and a balk. And Kendall's at second. With 2 outs and an 0-2 count on Gabe Kapler getting his first start of the year at center field. Hoisted to left. Soriano with a routine play, and he hops and makes a catch. And the inning is over. Ted Lilly might get a further explanation from Field and Culbreth. It's 1-0 Milwaukee.
These aren't just our guests. These are our neighbors. So we don't just make them appetizers, we make them Applebee's Ultimate Trios. Choose 3 of our most killer apps for one low price. Like tangy citrus teriyaki wings, crispy panko-crusted dynamite shrimp, even our all-Angus mini bacon cheeseburgers. Ultimate Trios. This grillin' bar is raising the bar. Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood.
Get a 2008 Chevy Malibu starting at $19,995. The 2008 North American Car of the Year. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Protect your home from water damage with Coleman Pumps, all on sale at Menards. This half-horsepower sump pump is just $149. This half-horsepower cast-iron sewage pump is $179. Improve the quality of your water with a Water Boss water softener. Having soft water gives you cleaner dishes, cleaner laundry, and softer skin. A 37,000 grain capacity unit is just $449. From selecting the right softener to the right sump pump, Menards team members will help you get what you need.
Save big money at Menards.
Friday, overseas sensation Kosuke Fukudome tears up the field against the Houston Astros in HD. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Catch all the action from Wrigley Friday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey fans, experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the batter's eye in center field. Offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100, the batter's eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago's unpredictable spring weather. The batter's eye is also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more information, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS.
They all knew they were on camera. They were all waving at us, but you can't see them through the batter's eye. 1 strike on Felix P.A. Good numbers against Suppan, 3 out of 7 with a double and a home run for Felix. Ryan Braun will make the catch out in left. Well, Jeff Suppan 5-5 in his major league career with a good 3.15 ERA and 16 starts against the Cubs. 3-2 with a 3.42 in 8 previous appearances at Wrigley. As Bob mentioned, he really scuffled in spring training with an 8.34 ERA.
He likes pitching at home. However, last year at Miller Park was 9-3, and in his career at Miller Park 14-3.
9-3 at home and 3-9 on the road in 2007. He signed a 4-year contract with $42 million prior to last season. Club option for 2011. It was the largest contract in Brewers history when he signed it. If their general manager Doug Melvin has his druthers, that contract will be surpassed a couple of times down the road. Probably one will belong to the first baseman. And they would like to get the left fielder signed as well. They probably won't have to pay him quite as much because of his service time, but eventually Ryan Braun is going to make ridiculous money. And there are reports that they are working and trying to get a long-term agreement with those 2 young superstars.
Well, that seems to be the blueprint nowadays. If you've got a couple of young homegrown players that you want to keep with the organization and build your franchise around those guys, and certainly Fielder and Braun appear to be the kind of 2 guys you'd want to build a team around. Try to lock them up for a long time as early as you can. Cleveland Indians kind of the role model for Major League Baseball as far as signing their young players to long-term contracts very early.
Lilly makes contact in the hole at short is J.J. Hardy. Routine play, 2 outs. That's a fine line. If you do it too early before you really know what you have, you can make a mistake. But if you wait too long before a guy, for instance, hits 50 home runs in a season like Fielder did last year, and he was not real happy with the contract he ended up getting for 2008. There was nothing he could do about it. He was renewed for $670,000. That's right, 50 home runs and then He's making under $700,000, and all the payroll information was released yesterday. The average salary in Major League Baseball is over $3 million. So you have a guy who led the league in home runs and is making scant money, really, when you compare it to everybody else. But this game is all about service time. You have to pay your dues.
Well, that's the one form of protection that the owners do have. Until players become arbitration eligible, they're pretty much at your control.
There's the first hit of the year for Ryan Theriot.
Always good to get that first one out of the way. You'd like to do it right out of the chute to start the season. Ryan gets his first base hit with a clean single just to the left of straightaway center field. Little tailing fastball on the inside part of the plate. Kendall wanted it away. Nice quick swing by the right.
Soriano will try to follow up by getting on base for the first time. Low and outside. I understand how fans are amazed and sometimes frustrated at how much money the superstars make, and when they don't succeed, it's easy to get aggravated. But baseball, more than any other sport, by and large, guys really have to toil for a long time before they're able to make big money. You didn't sniff the big leagues for the first, what, 6-7 years of your pro career?
I spent 6 seasons in the minor leagues. I was one of those 27-year-old rookies at the big league level. Of course, times were a little different back then. Minimum salary my rookie season, I believe, was $32,500, which is, pretty much tip money for a road trip nowadays.
Theriot faked towards second, and Soriano fouled it back.
I figured they must have released the salary information recently. I saw something about A-Rod in the paper making more this year than the entire Marlins roster.
A-Rod making $28 million. The Marlins payroll $21.8. Again, the average salary for the first time is over $3 million. And in the story I saw in the USA Today, Detroit, the biggest bump in payroll. The Tigers at $137.7 million, $42.5 million more than they spent last year. The Yankees leading the way at $209 million. The Mets at $137.8. The Cubs at $118.3. That's up from $99.67 in 2007. $209 million. They haven't won a World Series since 2000. A 1-2 pitch to Soriano, fastball missed.
Well, you can see most of the times when teams try to get Soriano to chase a pitch, they go up higher than high out of the strike zone or further away. Not too many guys try to bounce a ball to Soriano, because if you make a mistake and don't get that pitch down in the dirt, that's in his happy zone. I've seen him golf pitches right off his shoe tops.
Theriot runs and a roller to third. Long throw, Bill Hall, and he got him by a half step. Bill Hall's made 2 very nice defensive plays in the first 3 innings. It remains 1-0 Brewers.
People think life in California is one big vacation, but it's really a lot of work.
We have board meetings.
Lots of board meetings.
We're always playing catch up. We're really just a bunch of pencil pushers.
We burn the midnight oil.
Hey, it's a dirty job.
Someone's got to do it.
So if California seems like your kind of work,
when can you start?
Find yourself in California. Fly Southwest Airlines Internet specials from Chicago Midway to select cities in California for just $99.
You are now free to move about the country.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers or 3 beef and cheddars or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Tonight, the youth continue to dominate at the United Center as Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves face off against the Red Wings in high definition. Coverage starts at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Red Wings in HD tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
The Menards grounds crew dragging the infield, smoothing out all the bumps. Did a wonderful job on Monday. This field took on a lot of rain. And a fantastic job by Roger Baird and his crew. Roger Bossard, who oversaw the playing surface renovation. Roger Bossard, groundskeeper at U.S. Cellular Field for the White Sox. Underway in the 4th inning. It is 1-0 Brewers. Prince Fielder popped to the shortstop his first time. One ball, one strike. Hit foul past third. Had somebody talking about trying to keep your young stars happy, maybe giving them a little bump as opposed to renewing their contract, saying, well, you know, you don't want to upset them now because down the road you want them to have good feelings about the organization when they hit free agency. I'm not so sure it makes a difference. When the player has the hammer, they usually use it. The team might as well early on, right?
Absolutely.
That's just business. Soriano the catch. Time now for our first Aflac trivia question of 2008. The Duck is 1 year older, still looks great. Which Cub legend equaled Kosuke Fukudome with multiple hits and RBIs in his Cub debut in 1960? Get the answer coming up.
You know, the thing about Prince Fielder, I don't believe there's any doubt in anybody's mind. He's going to make a whole lot of money playing this game of baseball. And like you said, sometimes patience is a hard thing for a young player, especially when you put up the kind of numbers that he did. Nice slow curveball from Ted Lilly. That ball was still in the air, and he was starting to charge home plate when Braun showed bunt.
Drilled fair. It hit the glove of Aramis, even though that ball landed foul. Braun hustling towards second, and he'll slide in safely.
An odd-looking player there. The ball landed in foul territory and apparently got a piece of Aramis Ramirez's glove as he tried to make a diving attempt. Yes, indeed, he did deflect it into foul territory, and the ball was in fair territory when he made contact with it. Had Aramis been over the foul line when he made contact with that baseball, it would have been called a foul ball. Nice hustle by Ryan Theriot to try to get the ball to second base quickly, but to no avail.
Quick call made by Gary Cedarstrom, the crew chief, who is at third. First hit for Milwaukee since the leadoff home run by Ricky Weeks in the first. Lilly facing Milwaukee for the 5th time in his career, 4th start. He's 1-1 with a .509. Had 20 quality starts in 07 that led the Cubs. Also had the 4th lowest ground ball fly ball ratio in the majors, .75. What does that tell you? Well, he's an extreme fly ball pitcher.
He tends to work his fastball across the top of the strike zone to complement that big over the top curveball. Those are the kind of guys that usually do give up a lot of fly ball outs. A slider for a called strike.
Did some number crunching in the offseason.
No.
3 of the top 4 fly ball pitchers statistically were lefties. There was a right-hander in that mix. He was first on the list. Chris Young of the Padres. That makes sense, pitching in a fast ballpark.
And a high fastball pitcher.
Oliver Perez, Matt Chico, Ted Lilly ranked 2 through 4. Rich Hill was 11th on that list. Don't know if it means anything, but thought I'd point that out.
Outs are outs. Certainly there will be situations you'd much prefer a ground ball than a fly ball, but as long as you get 27 of them with your team in the lead, it doesn't matter how you get those outs.
The one classic example of a ground ball fly ball ratio maybe affecting a contract, and it backfired, was Colorado signing Mike Hampton. And when it happened, they said, well, he's a sinker baller, so he should fare well in Colorado. Well, the problem is gave up a lot of hits.
And spent a lot of time in the training room. According to all reports, Mike Hampton throwing the ball extremely well this year for the Atlanta Braves. They should have quite a formidable rotation if everybody is back and healthy. Paying a lot of attention to Braun out there at second base, trying to shorten up that lead. Really trying to give his outfielders an opportunity to throw him out at home plate should there be a base hit to the outfield.
A 1-2 on the way. Another ball hit very hard and just foul into the Cubs bullpen.
I haven't been down to the bullpen yet to see what the sight lines are like. Well, for both teams, really, the seats that kind of jut out a little bit into that warning track area that have been added this year. You see right there where the security guard is sitting. It kind of blocks the view a little bit from that one end of the bench down there in the bullpen. That's not fair.
These are the CBOE seats. And a base hit for Bill Hall. Braun's coming around. Here's a throw by PA toward the plate. Tag applied, but it's a little tardy. Good throw by Felix, but Braun got in there, and it's 2-zip.
Well, I'll correct you just a little bit, partner. Strong throw from PA,
Gotcha.
Not necessarily a good throw. He airmails this all the way to the plate over everybody. Braun slides in safely, and of course, because this throw is over everybody's head, that allows the hitter to motor on into second base. Brewers have another man in scoring position.
Swing and a miss by Corey Hart. 2-0 Milwaukee. Hart makes good contact past PA. Hall will score easily. And Corey Hart has 3 RBIs in the series. He thumped that one into the gap.
I'm not sure if that ball was knuckling or hooking off the bat of Corey Hart. It looked like PA had a pretty good line on it when it was initially hit. That ball just kept going further and further away from him toward the gap. PA takes a very shallow line to this ball. Hart squares it up on a line. And as PA gets closer, he realizes he took too shallow of a line, has to retreat to the ivy to make the play.
Now, Bob, getting back to your point about Felix's throw, is that a 2-part issue? If he hits the cutoff man, you still can get the guy at the plate, and it also gives you the option of keeping that runner at first base if you don't have a play at the plate.
Yeah, really the only time it's okay to overthrow everybody and try to get the guy at the plate is if that's a game-winning run right there and you want to cut it off and you don't care what happens to the batter runner. But this early in a ball game, you're supposed to make a throw that can be cut off by Derek Lee over there in the middle of the infield so he can cut that runner down at second base and keep him out of scoring position. If it's a good throw on line, Giovanni Soto, the catcher, will tell Derek Lee to let the throw go. I mean, a lot of teams don't take infield practice before the ball game anymore, but as part of infield practice, the cutoff man gets out there in a position, the outfielder makes the throw, and the catcher shouts instruction to the cutoff man whether he should let the throw go, cut 3, cut 2, whatever the circumstances may be. But when the throw is that high, there is no choice on what you're going to do. It's going to carry all the way to home plate in the air, and that trail runner can advance to the next base.
Veteran John Lieber is getting loose. And when Lieber does make an appearance, whether it's today or later this week, it'll be his first as a Cub since 2002. 2 in for the Brewers, who lead 3-0. J.J. Hardy with a fly ball. Soriano calls off PA. That snaps a string of 3 consecutive hits.
Ted Lilly paying a lot of attention to those runners at second base. You may remember last year, Ted Lilly, Rich Hill, both very slow to the plate with runners at second base. They work very hard with runners at first base, occasionally using a slide step to change their rhythm, but a lot of attempted steals of third base against the Cubs left-handed starters last year.
The one thing that may make Ned Yost reconsider hitting the pitcher 8th is if the 6 and 7 guys have monster years, because the last thing a manager wants is a pitcher to kill a rally. Now, in this spot, he bats with 2 outs and a runner at second base. But again, the reason Milwaukee is doing it is because of Jason Kendall, not because of the offensive abilities of their pitching staff. Kendall has shown a propensity to get on base and has hit into a lot of double plays in his career. Tapper toward third. A lot of time for Aramis. Bad throw, tag applied, and they get it. RBI hits by Bill Hall and Corey Hart, and the Milwaukee lead has stretched to 3.
Everything okay, Carl? I'm winning, right? Yeah, but the other drivers think Aflac sponsorship's giving you an advantage.
Well, if you're sick and you can't work, Aflac pays cash fast to help keep you in the race.
I know, but they see it a little differently. I taught him that.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Yeah. You have 88 minutes to live.
Who the hell is this?
Tick-tock.
Do you know a woman named Dale Morris? She was murdered last night. What's going on here?
They found physical evidence that implicates you.
Somebody's trying to kill me.
How do I know that you haven't gone completely over the edge?
Did I blow up my car? Did I fire bullets at myself?
37 minutes.
I'm gonna find you.
88 minutes. Rated R. In theaters everywhere, April 18.
The Reebok Hex Ride running shoe. Extreme comfort and cushioning. Perfect for the off-season.
There is no off-season.
I'm with you, Matt. Running keeps me strong.
Got that, Tori. It builds my speed. Like you need more speed, Chad.
It will to break my records.
Hey guys, we all have our reasons.
For sure, Stace.
To be a better dancer.
Like me.
It's your move, Matt.
Matt, you might want to stick to passing. The Reebok Hex Ride, available at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Time to get back to our Aflac trivia question. Which Cub legend equaled Kosuke Fukudome with multiple hits and RBIs in his Cub debut in 1960? I believe he's a couple doors down up here in the press box. Ron Santo, June 26, 1960.
2 for 4 with 3 RBI on opening day, and didn't slow down a bit after that.
The Cubs offense to start this season, this is only game 2, but it's been basically Kosuke Fukudome. Knocked in all 3 with a home run on opening day, and the night Cubs scoreless, but it's still early. We're only in the 4th inning. The Menards' big lumber stat. Derek Lee with a double, making him 17 for 37 with 6 career doubles against Jeff Suppan. He's left the park 3 times, 9 walks, 4 strikeouts. Two balls, no strikes. The wind and the pitch. Hammered deep, left center. Derek Lee, home run. There's the big lumber. It's 3-1. His 4th career homer off Suppan. Give him 6 total bases in his first 2 at-bats today.
Yeah, the first one was a little floater down the right field line that fell for 2 bases. No doubt about this one. Crisply struck line drive into the bleachers. Our Heineken home run replay. Derek Lee picking on a high fastball, riding it out of here to left center field for his first home run of the season.
So the Cubs are on the board. Outside corner strike on Oramas. Home run numbers were down for Derek last season. He hit 22. Still hit 317, knocked in 82, had 43 doubles and a triple. Good to see him turn on one. We should add the Aflac trivia answer. Ron Santos 2 for 4 with a double and 3 RBIs in Pittsburgh on June 26, 1960. It was a doubleheader, and in game 2 he went 1 for 3 with 2 knocked in. So 5 RBIs in his first day in the big leagues. Now, it wasn't Lou Pinella's major league debut, but it was his Kansas City Royals debut in 1969 when he went 4 for 5 as the Royals leadoff hitter. Not bad.
Hard to picture Lou as a leadoff hitter.
He said it was a mistake. Played center field in the Royals' 4-3 win over the Twins. Inside, ball 4. No strikeouts for Suppan. He has walked 2, and here comes Kosuke. His second plate appearance. He walked his first time.
Let's see how he approaches this at bat. He has a runner on first base this time. Huge hole on that right side of the infield. One thing we did see from Kosuke in spring training was the ability to hit the situations. He can roll over a ball, hit a ground ball through that right side. We saw yesterday looking for pitches up in the zone to drive to the outfield. Good opportunity here for the Cubs.
Pitch by Suppan, and he does jump on that first one. And a great catch by a big Cub fan in the second row in the CBOE seats.
Ooh, that was a lifesaver right there. That was a screamer. First baseman's mitt.
Kosuke, the first Cub to make his big league debut on opening day as a starter since Kevin Ory in 1997. Now, in Japan, the surname is said first. So it would be Fukudome Kosuke or Suzuki Ichiro. Fans were chanting his name on Monday. Good stop by Jason Kendall.
Well, we could refer to him like Lou Piniella did at the convention this year for the first couple days. Our new guy from Japan.
Wearing number 1. Holds his hands high. The pitch. Smothered again by Kendall. 3-1. And Fukudome continues to get into deep hitters counts. Patient hitters do walk, but it's not all about walks. It's about exactly what you said early on in the ballgame, putting yourself in the catbird seat.
Well, there's a reason why aggressive hitters a lot of times find themselves in 0-2, 1-2 counts and end up chasing pitches around the edges of the zone. And the opposite side of that coin is a patient hitter who has himself consistently in 2-0 and 3-1 counts. It's all about, the advantage and especially for control pitchers, guys who can throw the ball pretty much wherever they want, whenever they want. You allow them to get ahead in the count and they're going to expand that strike zone and make you chase bad pitches. You force those guys to come over the plate in those 2-0, 3-1 counts, you can get much better pitches to hit and do a lot more with them.
That's why Greg Maddux is ticketed for the Hall of Fame. There's a guy loosening in the Cubs bullpen who has been a notorious strike thrower, John Lieber. Runner goes on the 3-2, a swing and a miss, and Ramirez will be tagged out. That's a strike him out, throw him out, double play, 2 gone. Jason Kendall was 2 for 2 in the caught stealing department from behind the plate.
We talked about it briefly on opening day. He worked hard this winter with his father, Fred Kendall, one of the best catching instructors in all of baseball. A little off-speed slider there. Got the swinging strike at home plate, and at that point, Aramis Ramirez is at the mercy, just hoping Kendall made a bad throw or J.J. Hardy dropped it. Well, they felt that Jason had developed some mechanical flaws in his throws to second base. He worked very hard this winter to correct those, and so far perfect on the season, throwing out attempted base stealers.
Lee led off the inning with his first home run. Mark DeRosa finds the gap. Braun not able to cut it off before it gets to the barrier, and that'll be an easy double for DeRosa.
Take a look at DeRosa's swing here. Belt high, middle plate fastball. Looked like Ryan Braun had thoughts about trying to cut that ball off, but decided to play it cautiously, lets it roll all the way to the wall. And I think that's something we'll see a lot early in the season from Ryan Braun. He's not going to err on the side of aggressiveness until he feels more comfortable in left field.
I think there are two things: the inexperience in left, and he also, during BP, might have noticed the fast track and thought, if I try to go after this ball and deflect it, I could turn a double into a triple. Balls are just shooting past outfielders. And the thing about it is the Cubs don't have the advantage in that regard. They've been here as much as the Brewers have this week.
It will develop over the course of the early part of the season as the Cubs play more home games here at Wrigley and get to know their new turf.
That's why batting practice is so important. You talk about the virtues of outfielders playing balls off the bat in BP. Just understanding the landscape. Former Cub Juan Pierre used to roll balls down the foul lines as he thought about bunting in ball games. It's a big, big part of it, especially in a ballpark like this that changes so much.
We talked a lot about the adjustments for Kosuke Fukudome playing for the Cubs here this season, and I think probably the biggest adjustment will be playing defense in right field as the winds change from the beginning of the ball game to the end of the game. The sun in and out from behind the clouds. It's going to be a constant learning process as the season progresses, but no doubt he'll figure it out very quickly.
Well, I know Hall of Famer Billy Williams has already had conversations with Fukudome about the wind factor and playing right in this ballpark. Soto checks his swing, and he held up, according to Jim Reynolds at first base.
I mean, we've seen outfielders who have played a lot of ball games here at Wrigley Field have problem with that well area in right and left field. Soto able to hold up. Good call. I mean, we call it the well for lack of a better term, that area where the fence juts back out closer to home plate. That can give even the most experienced outfielders some problems.
Well, I was watching the Giants and the Dodgers late last night, and former Cub Larry Boa got kicked out, third base coach for the Dodgers, for not being in the coach's box. He was too close to home plate. Ed Montague appeared to tell Boa to get in the box, and then it was on. Boa was extremely upset, had to be restrained by Joe Torre and the bench coach Bob Schaefer. But I guess, Bob, the new rule is that the coaches are supposed to be in that box until a batted ball passes them, but it's almost impossible to be in that box with a runner at second base. You try to get the best angle you can, and it usually draws you toward home plate. Swing and a miss. Soto strikes out, and Suppan gets out of the inning, but Derek Lee led it off with his first home run of 2008, and the Cubs are on the board, trailing 3-1.
Kawasaki Go Green sales event. Get on the road today with the lowest payments.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Cartoon Network is launching a brand new original series with a brand new Ben Tennyson. A voice from the past. Hello, Ben. It's called Ben, Gwen, and Kevin back into action.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
And they're going hero all over again. Don't miss the hour-long Ben 10 Alien Force series premiere. April 18th at 8 only on Cartoon Network.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work, and by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
Along with Bob Brentley, Len Casper, and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from beautiful Wrigley Field. 3-1 Milwaukee. Lilly had really settled in after the leadoff home run by Ricky Weeks. But then in the top of the fourth, Braun doubled. Hall knocked him in with a single. Corey Hart doubled home Hall. Derek Lee hit a home run to start the bottom of the inning, and it's 3-1 in the fifth. Each team with 4 hits. Jason Kendall turns on one. Soriano playing way off the line. You better field it cleanly. Kendall is thinking about 3, but Soriano got it back in without incident. Boy, any sort of bobble out there, and that was 3.
Yeah, Kendall hustling right out of the batter's box. Got a fastball, belt high, middle of the plate once again. Hooks it down into that left field corner. Soriano, as you mentioned, was playing several steps over into the gap in left center. Had a long run, and Kendall wasn't going to stop running until he saw that throw was coming back to the infield in good shape.
Ricky Weeks thought about a bunt and pulled the bat back. Right-hander Kevin Hart up for the Cubs. A couple of injury notes. We mentioned Carlos Zambrano. Said he's fine after the forearm cramps knocked him out of his opening day start. He will start next on Sunday in the homestand finale versus Houston. Scott Air progressing in Arizona with the elbow inflammation. He won't be ready, however, when he's eligible on April 7th. DeRosa makes a catch on that little pop-up hit by Weeks. So a big first out with Gabe Kapler coming up. And Bob, terrible news for Michael Hoffpower, who had a huge spring. He suffered an oblique injury on a swing in a minor league exhibition game, and he could be out several weeks.
Yeah, those are tough injuries to come back from quickly. Yeah, certainly it's possible, and that's what everybody in the organization is hoping for. But if you try to rush an oblique injury, that's season ending. So I'm sure they're going to be very careful with Michael Hoffpower. Had a great spring for the Cubs.
One strike on Gabe Kapler.
You mentioned Kevin Hart warming in the Cubs bullpen right now, and you may remember John Lieber was up earlier in the ball game. Was John Lieber the long man early in the season here, and you may wonder, why is it not John Lieber? Well, Ted Lillyspot is due up second in the bottom half of the 5th inning, so if Lou Piniella is forced to make a pitching change this inning, he just wants Kevin Hart to be able to get the ball club out of the inning and then pinch hit for that spot, and more than likely then would go to John Lieber to come in and pitch multiple innings.
0-2 to Kapler. He is popped up behind the plate, and no play for Giovanni Soto. I have a feeling that the crew chief, Gary Cederstrom, at third base has had a conversation with Dale Swaim and Mike Quade. They've both generally been in the box with runners at second base. So that is absolutely a change from years past.
It's definitely a safety issue. In the past, the only thing you really worried about with the base coaches was getting too close to the foul line where they could peek in and steal the catcher's signs.
Broken bat grounder. Ramirez looks the runner back, throws to first. Kapler's out.
I mean, that wasn't necessarily a concern of the umpires, but it certainly was a concern of the opposing team. You didn't want to allow any of those coaches to get up there close enough where they could either see the catcher's signs or perhaps see the location of the pitch. But now they're trying to keep those coaches in the box more as a safety issue than anything else.
And the other problem is when you're in that position, a lot of coaches almost have their back to home plate.
It'd be interesting for fans when you come out to the ballpark sometime live here at Wrigley or any other ballpark. Watch the third base coach with runners on base. You think they just stand in that box and wave their arms around and give signs, but they are as active as anybody on the field depending on the game situation and where the runners are on base. Sometimes they'll run to the outfield side of the coach's box and then hustle toward home plate to pick up the runner as he comes around third. Once that runner passes him, he shoots back out the line to pick up the trail runner. Very, very busy at third base.
You saw Ed Cedar, who, by the way, is from Waukegan. He's trying to get as far away from home plate as possible with Prince Fielder at the plate.
Can't blame him for that.
First base open, but Lilly facing a lefty. Dropped down a little bit, and the pitch missed. 2-1.
Fielder hit about 40 points higher against right-handed pitching last year. He still hit 260 against lefties, which is very respectable lefty on lefty. But the guy in the on-deck circle wore out left-handed pitching last year. If I'm not mistaken, he hit over 450 against left-handers.
You might have been able to hear Prince Fielder scream when he got hit.
It looked like I got him right in the rib cage. He's waving off the trainer, says he's okay. Just wanted to gather himself a little bit before heading down to first.
Well, clearly Ted Lilly did not want to hit Prince Fielder. Looked like they wanted to pitch inside a little bit. But with Braun coming up, it's the last thing he wanted to do, and Lou Piniella is going to make a change. And right in the midsection for Prince Fielder.
And as usual, not only did Prince Fielder get hit by that pitch, but Giovanni Soto might have taken the worst of it behind the plate.
We're going to have a double switch as Kevin Hart will come in to replace Ted Lilly. It's 3-1 Milwaukee. We'll be back.
The weather was so much better yesterday.
A bad day in Florida beats a good day almost anywhere else. With over 50 daily flights from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Go to southwest.com for our $84 internet specials.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hello, may I help you?
Yes, Clyde and Keith to see Emmett Smith. Emmett, your gray facial hair has put you in a rocking chair.
Your beard is weird.
Your stash is trash. Oh, it's bad.
Just for Men Gel penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes. His edge is back.
He's right on track.
Backfield in motion.
He moves and grooves.
He scores.
Just for Men Gel.
Keep your edge.
Range Rover Sport. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O.
Close enough.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Well, Felix PA in the middle. You have Alfonso Soriano on the left, Kosuke Fukudome on the right. Are they speaking Spanish, Japanese, or English? You know, Alfonso Soriano began his pro career in Japan, so I had to brush up on his Japanese a little bit. By the end of the year, Kosuke definitely will know a lot of English and a lot of Spanish. Mike Fontenot in to play second base, and Kevin Hart is pitching. It was a double switch. Hart goes into DeRosa's spot, Fontenot in the 9 spot. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Runners at first and second with 2 outs.
Kind of surprised that Lou double switched this early in the ball game, taking Mark DeRosa out along with Ted Lilly, bringing on Fontenot to play second along with Kevin Hart to pitch. We had speculated that Hart would probably just get the Cubs out of the inning and then give way to John Lieber.
Line drive, base hit. Throw toward the plate. Kendall will score standing. And it's 4-1, so the Brewers get that run right back after the Derek Lee homer in the 4th.
A very aggressive send at third base by Dale Swaim. We know what Alfonso Soriano did last year, throwing out runners at home plate. Looked like Soriano was in pretty good shape to unleash that throw to home plate. Gets it on a high bounce, gets rid of it quickly. That trademark tailing throw back into the infield unfortunately tails a little bit too much, gets into foul territory for Giovanni Soto. All he can do is knock it down.
That tally is charged to Ted Lilly. Ted threw just 77 pitches. He's 4 2/3. Still first and second. 0-1 offering to Bill Hall off the end of the bat, foul to the right. Kevin Hart was acquired from Baltimore prior to last year and came out of nowhere at the end of the season. Freddie Bynum went from the Cubs to the Orioles in that deal on December 6th, 2006.
Now the Cubs are going to have to get the bats going against this Brewers ball club, not only today, but all summer long. There is no question that this Brewers team can score runs and score a bunch of runs. The idea is to pick on that depleted pitching staff and score a bunch of runs of your own.
Pop fly, shallow right. It'll be the second baseman Fontenot to make the grab. Milwaukee adds one on a Braun RBI single. It's now 4-1 for the visitors.
Update your bathroom with a new Lions tub from Menards. This tub features built-in armrests and a contoured back with neck support, $279. Or relaxed in style with this Whirlpool and wall set. Fits in a standard bathtub alcove and features 8 powerful jets, $599. All Delta bath faucets are on sale. This classic one-handle chrome model is just $59. This elegant Yorkshire model in a stainless steel finish is only $129.
Save big money at Menards.
I inhabit the nightmares of Italian loafers. I've trodden my own path. I have stepped in bull, but never talked it. I have been rehealed, resold, but never replaced. I am a stranger to polish. I have spent more time on dirt than cement.
You're out here for a reason. So are we. Tractor Supply Company. The stuff you need out here.
Inspiration pulled from your life. That's professional grade. That's the Acadia from GMC. With the simplest form of navigation available and a 5-star crash safety rating, Acadia is helping to redefine the category. Welcome to Acadia, the crossover from GMC.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi everyone, Luke Stuckmeyer here in our downtown studios. Back to Wrigley in just a minute. Remember to stick around after the final out for Cubs post-game live. And later tonight on Comcast Sportsnet, the Blackhawks try to keep their playoff hopes alive when they take the ice against the Red Wings. Our coverage begins with Hawks pregame live starting at 7. But right now, let's go back to Len and Bob at Wrigley Field.
Luke, it was a strange debut this year for Ted Lilly. Gave up a home run on the first pitch of the ballgame to Ricky Weeks, but then he really settled in. Unfortunately, in the 4th inning, gave up 3 consecutive hits, and he ended up exiting in the top of the 5th.
Well, this is a very, very unforgiving Brewers lineup. They don't allow you to make a lot of mistakes. You mentioned the first pitch of the game was just a get-me-over fastball that ended up out on Waveland Avenue. He did settle in nicely after that, but boy, any mistakes are going to cost you against this Brewers offense.
The charge now is to score some runs. Cubs trail by 3. Kapler will make the catch on the run, and Felix P.A. is out. Mike Fontenot will get his second at bat of the year. Pinch hit. And went 0 for 1 on Monday.
And then we've talked in the past about the unwritten rules of baseball, and I've gotten myself in a lot of trouble in the past for talking about those things, but I would be shocked if somebody from the Cubs doesn't get plunked at some point in this ballgame. Ricky Weeks got hit twice yesterday, intentional or not, we don't know. But when the big boy gets hit in the rib cage, usually that's cause for retaliation of some sort, and Jeff Suppan, being the veteran pitcher that he is, at some point is probably going to want to send a message to his teammates that I'm here and I've got your back. So don't be surprised if you see a Cub hitter or two floundering in the dirt here very shortly.
It'll be a long season series. The Brewers, by the way, we sit here on April 2nd, will come back to Wrigley Field on the 29th. And we will not see Miller Park until July 28th. 4-game series. Theriot is 1 for 2. Well, this is what happens when an offense overall struggles. You start looking at the way the lineup has gone today, and look, we talked in spring training about Felix PA. Cubs wanted to take as much pressure off him offensively as possible. Just play great defense in center, do what you can at the plate. Backhanded, Weeks will jump, throw, and it's late. Theriot with his second straight hit. But you look at what's gone on today, Felix has led off 2 innings. That 8-hitter becomes key when he leads off because he makes it out. The pitcher normally is he's an out, although it was Fontenot here in the 5th inning. But all of a sudden you have your leadoff hitter batting with 2 outs, and it's really tough to rally with 2 outs already.
Well, and I think the big key for Felix PA, I do believe he'll get his hits and he'll use his speed to create opportunities for guys in the Cubs lineup, but he needs to play stellar defense on a daily basis. And we've already seen him take a couple of bad lines after balls in the outfield. Some of it could be attributed to the winds here at Wrigley Field, and we also saw him overthrow a cutoff man earlier in the ballgame. Those are the kind of mistakes that Felix PA has to eliminate from his game. You can afford to carry him at the bottom of that lineup if he struggles with the bat, as long as he's doing what you need him to do with the glove in his arm. If his defense starts to suffer, then it becomes a question of whether he's really helping the ball club up here at this level or not.
Well, a big part of it is to have the guys at the top of the order and the middle of the order do a lot of damage. Might help Felix relax a little bit at the plate, maybe not try to do too much.
I'm not quite sure exactly what that is Alfonso Soriano has underneath his eyes today. Some
high drive, not going anywhere, however. Try to sort that out when we come back. Milwaukee leads the Cubs 4-1 after 5.
That ought to do it.
Assuming you've done enough for retirement doesn't make much sense either. That's why you should invest with Edward Jones to make sure you're on the right track.
Monday through Friday, I call it work. On the weekends, I call it play. More ASE top mechanics use Valvoline in their own cars.
I am your idea. I gotta fly. I gotta move. I'm out of the box and in the network. In the zone and on your mind. Don't stop me now. Give me Rico. Rico's always ready to move me. Send me. Here, there, everywhere. This is how we go. Let's go. Rico.
Place your hand here. Can't feel the temperature-controlled air flowing from the lush leather? That's because there's only one place to experience the innovative details offered in the ES, your Lexus dealer. Where the sooner you test drive the ES, the sooner you'll know why nothing else feels quite like a Lexus. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Friday, overseas sensation Kosuke Fukudome tears up the field against the Houston Astros in HD. Coverage starts with Cubs pregame live. Catch all the action from Wrigley Friday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Tonight, don't miss the final installment of Game On, the home series, as Dennis Savard and the Hawks face off with the Red Wings in an Original Six showdown at the United Center. Blackhawks hosting the Red Wings in HD tonight at 7, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Congratulations to Rocky Wirtz, John McDonough, Jay Blunk, and the Blackhawks organization. All of their games next year will be televised. And they need to win out and get a little help to make the playoffs. We wish them the best tonight. I don't think Detroit's playing for anything at this point. So check it out. Bunted foul by Corey Hart. Only want to Send out our best wishes to Jimmy Farrell, longtime umpire room attendant here at Wrigley Field. Jimmy, we hope you're enjoying retirement. Best wishes again to our friend Joe Blaha, works in security here at Wrigley Field. We hope you're feeling better, Joe. I want to wish Tom Crean the best. He coached at my alma mater, Marquette, and did very well there, and he's going to Indiana. How about that? Can't say I've been a big Hoosier fan, but I'm a Tom Crean fan.
Well, you can separate the two. Hope he coaches real well and they lose. I don't know if it works that way, but what the heck.
Low and outside Corey Hart. It's 3-1 on the Brewer right fielder, J.J. Hardy, and then Jeff Suppan for Milwaukee. Leadoff walk. So Hart walks Hart. First walk issued by Cubs pitching. Well, it's time for our very first Coors Light Cold Blast email of 2008. Let's see here. Curtis emails. Let's see, Dan Curtis, my apologies, from Jefferson City, Missouri. What is correct, Cub fan or Cubs fan? Now we're getting into that apostrophe question.
Yeah.
Dan, I would say whatever sounds best to you. I guess I use both. I'm sure Cubs fan is grammatically correct, but you can say Cub fan. Runner goes. Here's the throw by Soto, and that base was stolen off Kevin Hart.
Well, we touched on it during the opening day telecast. This Brewers team, as powerful as they are, as many good hitters as they have in their lineup, they've got 3 or 4 guys who can steal a base, and Corey Hart is one of them. 6'6", gets a tremendous jump against Kevin Hart and steals that bag easily. They pick their spots. They're definitely not going to run themselves out of an inning if they have a chance to get Fielder and Braun to the plate with some runners in scoring position. But down here at the bottom of the order, they get the right guys on base. I'm sure Ned Yost is going to be very aggressive with his base stealers.
Two 2-0. The line on Ted Lilly, 4 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs. They were all earned. He didn't walk anybody. He fanned 4, gave up a home run, hit a batter, and threw 57 strikes out of his 77 pitches. His problem today was not the strike zone. Also had a balk. Brewers made their hits count against Ted Lilly. The Cubs have tried that pickoff play a lot in this series, and they were successful on Monday.
If you watch games around the major leagues, the first 2-3 weeks, maybe even a month of the season, you'll see a lot of pickoff attempts at the bases. Remember, these teams are just coming from spring training where every morning they worked on fundamental drills, and one of the fundamental drills would be the pickoffs to the various bases. So you'll see a lot of pickoff attempts early in the season.
Hart with his second steal of the inning.
And once again, nothing Giovanni Soto could do about it. After the pickoff attempt at second base, Corey Hart figures correctly that the Cubs aren't going to come back there again. He gets a huge walking lead and steals the base without really a play down there at third.
Well, Kevin Hart's biggest problem is he hasn't thrown strikes this inning. It's 3-1, and a guy with power. Hardy fouled it back. It's safe to say that J.J. Hardy's probably going to be the biggest hitter of this inning. I mean, you have the pitcher on deck, so you know if Hardy walks, Suppan's just going to try to bunt him over, take away a lot of their options if you can get him here. A ground ball, and Ramirez is going to keep Hart at third base. And again, Derek Lee pulled off the bag, but able to apply the tag on the runner. That's the second time that's happened today.
We talk a lot about the wind here at Wrigley Field and the way it affects batted balls, but it will also affect a thrown ball. If you don't get on top of your throw across the infield and you're throwing into the teeth of that wind, as Ramirez is when he throws from third base to first base today, it'll really take some movement, and that time a tailing fastball. Derek Lee had to come off the bag and make the tag.
Everybody's still in against Suppan. Good fastball at 92. No hits in the inning, a walk, and then consecutive stolen bases by Corey Hart. A crisp, cool, sunny day at Wrigley Field. Not a cloud to be found anywhere in the area. Wind coming in out of the southeast. Called strike 3. So 2 retired for Kendall. Looking ahead to the bottom of the inning, Lee, Ramirez, Fukudome. Our 7th inning stretch guest, Chicago Bears tight end Greg Olson. High school gymnastics state champs from Fremd High will handle the stretch tomorrow. Bill Madlock, Ron Santo, Bob Dernier over the weekend against Houston. The Astros starting their season with a 4-game series in San Diego. They are 0-2 and they've scored just 1 run in the first 2 games. Trevor Hoffman with his first save of the year after a disastrous finish to 2007. 2-1 the final last night. Check swing by Kendall, 3-1. David Ortiz off to an 0-for-11 start with the Red Sox. But they're 2-1. Beat the A's in Oakland last night.
The Red Sox have played 3 games so far this year. Dice Case pitched 2 of them.
Kendall walks. Yeah, you love that, don't you?
Yeah, that's just dandy.
Quite a travel schedule for the Red Sox. Robert Andino with a game-ending home run in the bottom of the 10th, his first career home run to propel Florida to a win over the Mets. Pedro Martinez last night suffered a strained hamstring in that game and had to leave in the 4th. How about this? He allowed a home run in the 1st and the 2nd inning. According to Elias, it was the first time that had ever happened in Pedro's career. Gave up home runs in the 1st and 2nd innings of a ball game. How do they come up with this stuff?
I don't know.
White Sox and Indians coming up tomorrow right here for you on Comcast Sportsnet. Yankees won their final home opener a day later than originally scheduled. They were rained out Monday but beat the Blue Jays 3-2. The 84th and final Yankee Stadium home opener. Joe Girardi's debut as a Yankees manager was successful. We wish him the best and his $209 million payroll. But that, of course, is no guarantee if they're going to win anything. I think Joe's going to do very well. They're at the corners with 2 outs. And a 1-strike pitch. Ricky Weeks took that. He showed bunt, but are you convinced that he actually was going to lay one down?
No, not at all. I think maybe just wanted to see a couple of pitches from Kevin Hart. Some unfamiliarity involved, and to his credit, Kevin Hart hasn't shown his best pitch yet. That cut fastball, he's thrown him 2 slow breaking balls to run the count to 0-2. Let me get that cutter right here.
Kendall runs.
Oh, actually, that was a 4-seam fastball. That was laser beam straight that time, trying to nip the outside corner. That's the best fastball we've seen from Kevin Hart in this ball game. His signature pitch is a cutter, a fastball that just slides away from a right-handed hitter. That one was straight on the outside corner. Got a big piece of Giovanni Soto on the foul ball.
Brewers 4, Cubs 1. We'll see if Kendall's running again. He is. Soto double pumps, and he threw it into center. Five to 1. I hope Mike Fontenot's okay. Looked like Kendall kind of ran into him on the slide as he was trying to reach for that errant throw. Stolen base, number 3 in the inning, and an error on Soto.
Tough pitch to handle initially. Soto goes down to a knee, checks the runner at third base, and then makes a horrible throw to second base. Fontenot tried to slam on the brakes and recover and knock that ball down, lost his footing, and Kendall slid right into him at second base. Looks like he's going to be okay. When you see that catcher double pump like that, usually bad things happen shortly thereafter. Ideally, you look at that runner at third base as you're getting your body in position to throw to second base, and it's all one smooth, continuous movement. That time it was very herky-jerky. Had to catch a bad pitch down low and away, then get to his feet, then check the runner, then make the throw.
Kendall to third. As the ball got away from Soto. And a wild pitch. Still no hits here in the 6th, but 2 walks, 3 steals, an error, and a wild pitch.
Well, there's no question it was a wild pitch. It was well off the plate. I'm not sure Giovanni Soto maybe should have made that play, though. Reached across the backhand side. The ball was not in the dirt when it made contact with his glove.
Swing and a miss. And the inning is finally over. A run on no hits. And it's now 5 to 1.
Not thinking about gas mileage? You don't have to. Chevy already has. The 2008 Impala. It gives you the same highway fuel efficiency as a compact, but with the roominess of a full-size sedan. So if you thought you knew Chevy, think again. Get a 2008 Chevy Impala LS starting at $22,400. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Tonight, the youth continue to dominate at the United Center as Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves face off against the Red Wings in high definition. Coverage starts at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Red Wings in HD tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans bet.
Intelligent storytelling, emotional impact, sports stories with ties to Iowans. Brooks on Sports takes you beyond the box scores and statistics with compelling stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Iowa Wrestling with Tom Brands. A look at high school athletics in the state of Iowa with Rick Wilco, and tips from the top on grilling from the chefs at Riverside.
Watch Brooks on Sports on your local Mediacom Connections channel.
Protect your home from water damage with Coleman pumps, all on sale at Menards. This half-horsepower sump pump is just $149. This half-horsepower cast-iron sewage pump is $179. Improve the quality of your water with a Water Boss water softener. Having soft water gives you cleaner dishes, cleaner laundry, and softer skin. A 37,000 grain capacity unit is just $449. From selecting the right softener to the right sump pump, Menards team members will help you get what you need.
Save big money at Menards.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey, Cub fans, want to see a game from the front row at Wrigley Field? Now you can. Visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first base line for the April 15th through May 1st games. Don't miss your chance. Go to Cubs.com and check out the CBOE Front Row Seats auction today.
(5-1) Brewers. Derek Lee with a double and a home run. And he just got a piece of that ball. The Nissan drive of the game in the fourth inning. Deep and out to left center. Career home run number 239 for Derek Lee. It was a breaking ball, 1-2.
See, Kendall wants the pitch up. Suppan loses the grip on that ball, kind of sails up and in. Yeah, they're going to go back away. Another pitch up in the zone. We've mentioned at the top of the show, Suppan is effective when down in the strike zone. Tends to get banged around pretty good when that pitch strays up around the belt or higher.
Second round pick of the Red Sox out of Encino, California, 1993. Jeff Suppan. Time called before the pitch. High drive to center. Pretty well hit. Kapler's back, and he makes the catch on the warning track. Lee just missed his second.
Boy, you rarely see an outfielder turn around that late in the course of chasing a fly ball and still make the catch. Derek Lee gets good extension, drives it to straightaway center. Kapler turns his back completely to the baseball, but still able to make the catch. Very dangerous move out there, but a nice play nonetheless.
While we were showing that replay, it looked like Bill Hall just got a new cap. The Brewers' longtime equipment man, Tony Migliaccio. Ramirez sends this one high and deep. Is it going to be fair? And it is foul. Home run distance. But again, that wind's going to push everything foul down the left field line. Today's Bridgestone Firestone stat leaderboard. Aramis Ramirez, fourth on the list of active home runs against the Brewers. Long slow wind by Suppan, and another foul by Aramis. Since 2001, Aramis Ramirez with the most home runs, 208, the most RBIs, 693 among all third basemen.
Back-to-back sliders to Aramis Ramirez from Jeff Suppan. I wonder if the conditions here today, the cold weather, is causing the pitcher some problems out there on the mound. We've seen some breaking balls that don't really seem to want to take the break as they get up to the hitting area. The last two sliders have looked like fastballs at 81 miles an hour, but in peeking in at Jason Kendall's sign, they were both supposed to be sliders.
Suppan won't blow you away with his velocity. Says his best pitch is location. We were just handed a news release from the Cubs. Longtime Cubs clubhouse manager Yosh Kawano leaving the Wrigley Field clubhouses after 65 years of service. It says he will continue his relationship with the team in a capacity to be determined. And he will be honored with a first pitch and pregame ceremony later this year at Wrigley Field. We wish Yosh the best. I had a nice chat with him before opening day on Monday. He joined the Cubs, Bob, in 1943. As a Wrigley Field clubhouse attendant, became the equipment manager in 1953, and he held that position for 46 years. Hall in the bullpen hauls it in.
Suppan up to 92 pitches in the ball game. It's the kind of day that a pitcher can work deep into the game regardless of pitch count, as long as physically you're in good enough shape to go out there and handle the workload. It's a very cool afternoon, very comfortable day to pitch.
That was our Midas pitch count. Fukudome made his first out of the year. A strike him out, throw him out double play in the 4th inning. Two and 0. Every time he comes up, it seems he's in a good count.
Well, you know, just judging from his body language in the batter's box, he seems to pick the ball up out of the pitcher's hand so quickly and make his determination if it's a pitch he can handle or not. Taking all the way there on the 2-0 pitch.
More on Yosh Kawano. Cubs clubhouse was named in Yosh's honor in 1984. He was inducted into the Cubs Walk of Fame in 1996. And a banner of Yosh mixed with additional banners honoring legends in Cubs history currently hangs in the Wrigley Field concourse. Yosh Kawano. Comebacker Suppan will toss to fielder, and he works his first 1-2-3 frame of the day. Milwaukee leading 5-1 to the 7th.
Once upon a time, long ago, there was a humble man who came to town bearing a most unusual gift. The gift of the magic rings. These rings were not shiny, nor made of precious metals. But they would, said the man, allow people to do amazing things.
There goes the flank in the row.
On these magic rings, he told all who would listen, mortal men can fly. And though some laughed, many more believed. And those who believed did indeed fly. Faster and farther than anyone thought possible. And people came from far and wide to watch and to wonder. As the years passed, the legend of the magic rings grew. And today, from every corner of the world, the people still come. They watch, they cheer, and they wonder. Because now, just as always, the magic rings are available to all who would have them. Where would the magic rings take you?
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Coming up tonight at 6:30 on Sports Night, presented by Dex, a preview of the all-important Red Wings Blackhawks game, plus a recap of this contest. Join Mark and Pat for Sports Night, presented by Dex, tonight at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Bullpen trying to hold the Brewers right where they are. The Cubs already trailing 5-1. Kevin Hart gave up an unearned run in his inning and a third, and Michael Wirtz makes his regular season debut after a fantastic spring training. Deals a strike on Gabe Kapler. Well, I know Cub fans are concerned, even though Cubs have completed just one game. They trail here in game 2, but how do you think Tiger fans are feeling? Everybody had them in the World Series before the season even started. They got shut out today by Brian Bannister, Leo Nunez, and Joakim Soria. A 3-hit shutout as Kansas City has won the first 2 games of that series, 4-0 the final. Still very, very early. Line drive. Fukudome comes in, plays it on the short hop. Kapler has his first hit.
Yeah, wind really knocked that ball down. The rotation on the ball off the bat of Gabe Kapler back into the wind. That's going to cause it to get knocked down quickly. Kosuke does everything he can try to do, ends up playing it on a short hop.
One and nothing on Fielder. Bears tight end Greg Olson coming up in the middle of the 7th with our 7th inning stretch.
Starting to make some room for him up here. He looks like a big boy.
I think he needs some room. Fielder into right. That's a base hit. Here's Ryan Braun.
That's the first hit for Prince Fielder in his career against Michael Wirtz. Wirtz had held him 0 for 5 going into that at bat. You think sack bunt here? Not in a million years.
The Cubs would love that if Ryan Braun gave himself up. What a year he had in 2007. Became the second Milwaukee Brewer to win the Rookie of the Year. Pat Listash was the first in 1992. Speaking of Pat, the Iowa Cubs will kick off their 2008 season tomorrow. Minor league campaign gets underway on Thursday. The Cubs will host Round Rock at Principal Park.
Pickoff attempt at second base. He's back in safely. I'd like to wish good luck to all the minor leaguers out there in the Cubs organization. What figures to be a long, grinding summer, a lot of bus rides, and just sleep well at night knowing that what you do is noticed. Every at bat, every pitch that a pitcher delivers will be recorded and reported, and everybody here at Wrigley Field is going to know what's going on a daily basis at every affiliate.
Buddy Bailey and the Tennessee Smokies at Double-A will begin the year in Birmingham, Alabama. Jody Davis and the Daytona Cubs will be at home against Brevard County. Keep you posted all season long. Ryan Sandberg and the Peoria Chiefs will be in Burlington. And if you're in the Peoria area, they begin a long homestand coming up next Monday with 4 against Beloit. So the home opener will be at 6:30 Monday night, April 7th at O'Brien Field. A flare to center. PA coming, sliding. He had to short hop it. Everybody safe. Fielder had to wait to make sure that ball was going to get down. And they are loaded with nobody out. Well, the big boppers have not hit the ball hard in this inning, but 3 consecutive singles, and Bill Hall will bat.
PA, much like Fukudome in right field, has to play it on a short hop, has the presence of mind to realize he has a chance at second base on Prince Fielder, who, as you mentioned, had to hold up and make sure that ball got down, but big Prince Fielder able to get on the bag before the throw got there.
Corner man in, double play depth up the middle. Cubs need some outs. Now you'd love to cut off that 6th run, but you don't want a 5-1 deficit to turn into 10-1.
A strikeout would be ideal right here to set up the possibility of an inning-ending double play. Boy, a high slider that time from Michael Wirtz. Talked about it for Jeff Suppan in the last half inning, how the slider just doesn't seem to be taking the break, and the same could be said for Michael Wirtz here. A lot of his sliders have kind of flattened out. He's kind of spun up there in the middle of the plate. Could be the cool temperatures here today, having trouble getting a grip on the baseball. The balls themselves, when they get cold, are very hard to do what you want to make them do out there as a pitcher.
There is that strikeout. So 1 out. Larry Rothschild on the phone. We'll see who gets up in the Cubs pen. David Risky up in the Brewer pen. David Risky got the save Monday as Carmen Pignatello stretches out.
We're sneaking up on that pitcher spot in the Brewers order, and their most dangerous hitters off the bench are all left-handed. We saw Craig Counsell with a pinch hit double in the ball game yesterday. Gabe Gross, a very accomplished pinch hitter, and Tony Gwynn Jr. also available from the left side of the plate.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. Hart already with 3 RBIs in the set. Swing and a miss. So Michael Wirtz with 2 big strikeouts. Still not out of the woods. He has to face Hardy.
Good pitch down low and away from Corey Hart. It's a pitch that's designed to get a ground ball. If you get the swinging strike, that's even better.
Kapler singled, Fielder followed with a single, and then Braun blooped one in front of Felix PA. Hall struck out swinging, so did Corey Hart. 1-1. Michael's from Austin, Minnesota, but he makes his off-season home now in sunny Arizona. High fly to left. Soriano with a flip downs, and Wirtz gets into a jam and works his way out of it. Here comes Greg Olson.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Welcome, Chicago Bears tight end Greg Olson.
All right, fans, let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, or it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. But it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. All right, let's get some runs, Cubbies.
Your love for car has never been more real. Introducing the first ever Pontiac G8 GT, the most powerful car under 30 grand.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com. Opening Week Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is presented by Firestone, a tradition of innovation.
5-1 Brewers. As Greg Olson, Bears tight end, said, let's get some runs, Cubbies. And he's in the booth with us with no long sleeves. You're a football player, I can tell.
Yeah, it's a bad decision.
This would be a good day for a football game.
Yeah, I'd be happy if we were playing, but it's kind of cold sitting up in the bleachers when there's no sun on you.
Ronnie Cedeno pinch hitting for Michael Wirtz, 31st overall pick in the 2007 NFL draft. Your thoughts on your 2007 season? I know it was a disappointing one for the team.
Yeah, it was a tough year for us, but you know, as far as me personally, I think it was good just to get that year under your belt. You know, that rookie year is always the toughest. You kind of, you know, you're learning a lot of things as you go. You know, you're learning the ropes, you're learning how things work on your team and in the league. And so I think I'm glad I have that under my belt. You know, I'm looking forward to a good season for the team and personally.
3-0 on Ronnie. Here's a pitch by Suppan. Strike one.
Being a rookie in the NFL, I know you learn a lot from your coaches, but were there veteran players on the team that kind of helped you? Maybe not so much with play on the field, but how to handle yourself as an NFL player?
Definitely. I mean, I was lucky. The group of guys that I was able to join, you know, the other tight ends on the team were both veteran guys that have been in the league for numerous years and have been successful. So just the opportunity to join those guys and kind of follow their lead and kind of learn, you know, how to act and what to do and where to go, you know, definitely made the whole transition a lot easier.
Solomon Torres is getting loose for Milwaukee. All right, who are your heroes football-wise growing up?
Actually, growing up in New Jersey, I was actually, believe it or not, a San Francisco 49er fan.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Anybody in particular?
I was a big Steve Young, and you know, I was kind of after the whole Joe Montana era, but you know, I was more of like a Steve Young and Jerry Rice and those guys. And for some reason, I was just I really liked those guys. Probably had to do with because they were probably the best team. Which
no
is,
doubt.
Yeah, it's always more fun when you root for a team that's good. But yeah, it was kind of an odd choice.
Did you play other sports growing up? Were you ever on a baseball field?
Yeah, I did. Growing up, played baseball and basketball through high school. I did. I played track in high school instead of baseball. But yeah, so I kind of was
did everything growing up, just playing whatever I could.
How about the media and dealing, with the media on a daily basis as an NFL player? I'm sure at Miami, where you played in college, there's a lot more media coverage than in other spots. But did that prepare you for being in such a huge city and there's so many Bears fans here in this city, and the spotlight is very, very bright.
It is, and I think that's what makes it such a fun place to play. The fans are so into it, and every move you make in every game, no matter how irrelevant or how important, it doesn't matter. The fans want to come to the games, and they want you to win, and they want you to do well, and I think that makes it fun. And coming from a big, we got
close.
That was almost, yeah.
Well, we got somebody in the booth could at least make a catch today.
I'm out of the way. I'm getting out of the way. But no, playing in a high-profile school definitely prepared me well to come to the NFL, especially to a high-market, visible team like the Bears, and so I'm definitely fortunate to be able to play here and be a part of this city.
Well, you know this very well. I haven't been to a lot of NFL stadiums, but I can't imagine there's a better one than the one you play in right now.
There's no doubt. I mean, it's amazing. Coming every day, it doesn't matter the weather. It could be raining, snowing, hot, cold, it doesn't matter. The stands are going to be packed. There's going to be people outside. You're driving from the hotel in your car on the way to the stadium, and there's people, knocking on your windows and cheering and walking down the field. And, it's just, it's exciting.
Oh, that's exciting.
All right,
Giovanni Soto with a home run. It's 5-2. So the offense today, a couple of solo home runs. Lee in the 4th, and Soto with his first here in the 7th. First of what hopefully will be many, many home runs for Giovanni Soto.
31 combined home runs last year between the minor leagues and the big leagues. Nice controlled quick swing. Our Heineken home run replay. Looked like an off-speed pitch down around the knees, and Giovanni goes down and golfs it out of here to left center field. Nice going.
Let's see the end of it. That's why you bring your glove to the ballpark. That's going to be it for the starter, Jeff Suppan. Solomon Torres, a right-hander. Greg Olson with us. We'll be back 5-2 now.
Can you match this? Shouldn't be a problem. Cool.
This?
Yes.
This?
Sure. Let me show you.
With our free color matching system, Lowe's can match any color you can come up with or come in with.
This?
This?
This.
Absolutely.
And Lowe's carries high-quality Valspar paint.
Lowe's. Let's build something together. Come into Lowe's and receive $5 off per gallon of Valspar signature colors and faux paints now through April 6th.
We believe Ford is the better choice, so we're out to prove why Ford Fusion just all-out beats the imports. Check it out. At $189 a month, Fusion delivers 221 horses, up to 29 miles per gallon, a 6-speed automatic transmission, available class-exclusive all-wheel drive, and Fusion offers sync technology. Not Honda, not Toyota. Perception is reality. Lease a Fusion for just $189 a month or choose $3,000 cash back. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Solomon Torres makes his second appearance of the series. He is now 5-2 after the Giovanni Soto home run.
Torres came in relief of Ben Sheets on opening day, pitched 2/3 of an inning. He hit the first batter he faced, Mark DeRosa, walked Giovanni Soto, but a base running gap by Kosuke Fukudome got picked off between second and third, and then Felix Pie grounded out to second base. That was the extent of Torres' outing on opening day.
So it's Felix Pie with nobody on after the Soto solo home run, and it's a ball low. Greg Olson, Bears tight end, is with us in the booth. We like to ask a lot of the younger Chicago Bears who may not even know this. Did you know that the Bears played for a long time in this very field? What would
I did. That'd be interesting.
Can you picture playing football here?
Yeah, I mean, if you had to, right? I guess you could play anywhere, but yeah, I found that out a little while ago. It's kind of an interesting fact that that's where the Bears started. But yeah, I guess if we had to, we still could. I'm glad we have our new stadium and everything, because it's definitely a great place to play.
Now, what was it? They found part of a field goal post. The goal post near first base when they dug up the field.
Oh, I never heard of that. That's interesting.
I don't think they even knew it was there until they found it.
Probably not. I don't know. That's probably the last thing they expected.
Yeah, the field looks terrific. Now, one of the cement goalpost moorings, and his PA had his feet taken out from under him. The pitch just missed him, 2-2. Was dug up. One was found in left, the other found in foul territory near first base. Bears played here from 1921 to 1970.
Wow.
2-2 pitch, a foul. Well, your thoughts looking ahead to 2008?
I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to have a good team. You know, I'm looking forward to to seeing who we get in the draft and kind of finishing getting the guys in, and looking forward to the offseason, OTAs and mini camp and kind of see where we're at. But I think we're going to have a good team, and I think everyone's looking forward to kind of having a better year than last year and kind of putting that in history.
A base hit for Felix. He's 1 for 3. I won't get you into any sort of quarterback controversy, but can you just talk about working with the guys you work with this year?
Yeah, I think we're fortunate. I think we've got 2 guys coming back that are both doing a great job. Have both played. Rex has been the guy for years, and the whole team thinks the world of him, and I think he's going to do a good job, and Kyle also. So I think we're fortunate, that we have two good players that both can get the job done, and now we just all got to do our part and help out.
Fontenot with his second at bat. He came in the 5th inning as part of a double switch. 5-2 Milwaukee. Now, did somebody bring a jacket for you?
No. It's I thought it was going to be warmer, but
I got to be honest. You can wear one of mine, but I don't think it's big enough. Bob, you wear an XL, right?
And I'm not giving mine up.
No, I don't blame you.
There's a gift shop down on the concourse. I'm sure they sell double XL jackets.
No, I'm good. I'll make it. I'll be fine.
Now, do you wear long sleeves when it's really cold, or are you considered with the linemen who never wear the long sleeves?
No, that last year, that Green Bay game that we played was brutal, and I definitely wore long sleeves that game because it was tough. The wind chill was like -20.
How about gloves?
Oh yeah, I wear gloves every game. If it's hot, cold, that I wear every game.
Missed again. 3 balls, no strikes.
Jeez.
Runner at first, only 1 out. Top of the order after Fontenot. Terrio, Soriano, Lee. Taking all the way. It's a strike. Well, the Cubs erased a 3-0 deficit in the 9th Monday as Kosuke Fukudome hit a game-tying home run off Eric Gagne. They trail by 3 in the 7th today.
We'll see how aggressively Lou wants to play it here. Even though you're trailing by 3 runs, you have your best speed on the ball club on at first base. Put it on the hitter, Mike Fontenot, to either swing at a strike or take ball 4.
Runner goes, and a base hit where Hardy was. And Felix now at third base. They're at the corners. That was a thing of beauty.
It really was. And that's why the hitter wants to know if that runner at first base is going to be going. If the runner from first breaks for second base, somebody has to cover the bag. That time, Mike Fontenot shoots that ball perfectly through the vacated hole at shortstop. And with Felix PA speed, he takes a quick peek back, sees the ball hit through the left side. Ryan Braun had to move a few steps to his left, and being a right-handed thrower, Felix knew that was going to be a tough play for him to throw to third base, so he easily advances to the other corner.
Older brother of Greg Maddux, Mike Maddux, a pitching coach, out for a brief visit. Fans are back in it. They were very quiet in the middle innings. The Cubs got down by 4. But it's Ryan Theriot batting with runners at first and third and only 1 out.
Yeah, another good potential hit and run combination. Theriot handles the bat well. Fontenot runs pretty well at first base. Definitely want to stay out of the double play right here. Get that runner home from third base.
Torres with a pitch, fouled back on the ground. 1 strike on Ryan Theriot. Singles in each of his last 2 at-bats after an 0-for-6 start to the season. Carlos Marmol has joined Carmen Pignatello in the bullpen. One and one. Greg, were you surprised Brett Favre retired?
You know what? I'm not. You know, he's been in the league a long time. He's been playing at such a high level for such a long time that, you know, I think that, you know, he's entitled to, whenever he felt that he was ready, that he should be able to, that he's earned the right to go out when he wanted to. And I guess this year he just felt that it was his year, and I think he's earned that, you know, that luxury of kind of going out on his terms rather than how most guys go out when they're kicked out.
I know Bear fans weren't that upset.
No.
And I'm sure the entire league feels that way outside of Green Bay.
Sure, guys been tired of playing that guy for a lot of years. He's, you know, one of the best.
Big pitch for Torres. Now it's 2-2 on Theriot. Is Soriano next? Not very deep. PA tagging, but he probably won't try it, as Corey Hart will get it back in quickly. 2 outs. And it's up to Soriano. Well, 1 swing of the bat could tie it up here. Still without a hit, 0-for-8 to start the series and the season. For Alfonso Soriano, takes up just about the whole batter's box. Spread out. Strike 1.
Soriano 3 for 5 lifetime against Torres. The last hit, a home run.
Gave him the outside corner. 0-2.
I think he gave him the outside corner on the first one. He gave him a little bit of the left-handed batter's box on this one, but nothing you can do now. You got to go to work here with 2 strikes.
The fastball, that one was outside. 1-2.
It's amazing to watch a veteran pitcher like Solomon Torres, when that umpire gives you a pitch a couple inches off the outside corner, scoot it over a couple of more inches. See how far you can go out there and still get a called strike.
Fontenot runs, and Kendall won't make the throw. First stolen base for the Cubs. Meanwhile, 2-2 on Soriano. Weeks plays almost behind second base. They give Soriano all kinds of room on the right side. Fielder pulled over toward the line. Swing and the miss, and the inning is over. Greg Olson, thanks so much for your time, and we look forward to a great 2008 for the Chicago Bears.
Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks. Take care.
I have hair here, but not here. Is Old Spice hair and body wash right for me?
Yes, Old Spice hair and body wash is right for you.
I have hair here, here.
Yeah.
I've got hair here, but not here.
Yeah, that's cool.
Is Old Spice hair and body wash right for me?
Yes, cop.
Is it right for me?
Sure, criminal. Old Spice hair and body wash is right for everyone.
What?
It's right for everyone, idiot.
I have hair extensions that technically are made of someone else's hair.
All right.
Is it right for him?
Yeah, it is. Old Spice hair and body wash for hair and or body or both.
Hi. Ronnie's phone here. Ronnie's not going to answer because he's a dillweed. See, Ronnie doesn't have AT&T, so he's basically got 0 bars in this dump. So although you've called like 30 times about Motorhead tickets tonight, he's not calling you back.
For the best coverage, switch to AT&T. More bars in more places.
The ace of spades.
What does it take to be the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year? Power. Quality. And fuel economy. You get all 3 in the Toyota Tundra, the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Find out more at ytundra.com.
Time now for the Sharp Aquas detail of the game. The little things do matter, and the Cubs with a couple of errors today. This did not go in the books as an error, but the throw was late to the plate by Felix P.A. As Bob mentioned, he missed the cutoff man Derek Lee, and that allowed Bill Hall to move up a base, and he would later come around and score. Carmen Pignatello will make his 08 debut. He will face pinch hitter Joe Dillon, who will bat for Torres. Strike one. The Chicago area native Carmen Pignatello. I'm sure a lot of family and friends in the ballpark today. Big swing by Dillon. He almost fell down.
Well, Solomon Torres with a little victory dance after punching out Alfonso Soriano. Big moment in the ball game. I'm sure Fonzie didn't care for that too much.
Oh, 2. Breaking ball dipped inside.
Dillon did a nice job pinch hitting last season for the Milwaukee Brewers. Was 8 for 20 off Ned Yost's bench for his career, a .316 hitter in the pinch.
Scored 1 in the 7th, a solo home run by Giovanni Soto. PA and Fontenot followed up with back-to-back hits. Then Tario and Soriano made outs to end it. Lefty coming back. Fair ball past Ramirez. And it'll scoot all the way into the left field corner as Soriano picks up the loose change. Leadoff pinch hit double for Dillon.
It's a breaking ball working in towards him. Hits the top half of the ball and scoots it right down that third base line into the corner for extra bases. Jason Kendall now possibly a sac bunt. More likely will try to move the ball to the right side of the field and advance Dillon onto third base for the top of the batting order for the Brewers.
They have 4 doubles on the afternoon and a home run. Home run was on the first pitch of the contest. Ricky Weeks deep to left. $39,468 is Mike the Vendor back at the ballpark here in 08. Jason Kendall will be thrown out. Safe. Pignatello to first base, but Kendall beat him. It would have gone 4-1 if they had gotten him. And there's no question Jason Kendall was trying to hit that ball on the ground to the right side to move the runner up to third. He not only did that, but picked up a hit.
Yeah, it was a breaking ball inside. He pulled his hands way in close. This is one of the toughest plays on the right side of the infield. You got the second baseman moving to his left, throwing to a moving target over there at first base. And the throw just a little bit high. Pignatello has to go up the ladder to make the catch, and Kendall just does get his foot down on the bag before the Cubs left-hander.
They had him loaded in the 7th with no outs, and Michael Wirtz got out of it. That pitch is up and in. And the Brewers have taken a lot of extra bases today. 3 steals, a couple of wild pitches, a balk, a throwing error by Giovanni Soto. Been a frustrating day for Lou Piniella's team.
Well, until the Cubs get untracked offensively and start to put crooked numbers on the scoreboard the way they're expected to do, they just cannot afford to make mistakes and give up bases, overthrow cutoff men, make base running mistakes, and unfortunately they've done a lot of that in the first couple games.
Derek Lee backhands neatly and gets the out. Keeps Dillon at third. So we'll see if another Cub reliever can get out of a major jam. Bob Howry suffered the loss in game 1, and he's up.
Now Pignatello figures to stay into this ball game through Prince Fielder in the on-deck circle. After that, Ryan Braun would be the hitter from the right side of the plate, and we talked earlier about his monster numbers against left-handed pitching last year. No chance for Pignatello to face Braun.
Ball 2 on Kapler. Carmen Pignatello would not have been on your probable list in the bullpen when spring training started. He made the team on merit after Scott Air was injured. Came down to Pignatello and Sean Marshall, and he got the nod for the opening day roster. So Sean Marshall starting the year at AAA, but he'll be ready in case he's needed at the big league level.
Yeah, Pignatello definitely earned this opening day roster spot. Hey, even with a healthy Scott Air, I think that Pignatello pitched well enough in spring that he certainly got the attention of Larry Rothschild and Lou Piniella. And every team likes to have that second lefty in the bullpen when possible, and Pignatello certainly didn't do anything to hurt himself in spring training. Well, I talked earlier in the ball game about the adjustments that Kosuke Fukudome is going to have to make playing right field here at Wrigley, and we're seeing that already. We've seen a couple of balls hit his direction get knocked down by the wind today. He's playing very shallow out there in right field. Challenging Kapler to go ahead and try to hit it over my head. I know the wind's going to knock it down. I'm going to put myself in a position where I can possibly throw out a runner at the plate. To see that play to the conditions. We talk about pitching to the conditions at the ballpark all the time. If the wind is blowing straight in 30 miles an hour, hey, when in doubt, throw it up over the heart of the plate and let guys hit it into the teeth of the wind. Same thing is true defensively. The wind is blowing at your back, a very little chance they're going to hit one over your head.
And obviously Fukudome feels comfortable going back on balls. Even if the coaches want to bring you in, if you don't feel that comfortable about going back toward the wall, you might play a couple of steps deeper than they would want. Soriano's worked on going back on balls over his head. We talked about this in spring training. I believe it was the Kansas City Royals. They really encourage their guys to come in and cut off those bloopers. The theory is if a guy crushes one, it's probably going to be an extra base hit anyway, or it'll be out for a home run. Another 3-2 pitch. Kapler grounds to short, and Theriot will throw to first. Gabe Kapler gets an RBI as Joe Dillon scores the Brewers' 6th run of the afternoon. Kendall also moved up to third. There are 2 outs.
I'll tell you, it's not hard to figure out which outfielders don't like to go back on the ball. You know, you wave from the dugout, move in, and they'll come in a couple of steps, and then as the pitch is delivered, they'll moonwalk right back to the position they started from. A lot of guys just don't feel comfortable going back on the ball.
It's foul. They're in the 6th in Oakland. Red Sox and the A's scoreless. John Lester and Rich Harden in a great pitcher's duel, although Harden out after 4. Andrew Brown is now in. Harden threw 86 pitches. Not sure why he left.
Good breaking ball that time for Pignatello. This is a key at bat for him. I mean, you know, his main value to the ball club is to come in and get out the other team's tough lefty in a big situation. Granted, a 4-run ball game right here, not a huge situation, but he's going to be facing this guy a lot. Whoops, not what he wanted to do.
Fielder's now been hit twice.
Now that one didn't hurt nearly as bad as the first one. Ted Lilly got him in the rib cage with a fastball back in the 5th inning. This is a breaking ball that just gets away from Pignatello. Fielder was able to deflect it with the back of his right arm.
You shouldn't have to give a hitter credit for just going to first base, but I'm going to give Prince Fielder credit. He didn't glare at Pignatello. A lot of guys, even if it is a breaking ball, they would act like it was a capital crime to hit him with a pitch. Bob Howry coming in, 6-2 Milwaukee.
50 years of innovation, performance, and building dependable cars and trucks have led to this. Nissan's 50th anniversary sales event. See your Nissan dealer now for special 50th anniversary deals like 1,000 cash back and 3.9% financing on the versatile Sentra or on the dependable Altima. Nissan's Big 5-0. This event ends soon. Don't miss it.
Update your bathroom with a new Lions tub from Menards. This tub features built-in armrests and a contoured back with neck support, $279. Or relax in style with this Whirlpool and wall set. Fits in a standard bathtub alcove and features 8 powerful jets, $599. All Delta bath faucets are on sale. This classic one-handle chrome model is just $59. This elegant Yorkshire model in a stainless steel finish is only $129.
Save big money at Menards.
Here's to waking up Thursday and thinking it's Friday.
Brighten up your morning with 2 Egg McMuffin sandwiches, 2 Sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches, or 1 of each for just $3. It's Wednesday, dude.
Since 1939, members of the Concrete Contractors Association of Greater Chicago have put quality craftsmanship and expertise into every job. The CCA employs skilled union tradesmen to ensure that every project meets exacting standards. Call 630-9904-CCA to locate a qualified CCA union contractor.
Cubs fans, or Cub fans, however you want to put it, still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cub games or Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out StubHub at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Bob Howry is on, and will face the very dangerous Ryan Braun, who has 3 hits, including a double. First and third, a run in, 6-2 Brewers in the 8th.
Bob Howry took the loss yesterday, gave up a leadoff double to pinch hitter Craig Counsell in the 10th inning. Counsell was sacrificed to second base by Jason Kendall. Weeks was hit for the second time in the ball game, and then Tony Gwynn Jr. provided the margin of victory for the Brewers with a sacrifice fly to Felix Piet.
Final game of this set tomorrow. Dave Bush for Milwaukee. Ryan Dempster will make his first major league start in a couple of years. Chris Sampson and left-hander Rich Hill to start the Houston series Friday. That game will be right here on Comcast Sportsnet. 121st pitch. I think Ryan Dempster will make 66 starts this year, but 66 relief appearances as the Cubs closer in 2007. On Saturday, here on Comcast Sportsnet at straight up noon, Roy Oswalt, his second start, and Jason Marquis for the Cubs. Kosuke getting set, makes a catch. Inning is over. A run on a couple of hits. It's 6-2 Brewers.
Cup holders, researchers say, is one of the top reasons women buy one car over another. Not horsepower, not available features like an 8-inch nap screen or black leather trim. Nope. Cup holders. Maybe those researchers need a little quality time with a different kind of woman.
In February 2009, TV stations will broadcast exclusively in digital. Every TV that's hooked up to cable will still work just fine. If you get TV through an antenna, you can still keep your sets working. Just visit dtv2009.gov to apply for government coupons for converter boxes, or call 888-DTV-2009 for information.
Turn up the heat with the Quad City Flames Between the Pipes highlight show, coming to you on Thursdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 11 a.m. on Mediacom Connections Channel 22. See all the exciting highlights and get the inside scoop on the players and coaches. Catch all the action as the Quad City Flames take to the ice in their inaugural season in the American Hockey League. The Quad City Flames Between the Pipes, turning up the heat on Mediacom Connections Channel 22.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Back to Wrigley in just a minute. Later tonight in Cleveland, Javier Vasquez gets the start for the White Sox as they take on the Indians, while the Blackhawks are at home taking on the Red Wings, and you can see that game right here on Comcast Sportsnet in high definition. I'll see you back here for Cubs postgame live, but now back to Len and Bob.
Luke, it's 6-2 Milwaukee in the last of the 8th. David Risky pitched the 10th on Monday to get the save. Gabe Kapler goes from center to left with Tony Gwynn Jr. had a terrific performance in the opener, now in center field, and Risky pitching. It's a double switch. Gwynn in and batting 8th. This is Corey Hart still on the move. Derek Lee is out. We have not yet seen Derek Turnbow in this series. I guess he would have pitched the 11th if the game had gone that long. But Ned Yost liked how David Risky threw strikes in spring training. So he has some options in that setup area in front of Eric Gagne. Another note about their pitching staff as far as the starting rotation. Young Giovanni Gallardo is on the disabled list coming off knee surgery. And he will make his first rehab start for AAA Nashville Friday night. They released Claudio Vargas last week. Like the Cubs, they did have a surplus in their starting rotation. Carlos Villanueva and Manny Parra rounding out that rotation behind Sheets, Suppan, and Bush. I assume that says ditched. I sure hope so. As Weeks makes a catch, Ramirez lines out. Please tell me that was a D. I don't want to lose faith in humanity just yet. Maybe they all itched.
Yeah.
Maybe there is no first letter. I was a little concerned when I first saw that, though. Maybe they pitched with a P, as in Paul. There you go. Okay, I feel better. Phew. They'll do the other stuff on the talk shows later.
Yes, they will. Believe it.
Hopefully the Cubs can make it a happy conversation with a late inning comeback. 2-0 on Kosuke.
A lot of room in right center field. Tony Gwynn Jr. just into the game as a defensive replacement on a double switch, shading over into left center, giving Kosuke a lot of room in that right center field gap. That's another thing that will take time to develop for other teams around the National League. Where do you want to defend against Kosuke Fukudome? Of course, a lot of it depends on the pitcher on the mound on a given day, but patterns will start to develop over the course of a long season. Once again, 3-1. This guy gets a good hitter's count just about every at bat.
The pitch. A fly to left, slicing. And no play for Kapler. Darrell Ward in the pitcher spot on deck. Lieber loosening. We might see John even if Darrell Ward doesn't bat. Well, Bob Howard. Second time Lieber's been up today. Risky goes 1-2-3 in the 8th. And we will head to the 9th inning from Wrigley Field. It's 6-2 Brewers.
High gas prices stopping you in your tracks? Fly, don't drive. With Southwest Airlines, you can fly from Chicago Midway to all these cities for just $49 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Menards is your lawn and garden headquarters. Create beautiful landscaping with 16-inch diamond retaining wall blocks in 2 styles, in 3 colors, only $4.44 each. Concrete edgers are also a great addition to any landscaping project. Crescent edgers are 3 for 99 cents. Interlock edgers are buy 2 get the 3rd free. Create the landscaping you've always wanted with one of our designed kiosks. Plan a design and get an estimate in minutes.
Save big money at Menards.
Need a lift?
Yeah.
Hop in.
Chevy Silverado offers 315 horsepower and best-in-class 4x4 highway fuel economy. Better than Toyota, better than Ford.
You too? Get in.
Get a 2008 Chevy Silverado half-ton extended cab LT 4x4 starting at $32,085. Chevy Silverado. This is our truck. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Hey, Cub fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet on demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel 999, then look for Comcast Sportsnet. Watch Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Or you can just call me and Len, and we'll come out to your house and call a game for you.
Bob Howry will remain in the ball game after getting Ryan Braun to end the 8th. plate now. The shadows. Pitcher's mound still in the sun here in the late afternoon. And about at that 3-hour mark. Did you catch any of the John Russell Major League debut as a manager the other night?
I did not.
Pirates won in extras in Atlanta after giving up a 5-run lead in the 9th. Welcome to the big leagues.
Yeah.
A lot of late inning runs given up by closers and setup men this week. And Xavier Nady hit a couple of home runs in that ball game. Cubs will have another opening day. It'll be Monday afternoon in Pittsburgh to open up PNC Park. Got him. Called strike 3 on the heater.
Bob Howery's forte, pounding away at that outside corner with a fastball. Gets the called strike just on the edge. Pitch before was maybe an inch further outside. He scooted it right back in where he got the called strike from home plate umpire Field and Caldwell.
Dan Herron and Bronson Arroyo tonight in Cincinnati. Diamondbacks and Reds. We'll play game 2. Tom Borzoloni make his season debut with the Pirates in Atlanta. Braves 0-2 to start their season. Rockies beat the Cardinals last night. Play again tonight. Aaron Cook and former Cub Todd Wellemeyer on the mound. And it's Greg Maddux in San Diego against the Astros. Wandy Rodriguez for Houston. Rodriguez was as good as anybody at home last year, but was terrible on the road. He'll try to at least improve his road numbers. Tim Lincecum, Chad Billingsley in Los Angeles. Giants 0-2. Dodgers winning their first 2. As we mentioned earlier, Detroit shut out by Kansas City. Brian Bannister over Kenny Rogers, and they're still scoreless in Oakland in the 6th. Boston and the A's.
That Lincecum Billingsley matchup, 2 young and up and coming stars that figure to be battling a lot in that National League West over the years to come.
A.J. Burnett, Mike Mussina in the Bronx. Blue Jays and the Yankees tonight. Saw Jason Marquis in the clubhouse, and I said, "You're pitching when?" Saturday. I said, "Oh, against Roy Oswalt." He goes, "So much for 1 against 1, 2 against 2, 3 against 3. I said, "No, it's a battle of aces, Jason." I was going to wait. Maybe I'll bring it up again on Saturday. But I wanted to get your thought on Roy Oswalt. Faced Jake Peavy in the opener. Peavy won the game and knocked in a couple of runs against Oswalt. They're very good friends. Oswalt is staying at Peavy's house during the 4-game series.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
Well, I think they should have kept that a secret. That's what I think.
Well, they didn't. PA going back, and he will have room.
It'd be even more interesting to hear what Ron Santo would have to say about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how the game has changed over the years because of free agency and free player movement from team to team, and you know, a lot of the exhibition games and the all-star games. The guys become friends with players on other teams, and they continue that friendship right into the regular season. I mean, it used to be you didn't even look twice at a guy in another colored uniform, but it's a little bit of a different game now when you have the opposing starting pitchers staying at the same house. That's unusual.
Called strike on J.J. Hardy. He's still hitless in the series. 0 for 4 Monday, and same line to this point in game 2. You didn't stay at Ozzie Smith's house when you guys played the Cardinals in the National League Championship Series and vice versa?
No, we didn't do that. Not at all. I don't even think we stayed in the same county.
I think any Cardinals and Giants that year were sharing a house.
That turned into a real good rivalry, starting with the two skippers, Whitey Herzog and Roger Craig. Bumped heads a few times and probably would have bumped fists a few times if the umpires would have allowed them.
Here's J.J. Hardy's first hit. PA will cut it off and keep Hardy to a single. Well, they still do on the books, right? Have the no fraternization rule, but I guess it doesn't apply off the field. But it's very loosely enforced on the field.
Like I said, it's not unusual for players to move from team to team, and then when you play against each other and maybe the guy was the best man at your wedding or something, yeah, you take him out to dinner, you buy him lunch, you buy him a cup of coffee or a beer after the ball game. But like I said, it's best to keep those things under your hat.
All right, I have one more for you.
Okay.
Kevin Millar, as a Baltimore Oriole, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch before the Red Sox World Series game last year. No, it was American League Championship Series. It was in the playoffs. As his former manager Terry Francona said, he's probably the only guy who could get away with that. Kevin Millar. That was interesting. He was given permission by the Orioles to do so. Back-to-back 2-out hits.
Well, the thing about that is I've never known a team that lost on the ceremonial first pitch. You know, it didn't really swing the game one way or the other.
That's true.
You know, I can live with that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I'm sure some Orioles fans didn't like it.
Orioles have fans?
They do. And
okay.
We might see a few here in interleague play. Orioles will come to Wrigley Field for the first time.
I talked about Bob Howry's approach earlier in the inning, pounding away at that outside corner with that tailing fastball. Last two Brewers hitters have gone up there and driven the ball to the opposite field, trying to take that outside pitch away. Certainly Jason Kendall, after catching Bob Howry last season, is well aware of how Bob Howry likes to work.
Drilled deep to left center for Jason Kendall. Soriano going after it. It's going to bang off the wall, and the Brewers will get 2 runs out of it. Been a big day for Jason Kendall in his return to Wrigley Field. That's his 3rd hit, his 2nd double. And they've opened up a 6-run advantage.
Looked like a breaking ball. It just didn't get out there far enough. Stayed in the middle of the plate and down a little bit for Jason Kendall. Drives it off the middle of the wall out there in left center field. Tony Gwynn Jr. with his speed on at first base got a good read on that ball and scored without a play.
$14 hits for Milwaukee. Six have gone for extra bases, 5 doubles and a home run. Bob Howry has given up at least 1 run in each of his first 2 appearances. Allowed 1 in the 10th in game 1 and 2 here today. Foul pop. Count is 2-2.
Like, see Bob Howard get that third out of the inning quickly here. He's up to 26 pitches in this inning and nobody warming in the Cubs bullpen. We know Bob Howard is going to be a very busy man out of that Cubs bullpen this summer. Sure don't want to overextend him this early in the season.
A little bit outside, full count. Brewers have always played the Cubs tough at Wrigley Field. Going back to 1997, the Cubs have won 41 and have lost 39. Most of those Brewers teams were nowhere near nearly as talented as this one is.
Given what we've seen from this Brewers offense the last couple of ball games here, if they get any pitching at all this year, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. Nice combination of power and speed.
Their whole season does seem to rest, at least on paper, on the pitching staff. Whereas in the Cubs case, offensively there are a few more questions than with the pitching staff, even though the Cubs have allowed 8 runs today. You have a staff that finished second in the National League in ERA and returned intact. Up off the bat of Weeks. Derek Lee shades his eyes. 2 hands on it, and the inning is over. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th with Milwaukee leading 8-2.
Need a lift?
Yeah.
Hop in.
Chevy Silverado offers 315 horsepower and best-in-class 4x4 highway fuel economy. Better than Toyota, better than Ford.
You too. Get in.
Get a 2008 Chevy Silverado half-ton extended cab LT 4x4 starting at $32,085. Chevy Silverado. This is our truck. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
Now today's Chevy player of the game, Jeff Suppan, making his season debut. A couple of quality starts for Ned Yost. Ben Sheets on Monday and Jeff Suppan into the 7th today.
Yeah, Sheets a little more overpowering on opening day with his high fastball and that nasty curve. Suppan doing what he does best, pitching, changing speeds, and commanding that strike zone.
Pretty big uphill battle for the Cubs, down 6 with only 3 outs to go, and they haven't had a base runner against David Risky in this series. He has retired all 6 he has faced. Darrell Ward will pinch hit for Bob Howry.
Darrell Ward had a great at bat on opening day, leading off the bottom half of the 8th inning. Worked a full count, fouled off a couple of borderline pitches, and then hit a rocket right at second baseman Ricky Weeks for a line drive out.
Soto on deck. Giovanni hit a home run in the 7th.
Must be close to dinner time for the Birds. Occasionally you'll see one fly by your picture, starting to circle around out there in center field.
They didn't have a lot of competition prior to Monday.
Well, Penguins can't fly. It was pretty cold.
This pitch will have to be perfect for Darrell Ward to swing at it with his team down 6. Love to see that.
One of many Seagulls running by our camera position out in straightaway center field. I mean, watching Darrell Ward take that 3-1 fastball right down the middle of the plate, that just tells you what an unselfish player he is. He understands the situation. The Cubs need a boatload of base runners right here. Forced Risky to throw him at least one more pitch. He was able to foul off the 3-2 pitch. And still draws the walk.
It'll be one of the rare times where he's not removed for a pinch runner. I think Darrell is always looking in the dugout when he reaches base. You gonna run for me? All right, I'm good.
He ought to have a rear view mirror on his helmet so he could just look back toward the dugout while he's running down the first baseline. A rare opportunity to run the bases.
Lou would like to get most, if not all, of his bench players into the action as much as possible this first week. It's always a challenge for a manager to play guys early in the season who played a lot in spring training. I don't know if we'll see Reed Johnson make a start this week. I would expect he would at some point, even though the Cubs are facing all righties.
That's usually when your bench players are at their best coming out of spring training. As you mentioned, they get more at bats during spring training than they will get at any time during the course of the regular season, unless there's an injury or a situation where they're forced into regular duty. But for the guys who figure to be the bench players for the Cubs this year, this is as much in a rhythm as they will be all summer. Of course, the downside of that is you want to get your regular players into a rhythm to start the season, get them some at-bats, and certainly this Cubs offense needs to get untracked, and Lou wants to make sure those guys have every opportunity to get the at-bats and see the pitches that they need.
Swung on and missed for out number 1. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Good to see Bob for a first time this year. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer on board as well, Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager, Christine Charbonneau. Our technical director today, Chris Kentner. The executive producer, Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Corno Jr. So great to see our crew bringing you all the sights and sounds of beautiful Wrigley Field. It has cooled off a little bit, hasn't it?
Yes, indeed it has. As the game has progressed and the shadows work further and further out into the infield, it like somebody turned the heater off here at Wrigley. Well, it may be chilly in the shade here at the ballpark, but as we mentioned, very comfortable conditions down at field level. Bright sunshine all afternoon. It felt about 10 or 15 degrees warmer when we were down on the field during batting practice than when we came up here in the shade of the press box. A lot of players wearing short sleeves out there today. Well, a couple players wearing short sleeves.
Felix P.A. is out, and the Cubs down to their final chance. Back-to-back Ks for Risky. Give him 3 in the ball game. He came in the 8th and was allowed just 1 base runner. It's up to Fontenot, who gets his 3rd AB. The Cubs got off to a very slow start in spring training. They played their best ball right at the end of the month, finished at .500. Kind of were hoping that would kind of carry them into the regular season. For the off day yesterday, the Cubs will play every day through Monday and have an off day in Pittsburgh Tuesday. There are 2 definitions, sorry Bob, of the term stopper. Some people use that for the closer, some for a pitcher who stops losing streaks, and I guess Ryan Dempster went from stopper last year and may have to be the other version of that stopper tomorrow if the Cubs can't come back.
Stopper in the rotation, stop a losing streak. I know you have big plans for that off day in Pittsburgh. Such a plethora of exciting things to do on an off day in Pittsburgh. It's probably hard to choose one activity.
I wonder if the Penguins would be playing a playoff game. Would be up for that possibility. I think there's a movie theater within about 30 miles. I know what you're going to do. You're going to take a long walk.
Yes, indeed.
One of your favorite activities.
It's tough to find level ground in Pittsburgh, though. You always end up going uphill at some point.
Well, you know all the bridges there. You can walk across all the rivers all day.
All day.
Runs on a 3-2 pitch and a fly ball to left. Caught by Gabe Kapler, and Milwaukee has taken the first 2 games of this series. The final today, Brewers 8, Cubs 2. So what's left in this series, the Cubs will try to salvage the finale tomorrow. They'll try to get the bats going. All the offense so far, Bob, 3 home runs, a 3-run shot for Kosuke Fukudome to tie the game in the 9th on Monday, and solo blasts today.
Eerily similar start this season to what we saw last year. Just the inability to do the little things to advance runners, maybe cash in an RBI here or there. Once again, relying on the long ball. Tough way to go.
So Jeff Suppan beats Ted Lilly today. And that'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned for post-game live. The final score, the Brewers 8, the Cubs 2. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet. Game 1 of the upcoming series against Houston, starting Friday at 1 o'clock from the ballpark. It'll be Chris Sampson, a sinker baller for the Astros. Left-hander Rich Hill will make a season debut for the Cubs. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. Now for Bob Brenly, Gail Fisher, and our entire Comcast Sportsnet crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
And Luke Stuckmeyer here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios downtown. Dan Plesac standing by for Cubs postgame live. We will hear from Lou Piniella about today's game. Plus, we will look ahead at tomorrow afternoon's series finale. That's coming up on Cubs Postgame Live right after a quick timeout.
Don't worry about those guys.
I am just so sick of this.
Dude, what do you expect? You went with Geico.com. What, to save some money?
It's my life, okay?
Just a little loyalty would be nice, that's all.
What? Having Geico makes me less of a caveman?
Tina's here. We're getting back together.
Hey, give us a minute.
Geico.com. So easy, a caveman can do it.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers or 3 beef and cheddars or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Your love for car has never been more real. Introducing the first ever Pontiac G8 GT, the most powerful car under 30 grand.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today. The first ever Pontiac G8. Build your own at pontiac.com/G8. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by GMC. Engineered to the highest standard. Professional grade.
There's a drive, and it'll be a leadoff home run for Ricky Weeks. I was going to say, after the first pitch, just happy it didn't hit him.
Took one pitch for the Cubs to fall behind today. A sunny but cold and disappointing day at Wrigley Field. Brewers beat the Cubs 8-2. Cubs still looking for their first win of the season. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. To my left, former All-Star and Cubs reliever Dan Plesac. Tough day out at the ballpark, and right from the start, you could see Ted Lilly wasn't going to have his stuff.
Well, you know, after the leadoff home run, he's really settled in and he was moving the ball on both sides of the plate, and kind of what we touched on the pregame show. This Milwaukee Brewer team is a team that can score some runs in that middle part of that order. Braun, Fielder, and Jason Kendall had a big day. You know, former Cub Jason Kendall had a big afternoon, 3 for 4, a couple of RBIs. This is a team that can score some runs, and we touched on the pregame show. I think it's so important for this offense to get going, to give that pitching staff a little bit of breathing room, and it was a tough day for Cubs.
And around Lilly, they didn't play a very solid game either. Let's take a look at that pitching matchup. Lilly against Jeff Suppan. Ted Lilly lasted just 4 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 earned runs. He didn't have any walks, but he threw just 77 pitches, and he was having trouble kind of pinpointing that fastball a little bit.
Well, it's not unusual for this early in the season, coming out of spring training, where pitchers are going to struggle a little bit with command. It seems like you can tell early on in games with your starting pitchers. They either settle in right away, and they kind of feel their way around through the first couple of innings. And I thought really that Ted Lilly, after this leadoff home run, you know, you can go back and dissect it. I mean, it's basically the first pitch of the game, and if you're afraid to throw the ball over the plate, he did. It was a home run, but that didn't cost the Cubs the game. The Cubs offense couldn't get anything going, and Ted Lilly really settled in the second, third, and fourth inning. He threw the ball really well.
And the Cubs just could not get timely hits, or many hits for that matter, off Jeff Suppan. Soriano, Ramirez still looking for some hits on the season. They struggled today.
Well, you know, we touched on it a little bit. You look at the Cubs, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the order, 2 for 14, and 2 of those hits were by Derek Lee. So you're talking about Soriano, Ramirez, and Fukudome 0 for 10. On the flip side, the Brewers, Kapler, Fielder, Braun, and Hall, 6 for 18.
Yeah, in the first game of the season, Fukudome seemed like he was the only one to hit the ball in the Cubs lineup. Today it was Derek Lee.
Well, you just hope that this isn't what happened the early part of the season last year in April. This is a team that was really streaky and kind of lived and died by the home run. It's difficult to hit home runs early on in the season. Fortunately, the first 2 days, even though the weather has been a little bit on the cool side, the wind hasn't been blowing in. But this is a team that hasn't done a real good job the first 2 games of getting guys on, getting them over. And I think really the big key is it's not how many hits you get during the course of the game, it's the big hits. The Brewers in the first 2 games have gotten the big hit, the game to break the game open. The Cubs have had a couple of opportunities in game 1 and in this game this afternoon to get themselves right back in it. They weren't able to get that big hit.
Disappointing start, but it's just 2 games of the season so far. Time for our Feldco star of the game, and it was Derek Lee, the one guy who was able to get the bat on the ball today. 2 hits, first inning double, and a 4th inning home run. Good to see D. Lee swinging the bat early, and, you know, there was a lot of talk about him not hitting home runs last year coming off that wrist injury. Looks like he's going to hit a few this year.
Oh, he's going to hit some home runs. And listen, Derek Lee is a very good player. It may take a lot of times, it takes guys a week to 10 days, maybe 15 or 20 at-bats to start seeing the ball really well. He looks in great physical condition. It's just a matter of time. He's hit everywhere he's played. He's hit every year he's played. He may not ever go back to having one of those seasons where he hits near 40 home runs and knocks in 120, but he's very capable of hitting 30-plus home runs and knocking in well over 100 if he stays healthy all season.
And he bulked up just a little bit in the offseason, went into the weight room, did a lot of work. We'll see if it pays off. We're waiting to hear from Lou Piniella. In the meantime, let's go to break real quick. Check out our Pontiac opinion poll on the way. Who's going to be the Cubs MVP this season? Will it be Fukudome, Lee, Ramirez, Soriano, Zambrano, or maybe somebody else? Go online to vote. We'll have results later in the show.
Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you in part by Valvoline, 100 years under the hood.
Can you match this? Shouldn't be a problem. Cool.
This?
Yes.
This?
Sure. Let me show you.
With our free color matching system, Lowe's can match any color you can come up with or come in with.
This?
This? This?
This?
This?
This?
Absolutely.
And Lowe's carries high-quality Valspar paint. Lowe's. Let's build something together. Come into Lowe's and receive $5 off per gallon of Valspar signature colors and faux paints, now through April 6th.
Do you rinse at night? A quick rinse with Listerine puts plaque and gingivitis germs to bed, giving you 12 hours of protection. So rinse under the stars and say goodnight to germs. Listerine.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O. Simplicity.
Close enough.
Call 866-4FEL. DCO.
Replacing your old windows, siding, and doors is simple. Just call Feldco for top quality at a low factory direct price. Installed by polite, hard-working professionals.
Simplicity.
Feldco.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4Feldco.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans.
Add beauty to your home with Western Red Cedar Siding from Menards. It's naturally decay resistant with the warmth of real wood. 8-inch beveled is just 99 cents a linear foot. Finish that new look with aluminum soffit and fascia, now 10% off. It helps ventilate your home, is low maintenance, available in 13 colors, and never needs painting. Menards carries thousands of other products to improve the look and quality of your home. Just stop by the building materials desk to get started.
Save big money at Menards.
CMT is a company of growth and opportunity. We're expecting to grow by $100 million by the year 2011. And we recently purchased new machinery that utilizes the most up-to-date electronics. CMT is an authorized supplier of mag particle inspection and soon dye-penetrant and ultrasonic testing.
Creative Machining Technologies is currently looking for more skilled machinists located in the East Moline Industrial Park. CMT, manufacturing in the United States for the world.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
That wasn't his best stuff.
Welcome back to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Here's manager Lou Piniella.
Was it kind of frustrating not to see any sort of facet of your team play up to its capability?
We didn't play well today. You know, we gave them 3 or 4 runs where we didn't execute. We overthrew the cutoff man from center field. The first base ground ball, the throw wasn't well or good, and the pitcher missed the bag. We threw a ball in the center field. When you're not scoring too many runs, you can't do those things.
Those stolen bases a little frustrating to you.
On us? Well, they're getting on base a few more times than we are, so they're getting more opportunities. But it's something we're going to have to work on. What can I say?
Somebody like Soriano, do you just kind of write it off as he's traditionally a slow starter?
These guys will hit. Just give them a little time. I'm going to put Soriano back in the leadoff spot tomorrow and move Terry to the 2-hole.
Just a matter of him being more comfortable there?
I don't know, but we'll just do it that way.
Is this something that just as you watch the game play out today, or was this?
Yeah, it's something that I've been thinking about since the end of spring training, and we'll just go with it. There we go.
Do you put any stock in the fact that if you look at the record last year when Soriano led off, you guys had a much better record than when Terrio did?
Well, we've seen that. Plus, Soriano's running better, so we'll just put him in the leadoff hole and where he's more comfortable and let him hit there.
Does that mean you put him back in there after these changes? He stays there?
Well, I mean.
As opposed to possibly.
No, we'll just leave him in the leadoff hole and let him hit.
You emphasize getting off to a good start. It's only 2 games.
It's only 2 games, but it's certainly not a good start. I mean, I told our baseball team they better be ready to play. I mean, I meant it too. I wasn't joking around. And we're not, you know, yesterday we got beat. Today we didn't play well. And one of the things that we need to do here for sure is play good defensive baseball and not give away runs. And today we did. And
you put the stolen bases more on the pitching rather than.
I would say it's a little combination, but you know, Milwaukee's got speed. They run. We might be able to do a little better job holding them.
With that expectation, are you concerned about the team start pressing to get off this level?
No, I don't. Pressing for what? We've only played a couple games. The concern is that we start playing better baseball. And that's not even a concern. That's what we need to do, is just start playing better baseball. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Lou Piniella dropping a little bit of a surprise on us there in his post-game press conference, saying that Alfonso Soriano, after a 2-game experiment, will go back to the leadoff spot. He's 0 for the season. Terrio had 2 hits in the leadoff spot today. Do you like the move this early in the season? Why is Lou doing it?
Well, I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to generate some offense. And I know this is no time to panic, but Alfonso Soriano, he may not be your prototypical leadoff type hitter. You know, he's not going to take a lot of pitches, though I will say in the first 2 games of the season, he has been very patient at the plate. Put himself in a hole a couple of times, taking some pitches, running some counts, getting himself in the hole 0-2, 1-2. But he's taking pitches, and he has done the brunt of his damage throughout his career, not just last year, but early on with New York and with Texas, hitting out of the leadoff spot. So I think what Lou's trying to do is to let him get himself comfortable. Maybe he can jumpstart Soriano, and that in turn will jumpstart Lee and Soriano.
Wow, and one of the other big concerns with Soriano was that this quad still wasn't fully healed in spring training. They didn't want him running too much. Lou says maybe he's feeling better. You hope it doesn't lead to an early season injury. The Cubs will cross their fingers on that one. Time now for our 4 seasons. Who's hot, who's not? Xavier Nady, 4 for 7, 2 homers already in the season. Escobar with Atlanta, 429, 3 ribbies and 2 runs. And Rafael Furcal, a guy the Cubs were chasing for a while there 2 years ago, 556, 3 RBIs and 2 runs. Who's not? Mark Teixeira, 1 for 10, 2 strikeouts. Josh Willingham of Florida, 1 for 9 with 3 strikeouts. And Brian Giles is 0 for 8. You can add Alfonso Soriano to that not hot list. Much more to come on this show, including a look ahead to tomorrow's series finale.
And now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Statistics of the Day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
Hey, Dan, we'll get the break we're going to have.
As these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
The Reebok Hex Ride running shoe. Extreme comfort and cushioning, perfect for the off-season.
There is no off-season. I'm with you, Matt. Running keeps me strong.
Got that, Tori. It builds my speed.
Like you need more speed, Chad. It will to break my records.
Hey guys, we all have our reasons.
For sure, Stace.
To be a better dancer.
Like me. It's your move, Matt.
Matt, you might want to stick to passing. The Reebok Hex Ride, available at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Can you match this? Shouldn't be a problem. Cool.
This?
Yes.
This?
Sure. Let me show you.
With our free color matching system, Lowe's can match any color you can come up with or come in with.
This?
This?
This.
Absolutely.
And Lowe's carries high-quality Valspar paint. Lowe's. Let's build something together. Come into Lowe's and receive $5 off per gallon of Valspar signature colors and faux paints, now through April 6th.
Arby's $5 Roundup. Choose from your Arby's favorites like 2 popcorn chicken shakers, or 3 beef and cheddars, or 4 regular roast beefs for only $5. It's a great deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
That's Rusty Wallace, amazing driver. He's also my third cousin, once removed. That's his brother, Mike Wallace, driver of the Geico Chevrolet. I could see why Geico sponsors Mike. And when he does well, people will think about saving money on car insurance. Whereas if I were driving that car, all they could think about is, there goes Lauren Wallace, greatest thing that ever climbed into a race car. Poor fella, he has no idea.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Tonight, the youth continue to dominate at the United Center as Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves face off against the Red Wings in high definition. Coverage starts at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Red Wings in HD, tonight at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Well, you sure do have a lot of phones.
I know, we do. We have all the latest models.
Yeah, all of them. You know what I feel like? I feel like I wish fate would point me in the right direction.
Wow, that was...
I just need a sign.
Text faster, share pictures, and listen to tunes. All the coolest models are here. It's why U.S. Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome back. Earlier in the show, we asked our Pontiac opinion poll, and who will be the Cubs MVP this season? You went online, and 39% saying Kosuke Fukudome. No hits today, but he had the big 3-run homer on opening day. Alfonso Soriano, 12%. He'll be back in the leadoff spot tomorrow, according to Lou Piniella. Time now for our sweet play of the game. The Cubs didn't have many of them today, but this one was sweet. 7th inning, Giovanni Soto with the solo home run, his first of the year, cut the Brewers' lead to 5-2, but the Brewers go on to win this one 8-2. Tomorrow, Ryan Dempster takes the ball for the Cubs against Dave Bush, who won 12 games last season. Here's your pitching matchup. What do you like about Dempster, who's moving back into that starting role, Dan?
Well, Ryan Dempster had some success early on in his career as a starting pitcher, and I think going to the bullpen has given him a little bit better perspective. It'll be interesting to see what type of leash is he on a pitch count. You're making a transition, even though he was in spring training using his arm and pitching on a regular schedule as a starting pitcher would. Be curious to see tomorrow if there's any pitch limit, 75, 80 pitches.
Cubs 0-2, and again, Soriano back to the leadoff spot tomorrow. tomorrow against the Brewers. We'll have more than 80 games on Comcast Sportsnet this season. Our next one, 1:20 on Friday against the Astros. For Dan and the crew, I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Chicago Tribune Live's up at 5:30.
Cubs Post-Game Live is presented to you by Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Can you match this? Shouldn't be a problem.
Cool.
This?
Yes.
This?
Sure. Let me show you.
With our free color matching system, Lowe's can match any color you can come up with or come in with.
This?
This?
This.
Absolutely.
And Lowe's carries high-quality Valspar paint. Lowe's. Let's build something together. Come into Lowe's and receive $5 off per gallon of Valspar signature colors and faux paints, now through April 6th.
Now, see, when people think of Geico, right, they think of car insurance. And, of course, saving money. But sometimes that can lead even the savviest driver astray. Take, for example, the motorcycle owner. He calls Geico wanting to save money on his car insurance, only to realise that he doesn't actually own a car. Well, needless to say, he's quite embarrassed, isn't he? Doesn't matter. Geico insures motorcycles and ATVs as well. That way, no one ends up looking foolish.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
In the morning, it's all about get in, get out, and get going. Men's Rogaine foam won't change that plan. It's the first and only foam that regrows hair. It goes on easily, dries quickly. Men's Rogaine foam. Use it.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
In February 2009, TV stations will broadcast exclusively in digital. Every TV that's hooked up to cable will still work just fine. If you get TV through an antenna, you can still keep your sets working. Just visit dtv2009.gov to apply for government coupons for converter boxes, or call 888-DTV-2009 for information.
Creative Machining Technologies, machine components built for high performance. We recently celebrated being awarded the prestigious ISO 9001-2000 certification, which is only given to companies that provide the highest quality work for their customers. Our skilled machinists use the latest technology and precision equipment to create machine components for the agricultural, petrochemical, wind, trucking, energy, earth moving, and automotive industries. Creative Machining Technologies, manufacturing products for the world.
Today is a great day in Blackhawks history. This is not just an announcement about broadcasting more games. It's a commitment to our fans to try and televise more winning hockey games. I'm really proud to say that behind me stand the 2008 Chicago Blackhawk players. These are wonderful young men who understand the big picture and the philosophy that we're all in this together. To simplify it, they get it. And I thank all of them for being here today. On Sunday night here at the United Center, I saw a banner that said, "The pride is back." It was a watershed moment for me because it signified that our fans really believe in this franchise and the direction that we're headed. Our overall operation is getting better, but we have a lot of work to do and a long way to go. However, we are making progress. The most important part is on the ice, what these young men have accomplished. And we have greater heights looking forward. However, ticket sales are up 46%. There have been 10 sellouts at the United Center and 11 crowds, 11 of more than 20,000 fans, and we expect 2 more during our next 2 games. Merchandise sales, that's very important, especially to the youth market, who have been coming to the United Center in droves. Merchandise sales are up 175%. We've added 12 home games to our television package. But I can assure you, I can assure our fans, I can assure our sponsors, everybody in our organization, that nobody in this franchise is satisfied. At this time, I would like to introduce our chairman, Rocky Wirtz, for a historic announcement.
Thank you, John. I know the members of the press thought that we were calling this press conference because it's April Fool's. The other thing is that John went a little cheap when he came over with the Blackhawks. Unlike when he was with the Cubs, he would have had a 12 o'clock. That meant there's lunch for everyone. But honestly, I want to thank you, John. And thank you, Jim Corno from Comcast, and Tom Ellman from WGN TV, and of course, Dennis, Dale, and the players behind me, this very special group. Let me start by thanking each and every one of our fans who have stopped me in the hallways, the rotunda of the building, or on the street, who'd called me or emailed me. They've watched us on TV or listened to us on the radio this year. It has been an incredible journey and truly a gratifying one for me personally. We are proud to announce that every Blackhawk fan has been waiting for this announcement, and that's to hear and to see all Blackhawk games next year will be televised on high-def television. All games beginning in 08 and 09 on either WGN or Comcast Sportsnet. Thank you. It'd be nice for the players to be able to go out and have people recognize them. As we know, the best place to watch the game is here at the United Center, but the second best place is in front of their television set on high def. Many of you are here today. We're here back when we first got together in, I believe it was in October, and we talked to you about there were going to be some changes. And that was that we were going to put our first game on television in November against Detroit. Then when we talked about, when we were here again our second time, we talked about bringing John McDonough in from the Cubs to be the new Blackhawk president. And here, many of you are here talking about a new era and something that's very important to all of us. We have to be relevant in Chicago sports, and we believe we're starting that journey and we're on our way to be there. But I just want to tell you something. You've seen nothing yet. Once again, I want to thank you all very much for coming, and for Dale, Dennis, and the players, and for Tom, and for Jim, thank you very much. And we can't be more excited about today. Thank you, and with that.
I would like Dennis Savard to stand and be acknowledged. Dennis, congratulations on a great season with this young... We're very proud of you, Dennis. You've done a terrific job. I now get a chance to introduce the answer to a trivia question, and there's some symmetry with where we're going today with our announcement. We have great broadcast partners, as we announced today, with Comcast Sportsnet and WGN Television. But I want to introduce our general manager, our great general manager, Dale Talon, who was the last Blackhawk player to wear number 9, and I think he was also the last gentleman affiliated with our franchise that actually played on WGN TV. So you guess how old he is. Blackhawk General Manager Dale Talon.
Thank God those games were in black and white. At least my TV was. Thanks, John. We are extremely excited about this. The last time we were on WGN, Jim West was calling one of my turnovers. And Stan Mikita nicknamed him Joe East. He used to hate that name. But to be on WGN and to be on Comcast and have all the games televised, we're extremely excited. Our players are, finally, the players that deserve all the credit, they'll get recognized now. This is a great group of young people. We've got a great mix of veterans and top-notch character people. You can see that they never quit, and we're still not done. We've got a long way to go yet. We've got a lot of hockey to play, and the next week is going to be exciting, and the next weeks to come. We're committed to winning. We're committed to winning the Stanley Cup. All of these guys are here because they're special. They have character, they have passion, they have desire, they have the want, and what better place to play hockey than the great city of Chicago and to be on WGN and to be on Comcast. It's so important for us. We will not let our fans down. They'll be able to see us play as hard every night, and this is just the beginning of tip of the iceberg for us. We're committed to winning. We have a great minor league system. We have a great staff, scouts, and pros and amateurs, and to hoist the Stanley Cup on WGN and Comcast and a home game on television will be something special. I will tell you what Elizabeth Taylor said to her 8th husband. I won't be keeping you long, but we'll be keeping you for an exciting ride. All right. Thanks for coming, and keep the faith.
Thanks, Dale, for allowing me to follow that. That's wonderful. At this time, I'd like to welcome a gentleman that I've had the pleasure to work with for about 15 years and 25,000 phone conversations, and can we and why can't we and how do we do this, and let's just do it anyways and ask for permission later. But he's been a great partner of the Chicago Blackhawks for many years. As he was with when I was working with the Chicago Cubs. The president of Comcast Sportsnet Chicago, Mr. Jim Corno, Sr.
Thank you, John. Well, now we know why Dale is no longer doing color for Comcast Sportsnet. Hey, this is a great day for us. We're very excited. I've been with the Blackhawks since 1984. I've been with their regional sports network home since 1984. This has been a conversation that we've had many, many times over the past 20-some plus years. And it's a very exciting day for us. The expanded games, not only the expanded games that we'll be doing, the expanded number of games, all games in high def, and plus to have as a broadcast partner our good friends from WGN. It is truly a remarkable turnaround, and that Rocky and John and the whole Blackhawk organization have provided this city, and we're just very proud and very happy to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. And to our staff that we've talked at great length on many, many issues. We need to stay committed. What Dale has stated, what Rocky has stated, our organizational goal is to win the Stanley Cup. We need to take three components of the equation out. Are we sold out? Are the games televised? And do we have a winning team? The answer will be an affirmative to all three of those. The next gentleman I've also been familiar with for many, many years. Just a little bit of history with WGN TV. WGN TV had been a partner on Blackhawk hockey for many, many years. They were synonymous with the Blackhawks during the golden years. It is with great pleasure, personally and professionally, that we welcome WGN TV Channel 9 back to the Blackhawks family. To steal a phrase from a great Chicago movie, The Blues Brothers, we're getting the band back together. I'd like to introduce Tom Ellman, Vice President and General Manager of WGN Television.
Thank you, John. First of all, if I may, on behalf of hockey fans throughout Chicago, to Rocky Wirtz, thank you very much. And if I can speak for a minute on behalf of the men and women of WGN TV, this is great. We are absolutely thrilled. WGN takes great pride in being the #1 local sports station in America. With these 20 additional games, these Blackhawks games that we'll be picking up beginning next fall, we'll be televising almost 190 live sporting events, which is more than any local TV station in America. This local sports business has kind of migrated to cable over the years, and here in Chicago, we've got no greater cable partner than Comcast Sportsnet. Jim Corno's been a delight to work with. We look forward to working with Comcast Sportsnet as we do the rest of our partners, the Bulls, the White Sox, the Cubs, and now very, very eagerly excited and looking forward to being partners again with the Chicago Blackhawks. John, Jay, Rocky, Dale, Dennis, guys, we're really excited and can't wait till next fall. Thank you very much.
Before we take any questions, I also want to thank our Senior Vice President of Business Operations, Jay Blunk, for being so instrumental in getting all of this done. So, Jay, stand up and thank you for your help on this. Absolutely terrific. I might as well introduce you. You're going to take credit for it anyway, so what's the difference? But more importantly, I'm going to say this one more time. Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for showing up today. This means so much. This means so much to our franchise, to our fans, to our broadcast partners, and to Blackhawk management. Just the fact that you would come out here to demonstrate your commitment to this brand. I believe this is unprecedented in Chicago sports, and I think what you're seeing here today is historic as well. So one more time, a big hand for the 2008 Chicago Blackhawks. Now, as I do understand there's a price to pay for this because I've heard from a number of them for Cubs tickets already, so I'll take care of that, but we'll do that at a later date because you guys are going to be playing for a while longer. So we're more than happy to take any questions at this time. We would ask you that the tough ones be directed at Rocky and Tom and Jim, and I'll take all softballs. Questions?
Will the WGN games be seen nationally on their Superstation package on cable around the country or just here on Channel 9?
The games will be seen locally on WGN TV. It will not be on the Superstation. Do you guys want to come up here for this? Teddy?
How will it be determined which games WGN has as opposed to CSN?
I can certainly answer that. For many, many years, in another position, I was involved in this wonderful draft that is done between WGN TV and Comcast Sportsnet, and I'm sure we're going to be doing more of the same. I think WGN TV will have a weekend package of some sort as well as some West Coast games, and I think it'll be a very balanced schedule and great opportunities for both. But I think that's something that the Blackhawks and Comcast Sportsnet and WGN TV will spend a lot of time with, and that's important to us, being fair and equitable. We're just proud they're doing the games, Teddy. Any other questions?
Aside from the great benefit of having all the games on TV, what about in terms of revenue for the team that this brings in?
Well, at this point, Teddy, our biggest concern is showcasing this product. It's very important that we heighten the profile of these great players, of our product here at the United Center, and that supersedes right now, and we're really not at liberty to discuss any of the revenue components to this. But when Rocky and I sat down and Jay sat down with the mission at hand, we made the decision of how important it is to make sure that our fans see every one of our broadcasts. We look at these as 3-hour commercials for our product. We know, I asked, I hope I'm not betraying a confidence, but I had a conversation yesterday with Dustin Bufflin, and I asked him, I said, what is it like when you leave your condo or apartment or mansion or whatever it is you live in? And he said, it's amazing. It's really changed. He said that, Buff, where are you? I'm not going to ask you. Am I close on that? But wherever he goes, he's recognized. And that's really important, Teddy, that we heighten the profile of this franchise. This franchise needs to be prominent. This franchise needs to be relevant. Our players need to have a very strong, high profile. They're going to be very involved in the community, and Comcast Sportsnet and WGN TV are going to help us get there. Any other questions? Thank you very much for being with us on this historic day. We appreciate it. And for all of you that are here today, I'm sure this is a day we'll remember for a long time. Thank you.
So a new era of Chicago Blackhawks hockey will feature all 82 regular season games on television next season. We'll carry the bulk of the games right here on Comcast Sportsnet with an assist from our partners at WGN. Coming up next, we'll have a complete wrap-up from the United Center. Josh Morrow will join us.
In February 2009, TV stations will broadcast exclusively in digital. Every TV that's hooked up to cable will still work just fine. But if you get TV through an antenna on an analog set, it won't work after February 2009. Call 888-DTV-2009 to learn about a government coupon program for converter boxes, or visit dtv2009.gov.
Turn up the heat with the Quad City Flames Between the Pipes highlight show, coming to you on Thursdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 11 a.m. on Mediacom Connections Channel 22. See all the exciting highlights and get the inside scoop on the players and coaches. Catch all the action as the Quad City Flames take to the ice in their inaugural season in the American Hockey League. The Quad City Flames Between the Pipes, turning up the heat on Mediacom Connections Channel 22.
CMT is a company of growth and opportunity. We're expecting to grow by $100 million by the year 2011. And we recently purchased new machinery that utilizes the most up-to-date electronics. CMT is an authorized supplier of mag particle inspection and soon dye-penetrant and ultrasonic testing.
Creative Machining Technologies is currently looking for more skilled machinists located in the East Moline Industrial Park. CMT, manufacturing in the United States for the world.
Today on Chicago Tribune Live.
There's a drive, and it'll be a leadoff home run for Ricky Weeks.
The conditions were much better at Wrigley today, but would the results be the same? We have the highlights and reaction from the north side after Ted Lilly's first start of the year.
We're not a rebuilding team. I don't think we're rebuilding. So, you know, our son's going to rise and set with a win or a loss.
The Sox fell short after a great comeback on opening day. But tonight look to pick up their first win as Javier Vasquez takes the mound. We'll have a preview.
We lost. It always sucks when you lose.
The Bulls season is all but done after the Celtics slammed the Bullies. Where do they go from here? We asked Sam Smith and Johnny Bach. Don't lose your cool. Chicago Tribune Live starts right now. Good afternoon. Welcome to Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. I'm David Kaplan. Let's meet our guests on today's show from the Tribune, Teddy Greenstein and Casey Johnson. and our own Sam Smith from here at Comcast. Guys, good to have all of you here. Coming up on today's show, Ted Lilly and the Cubs had a rough go in Game 2 of their series against the Brewers. We'll go live to Wrigley in a moment. Blackhawks still have slim playoff hopes. They host the Red Wings tonight at the UC. Patrick Sharp leads the team with 36 goals. He'll join us live for a preview. White Sox and Indians back at it in Cleveland at the top of the hour. Javi Vasquez looks for win number 1. We'll preview that matchup, and the Bulls are all but done. Sam Smith, Johnny Bach will help us look ahead to what has to be done on the west side. But let's get to the highlights or lowlights at Wrigley. There weren't many good things for the Cubbies today on the north side. Ted Lilly took the bump for the Cubs, opposed by Jeff Suppan of the Brewers. Lilly, just 1-1 versus Milwaukee in 3 starts last year, going more than 5 innings just once, and he got off to a rough start. This is the first pitch of the game.
There's a drive, and it'll be a lead
all the way to Waverly. Just like that, 1-0 Brewers. 2-0 in the fourth. Corey Hart sends one to the gap, all the way to the wall. Bill Hall scores easily. Hart's 3rd RBI of the series puts Milwaukee up 3-0. We already had a cutoff man missed by Felix Pie. Derek Lee leading off in the bottom half of the inning. He crushes one deep to left, his first of the year. Puts the Cubbies on the board. You start thinking comeback. 5th inning. Kevin Hart on in relief of Lilly. Ryan Braun singles to left, driving in Jason Kendall, who had 3 hits. And the Brewers win. Here's Lou Piniella and Ted Lilly afterwards.
It's only 2 games, but it's certainly not a good start. I mean, I told our baseball team they better be ready to play. I mean, I meant it too. I wasn't joking around.
Like you saw last year, we weren't able to do that, and we continued to battle throughout the season, and we got ourselves in a position to where we won the pennant. So I don't think we're ever gonna, backpedal in any way, and nor do we expect anyone else to do that that we're playing throughout the course of the season.
All right, let's head over to Wrigley and bring in Tribune Cubs beat reporter Paul Sullivan. So, Sully, already we've seen missed cutoff men, a throw into center field that was ill-advised by the catcher, and now Alfonso Soriano's back in the leadoff spot. What is going on?
It's a rerun of last year's playoffs, I think. 2 games into the season, and Lou's already hadn't seen enough of Soriano in the 2-hole. He was 0 for 9. Had a big strikeout. I think it was the 6th inning with 2 men on when they were trying to get back into the game. Just doesn't look comfortable with there, and rather than prolong the experiment, Lou's pulling the plug already, which, of course, is his prerogative. But I'm sure it's not the first of, it's not the last of the changes. I mean.
Hey, Sully, it's Teddy. Do you think we will eventually see Soriano in the 5-hole, or would that be too big a blow to his ego?
I don't know. I think eventually everyone's going to bat everywhere, but he doesn't really have a leadoff man. I think the reason they moved Soriano to the 2-hole in the first place was I think there was some thinking that they were going to get Brian Roberts by the end of spring training, and obviously that didn't happen. They got Reed Johnson. He can bat leadoff too, but he's mostly going to play against left-handers, and they're only going to see right-handers for the first homestand here. So I think he's going to give Soriano a prolonged shot in the 1-hole, but obviously anything's subject to change with Lou Piniella. He used 125 lineups last year.
Hey, Sully, this is Sam Smith with Comcast.
Hey, Sam.
And
I was wondering what happened to you.
Yeah, I think I was booing when I heard after the first homer there. But is there come a point where we start to question whether Soriano was a wise decision as a free agent?
Well, the question of $136 million certainly is going to come up, because whether it was a wise decision to sign him, I don't know, but giving him 8 years doesn't look very prescient at this point. And when they did sign him, I remember that the Cubs said, I was like, why'd you give him 8 years? I mean, couldn't you got him for like 5 or something? But they said, oh, he's never been injured in his career, and sure enough, he got injured last year. So I still think Soriano's a very good player. I don't know if he's worth $136 million, but I mean, it is only 2 games into the season, so.
We're panicked.
You are panicked?
We're officially panicked, yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's a little early for that, but you know, hey, they did look awful today, and Lou made a big deal out of getting off to a good start, and obviously that hasn't happened.
Sully, it's KC.
Hey, KC.
What's going on? Should we make a big deal out of PA missing the cutoff man, or just one little blip?
No, I think we should. I mean, and Soto too. That terrible play when he threw to second. He should have just ate the ball there. Bad play at first. Fontenot, a bad throw to Pignatello, who missed the base. You know, just sloppy play all around. And PA should know better than that. I mean, they go through these drills all through spring training of fundamentals, and that was just a poor play. And Lou brought it up. No, I mean, this is major leagues. He's no kid anymore. He's got to learn how to play, and he's got to hit too. So I don't think it's wrong to bring that up.
Sully, you were just talking about it. A game like this where so many guys look so bad defensively, do you sort of wonder, what were you doing for 6.5 weeks in spring training, or what were they doing? I mean, it sort of feel like a giant waste of time?
Well, actually, they played so good defensively in spring training. That's what confounds me. PA, always a very good center fielder. The one that really bothered me the most, and Lou didn't bring it up, was Aramis Ramirez. Not only did he make a really lackadaisical play on that error, but all of his throws to first base, D. Lee had to make a good play on, because they weren't on target. He was pulling them to the left, pulling them to the right. So he's got to get his head in the game too. He's making a lot of money. You know, it does go to show that spring training, you know, you could look great in spring training, and season starts, and you know, and you're back to square one. So, you know, I would say the cold weather's affected them, but you know, Milwaukee played like 15 miles away from the Cubs in spring training, and the cold weather doesn't seem to affect them too much.
Yeah, but so they were 15 miles north of where the Cubs were. So I think, you know, that makes a difference. But speaking of that, do you feel that it makes any difference for the hitters or the pitchers? Who is at a disadvantage when they come north? Obviously, they had a great pitch game, first game, had a horribly pitched game, and for all these missed cutoffs and missed throws, they still gave up like 15 hits or something. So they really weren't in the game pitching-wise. Who's it affected most?
Well, I think it affects the hitters most. The Cubs hitters just aren't cold weather hitters. I think they proved that last year, and they seem to be proving it again this year. Derek Lee, really the only one that's hitting. Terrio and Soriano, obviously. Ramirez not doing anything. So I would say the hitters are most affected by it. But today really wasn't that bad of a day. So, I mean, it is a little chilly out here, especially wearing a fleece right now. I'm a total idiot, but you know, that's no excuse. Both teams have to play in it, and you know, they know that when you're going to play in Chicago, you're going to play in a lot of cold weather, and they've got a lot of home games at the start of the season, so they better adjust to it pretty quickly, or it's going to be a long season.
Sully, you know, you look at all the different fundamental mistakes, and we talked about the throws from Ramirez. Yesterday, there's a foul pop-up, or 2 days ago, where Soto is stumbling around trying to catch it in the wind. Ramirez is anchored at third and never bothered to make the effort to get to the dugout. Today, the two bad throws. He booted a ball. I would not be shocked. In fact, I would be shocked if Lou doesn't get his team together and raise his voice today and say, I'm done. That's it. We're not going to tolerate any more of the ridiculousness. And there's got to be people out there going, wow, we had bad fundamentals when Dusty was here. Now it's bad fundamentals again today. Maybe it's not the manager. Maybe sometimes the players have to be held accountable.
Yeah, and a lot of those players, when Dusty was here, are gone, but there's no excuse for Ramirez to play like that. It just looked like he wasn't concentrating.
It's a really, really quality team.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been a great season so far for the Hawks organization. We've taken a lot of strides in where we want to go as a team and as a staff, and you know, this is a big test for us tonight. It's the first meaningful game in the month of April in a while here in Chicago, and no better rival than the Detroit Red Wings. So it's going to be a great test for us. We're going to have a lot of people in the building, and it should be just a fun game tonight.
Patrick, it's Casey Johnson from the Chicago Tribune. I know team goals are the most important thing, but what would it mean to score 40 goals for yourself?
It would be pretty special. I mean, I can remember at the end of last season, a year ago, I was trying to get to 20, and here I am a year later trying to double that. So it's just been one of those years where I've benefited from playing on a good team. I think that we've got a number of capable forwards on this team that are fun to play with, and the puck's been going in for me, a few lucky ones, and it would be nice to get to 40, but we'd gladly trade that if we could sneak into that last playoff spot.
Hey, Patrick, Teddy Greenstein, do you feel like if you polled fans at the UC tonight that most of them would know that you're the #1 goal scorer on the team? It seems like, obviously, the younger guys get a lot more pub.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, they get a lot of the press for good reason. I mean, I read about them all summer, and I was looking forward to see Kane and Taves in training camp, and they impressed me right from the beginning. They're great players. They work hard. They want to be leaders and try to get better every game. So I don't mind taking a back seat in the media to those two. I'm just happy that they're on the Hawks this year.
This is Sam Smith. There's so much talk about this Blackhawks season and how sort of a feel-good season it is. Can it be considered a success at all in your mind if you do not make the playoffs?
I don't know if we can call it a success. I mean, obviously our goal this year was to make the playoffs. We know that where the organization's been lately, it's going to take time to get better, and certainly this year we've seen a lot of improvement. Like I said, we're playing meaningful hockey right now. The building's been packed every night here for the last few home games, and things are really looking up. So, I mean, we're going to be happy with. We're not satisfied. We're pleased. We're excited about the future of the team, but getting in the playoffs and winning that Stanley Cup is going to be our goal for the future.
Aside from that goal, Patrick, if you look back on this season, what would you say most stands out in your mind? The fact that the Hawks have completely changed their image in this city and are really a dominant Blackhawk team again in terms of public perception. The fact that you've committed to this club and they've committed to you. You signed a multi-year extension. You've doubled almost the number of goals. You've seen Esposito, Hull, Makita all back in the fold. What stands out if you said, boy, one moment really was awesome?
Well, I think all those things go hand in hand, and that's that the Hawks are back on the map in the city of Chicago. I think that my individual success is a direct result from how well the team is playing. You know, the other night with Hull and Makita and Esposito in the building were special nights here, and it's just great to walk around the city of Chicago, to go for dinner and to hear the talk about the Hawks, and it seems like the buzz is back in the city. So I think you got to put all those things together and just realize that we're doing good things here with the Blackhawks, and we're excited for the future.
Patrick, obviously John McDonough and Rocky Wirtz have made a big deal about this TV push, all your games on next year. For the players, I mean, do you look at it as you'll be known more around town? I mean, what's the biggest benefit to getting all those 82 on TV?
I think it's more for the fans than the players. I mean, it's great for the fans to be able to catch every game. We know that the United Center is the best place to watch a game, but for those that can't make it, can follow the team on TV, and we feel that's the way it should be. So as far as recognition in the city, I don't think any players go out looking for that, but it's certainly nice to shake hands and to meet people that are interested in hockey. And you know, any buzz for the team is good in my books, and I'm certainly happy the games will be on next year.
Hey, Patrick, is there a dog barking in the background there? Do they have a dog over at the UC?
Yeah, they got the winner of that new Westminster, the Kennel Club, the champions here. I don't know if he's going to be dropping the puck or what he's doing here, but he's chilling out, and everyone's causing a commotion over here.
Well, as long as the only thing he drops on the ice is the puck, I think we'll be okay. All the best. Good luck tonight.
All right, thank you for having me.
All right, Patrick Sharp of the Chicago Blackhawks. Time for our first break here on Chicago Tribune Live. When we come back, we'll preview the Sox-Indians game. It was last year's 15-game winner. Javi Vasquez looks for win number 1 in Cleveland this evening.
Look to the Chicago Tribune Sports section for the latest news, scores, and updates on all your favorite teams. To subscribe, call 1-800-TRIBUNE.
This is the one I want. Cars.com had me prepared before I came in. I used my cell phone to get the car listings and pricing info. Smart. Yeah, otherwise I was going to have to go with Plan B. What's Plan B? Oh, I was going to have you fight Glondor in a stone circle death match. You should definitely step outside the circle just to avoid any confusion.
Find Cars.com through ChicagoTribune.com, your local car connection.
Can you match this? Shouldn't be a problem. Cool.
This?
Yes.
This?
Sure. Let me show you.
With our free color matching system, Lowe's can match any color you can come up with or come in with.
This?
This? This?
This? This?
This? Absolutely.
And Lowe's carries high-quality Valspar paint. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Come into Lowe's and receive $5 off per gallon of Valspar signature colors and faux paints, now through April 6th.
Here's to waking up Thursday and thinking it's Friday.
Brighten up your morning with 2 Egg McMuffin sandwiches, 2 Sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches, or 1 of each for just $3. It's Wednesday, dude.
Max Matson Mitsubishi gives you the choice. Lease a new 08 Galant ES or new 08 Lancer ES for only $185 per month for 24 months. Or choose 0% APR financing or cashback from $1,000 to $4,500. New Lancers, Eclipse, Raiders, Galants, Endeavors, and Outlanders. Or buy with no money down and no payments for 6 months at all 3 Max Matson Mitsubishi locations.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
We have our ChicagoSports.com question of the day. It is, what should be done with the University of Illinois' Assembly Hall? Fix it, keep it, celebrate it, keep it, but build a brand new basketball arena, or tear it down, build new. There you go. There's your choices. A, B, C, D. You make your choice. Let us know what you think. We will have the results later in the show. There is Uno, the Beagle, and he will be on the ice tonight out at the United Center. That's what you heard barking in the middle of our Patrick Sharp interview. He is the winner of the Westminster show.
Hawks go into the dogs. Is that
somebody
had to say that at some point.
There you go.
Can he sign autographs, or you think he just like puts down his paw on a
little
paper?
paw print. Yeah, there you go. The White Sox and Indians are about to get things going in Cleveland. Sox made a great comeback opening day, only to fall short after Octavio Dotel struggled. Ozzie knows about bullpen problems after last year and says roles don't matter, outs do.
That role thing, closer, 8, 7, 6. Somebody come up with that stupid thing and protecting the butt. Believe me, you're not seeing no manager, well, because all of a sudden, if I see my starting pitcher go real well in the 7, I'm not going to be the guy who's supposed to be pitching the 7 because that's his job. No, I just got to go by my gut feeling. I got to go by I think is the best for the ball club, and I got to go with the best guy. You know what I mean? Because all of a sudden somebody had a role here, all of a sudden I'm not bringing that role. That's just making an excuse to not succeed. So you know what I mean? I told Lambert, all Proning was in the 8th last year. I told Mr. Lambert, I said, be ready because we got Proning in the 8th. That means it's not necessary to bring Lambert in the 8th every game. I know it's not in his contract. You know what I mean? That's why I think I never protect my butt from anybody. Hey, whatever we think in the dugout is the right guy for that inning, that's the guy going to pitch that inning.
I love Ozzie. Absolutely.
What was the question?
Yeah, exactly. Was there a question in there?
I said the exact same thing earlier when we were talking in the green room.
There you go.
I said that thing. But, I mean, the key to the bullpen usage is not having your starter giving up 7 runs.
Correct. But the funny thing
for all this
is,
talk about the bullpen,
there was a lot of consternation around that. What do you mean you're going to put Wasserman on the roster and you're going to go with Massett? Massett's the only guy that can go long. That's a long man. He made the team, and then he validated that with a great performance.
I think he was out options, too. Wasn't that the reason they kept him?
But also you can see why that's why you never overrate spring training. Because you see the Cubs played well, and you see what happens, and the White Sox, there was that battle down to the end, and it didn't matter. I mean, they ended up obviously taking the right guy.
Correct. Massett went out and pitched phenomenally well on opening day, and really, he's the guy that kept them in the game, so they were able to come back.
So they get all the bad calls up until after that.
Now, that was
I never used to complain about officiating because it's pretty good in pro sports as opposed to like college basketball or something. But they really did get 3 bad calls.
2 and a half.
They got the guy off the base.
Sure.
The guy running into second.
The guy at second, that was a good call.
No, that wasn't.
Absolutely.
That was not.
Watch
that
the
was
replay.
Not. He hit the base. He went to the base.
He reached out and touched the guy on his left leg. You can't do that.
Cabrera was just being friendly. I mean, he was just trying to, make a little comment.
Watch this. He reaches for him. You cannot do that.
Oh, the guys slide like that all the time.
Yeah. I mean, what's the time? Look. He's going to reach out with his arm and hit him right in the leg.
He hit the base.
Doesn't matter. And watch the umpire. He's going to say he grabbed him.
It seems like Ozzie and I agree.
No,
Ozzie said after the game, the umpire got it right.
Ozzie was quoted as saying that the umpire got it right, but I don't think so. I mean, there were 2 that were really close in that game, and both calls went against the Sox. And I mean, what's to say? I mean, if you're stretching out your arm on a slide, what's to say that you're intentionally nailing the guy or not? I thought that was a bad
Doesn't
call.
matter. The rule book, if you go on and look at the rule book, it says if you reach out and grab at the guy, it is automatic out.
I don't think it was clear that he grabbed at him. I mean, he had his arm extended. The guy just happened to be in his way.
Sox fan.
It's momentum. It's just momentum. Sam, you can't slide like this. You know.
Sam made the most important.
His arm goes out for him. And the other two calls were horrendous.
Right, because they simply missed. He was off first base,
They just
and he missed him at home. He's still looking for him to tag him.
Correct.
So
But Sam made the most important point at the start. The story is.
Here's the Creedy play right here.
Yeah, but the story is.
I want to know what the story is.
Right, they gave up 10 runs.
Yeah, the story is your ace gives up 7 runs
in one inning.
Okay, that end of story right there. I mean, you know, they had a nice job coming back, and that definitely was a missed call there, but missed calls happen.
But Vasquez is probably their best pitcher now. I mean, I think Burley started the opener just for tradition or appreciation or whatever. But Vasquez clearly is last season.
Based
was the
on how
best
the
pitcher.
spring and how last season went, he's their best.
Yeah, so
Burley, I mean, you almost always wonder why he's effective, because he's always throwing those 86, 87, 88. It doesn't look like they're that hard to hit, but they really were not hard to hit yesterday.
No. And now Fausto Carmona, who goes to the bump for the Indians, a very good pitcher. Vasquez is the White Sox best pitcher, so it should be a real good matchup. This is a good Indians team.
Should have been in the World Series. You know, I mean, they had Boston out. They had them 3-1, so they're an awfully good team.
Yeah. Now,
and even with Detroit, I see they lost again today, but you know, Cleveland should be the favorite in the Central, despite the way Detroit loaded up, I think.
Now, last year, Ryan McGuffey in my ears telling me last year Carmona against the White Sox went 10 1/3 innings. How many earned runs do you think he gave up in the 10 1/3?
Is this multiple choice?
No multiple choice.
I go with 1.
No, I'm going to go higher. I think they touched him up.
Take a guess.
I'll say 8.
14.
11.
Can I get Ryan in my ear to give me good information?
I don't know what's telling us.
How about that?
No, but yeah, they got him last year somewhat.
So this
year they're screwed.
So that's a carry. That carries over because they got today over there. Maybe our weather from yesterday. So they should get bad weather heading over there.
No question.
Well, they got to Sabathia the other day, and he's a guy who they never were able to touch.
And that's big. I mean, that was really big. I thought that was the biggest thing of that whole game. That this is the guy that also, what's his name, Santana. These were the two pitchers that had the Sox freak out. I mean, Ozzie would build them up like they were, whoever. Koufax, you'd have Koufax and Warren Spahn. Coming at you. And I think he psyched out the team in part because he would say, oh, Santana, we can't hit him, we can't beat him. And so now Sabathia, who was almost untouched, they couldn't touch him. They beat him up pretty good.
And Jim Thome had been like 0 for 7, and he takes him deep twice.
You know how much that meant for Thome, because he couldn't hit lefties last year and had to hear about it all spring. So that meant a lot, especially the way he hit, though. I mean, towering, fly balls.
Well, the second one, it didn't look like he got it all. That's the first one.
Yeah.
But the second one, when he hit it, if you watch his reaction, I think he thinks he flew out. Yeah. And all of a sudden, it hit the jet stream and see you later.
They've got some life in the lineup now with Swisher, with the shortstop. They've got some guys, unlike last year where they were just going station to station, one at a time. They were sort of a dead team. Swisher's going to be great. Yeah. He's going to really liven up that middle of the lineup, and I think give guys like Thome and Dye some more life, to the batting order.
I also think Swisher's going to liven up the locker room.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, we don't care about that. we want on the field. We don't care what's going on back there.
Yeah, we do.
Chemistry, baby.
That is so overrated. That's
no way.
Nonsense.
Then you have to have that much better talent if you've got bad chemistry.
Especially in baseball, where it's an individual sport and you're up there on your own. In other sports, football and basketball, where you do have to play off one another, chemistry is a little more important. Because the Bulls don't speak to one another,
or the media.
On or off the court,
or the media.
But in baseball, you're up there and you're performing. That's why you can do all those statistical things that you can't do in the other sports, and they mean something in baseball as opposed to some of the other sports because a guy is up there against everybody. And it's an individual sport played by a team.
Paul Konerko disagrees with you. He said that was a big factor, and I know what you're saying. If you start losing, then it gets bad.
It's an excuse. That's an excuse.
Well, that's always a chicken and egg thing.
Right, when you're winning, everybody's happy with each other.
But there have been enough examples in baseball history where teams that didn't get along and won. The
Oakland A's.
Yeah, the Oakland A's.
Every Yankee team.
Yeah, the Yankees in the late 70s that were dominant. They all didn't
Maybe it's not so
get along.
much chemistry. It's you need guys in the locker room who are just not going to take crap, who are going to be able to go to a young player and say pick it up. And that's what Swisher is. That's what Konerko probably isn't. That's not really. I don't think think he's comfortable.
Well, they already got
Brzezinski,
too.
right?
I mean, they already
Because everybody hated him, though, yeah.
Well, who has that role for the Cubs? Derek Lee's quiet.
Yeah, maybe
quiet
nobody.
leader.
Soriano. That's why they brought him in with that
Hopefully
big 8-year
Pinella
contract.
has that role,
that-
you know, right? Earn that money. Right, going to have to. All right, Sports Night is coming up at 6:30. Our guy, Mark Shanowski, standing by with a preview of the big show. Ski?
Cap, I'm enjoying all the baseball acumen from a Sam Smith. I didn't know he had it in him. But Sam, one bit of advice: you don't want to skew old with those Sandy Koufax and Warren Spahn references.
Hey, I didn't go Walter Johnson at least.
We appreciate that. Anyway, coming up on Sports Night at the bottom of the hour, we'll have all the highlights and post-game reaction from Wrigley Field. The panic alarm is being set off. Cubs are 0-2 on the season with a very sloppy performance against the Brewers this afternoon. Plus, we head out to the United Center, check in on the Blackhawks. Denny Savard's squad trying to avoid playoff elimination tonight against the arch-rival Red Wings. And the Bulls back at work at the Berto Center, but apparently not talking after last night's loss to the Celtics. We'll have an update on injured forward Drew Gooden. Pat Boyle joins me for Sports Night at 6:30. Cap, we send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Mark. Mark and I were watching the game today, and both of us, we had the whole thing dissected and figured out as soon as the game
Which
ended.
game?
The Cubbies.
Celtics?
The Cubs. The Cubbies. All right, time for another break here on Chicago Tribune Live. When we return, we turn our attention to the Bulls. Last night, the effort solid, result the same. Celtics dominate the Bulls, put their playoff chances on absolute life support. Stick around.
Quiet on the sip. Pick 73. Hello out there in TV land. Save your false laughter. Very popular. Whoa, get your foot off the fogger. Okay, here we go with another ho-ho.
There's only one, Bob Royman.
Creative Machining Technologies, machine components built for high performance. We recently celebrated being awarded the prestigious ISO 9001-2000 certification, which is only given to companies that provide the highest quality work for their customers. Our skilled machinists use the latest technology and precision equipment to create machine components for the agricultural, petrochemical, wind, trucking, energy, earth-moving, and automotive industries. Creative Machining Technologies, manufacturing products for the world.
Home improvement for a better life at Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows and patio doors are 12% off. From vinyl to aluminum clad with hardwood interiors, you have over 1 million size and style options. Finish wood projects like the pros with a Boss Stitch 16-gauge finish nailer. It features adjustable depth control and dries up to 2.5-inch finish nails, $129. Home improvement made easy and affordable. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
You can stop searching for that perfect family activity. Ted's Boatorama has your solution. A new runabout boat from Tahoe. A new Tahoe boat is something your entire family can enjoy, and Ted's Boatorama has the perfect one for you. Great for fishing, cruising, or just catching some sun, the Tahoe offers your family the ultimate boating experience. Go ahead, gather your family and enjoy a summer of skiing, sunning, and relaxing in a new Tahoe.
Ted's Boatorama, boat Boatorama. Ted's Boatorama, boat Boatorama.
The home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Here are some of today's headlines. Earlier, we broke down the Cubs' 8-2 pasting by the Brewers at Wrigley Field. Ted Lilly took the loss for the Cubs. Patrick Sharp previewed the Hawks and Red Wings with us. That game on Comcast Sportsnet at 7:30 in HD tonight. White Sox and Indians about to get ready to battle. Second game of their series in Cleveland. And now we move on to the Chicago Bulls. Welcome back. Chicago Tribune Live presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. I'm David Kaplan, joined by Teddy Greenstein, Casey Johnson of the Tribune, our own Sam Smith, and our guy Johnny Bach is here. The Bulls, 106-92 loss to the Celtics, all but eliminated the Bulls from playoff contention. And today at practice, Joakim Noah said the Bulls still have something to play for. Get ready for this quote.
We're in a tough situation right now, but I feel like these games are still like we just got to play them as hard as we can and get as many wins as possible. You know, I feel like we owe that to this organization. And I mean, the Bulls jersey, I mean, it's probably the most like known jersey in the world, and it's probably the most famous sports logo in the world. And I mean, as players, we have to respect that and play hard every time we wear that jersey.
It's time to bring in our basketball expert, former coach Johnny Bach. Joins us. Johnny, Bulls battle last night against perhaps the best team in the league. But, man, 14 threes against them. You'd think the defense might step up and try and do something different.
Well, I tell you, watching that game, and I was at it, Garnett, you could have given 5 players for him. He actually moved into the lineup anytime there were, you know, the Bulls were closing 5, 3, 6, set screens from which Allen and other people got shots, went to the boards, made the shots from the free throw line, and frankly showed he's a superstar.
Yeah, he's the best guy going, perhaps. He's
and he takes you out of a game.
Yeah.
He just takes you out. He makes Allen better. Paul Pierce has been slumping up, down. At least he didn't hurt the team, see? That guy is something else, I'll tell you. I felt like shaking his hand after the game just because he lives up to the responsibility of being a star and doesn't say much about it.
No, just goes about his job.
Yep.
I was trying to trade for him for 3 years. Everyone knows that, and you know, they couldn't do it. But I mean, exactly right. And one of the interesting debates now. I mean, it's not, you know, for player, but is he MVP of the league? The voting started yesterday.
Is he?
You already voted for Kobe.
I wasn't going to pick Kobe Bryant in part because of a lifetime achievement. I mean, if you say every year this guy's the best player in the league, he's got to be MVP once. But Garnett would be 1A. I mean, to me, it's an entry. Garnett is right there with Kobe Bryant.
Did the Bulls have enough on their roster that if John Paxson had said, I don't care what the cost is, I'm getting him,